everybody. Very good morning to you all once again. Welcome back to DriversEye Live from the 24 Hours of Sebring. Brendan Kesmarek, joined by JT Tammy, Ryan West, and Joseph Moodrock. We've been live throughout the night, 24 hours flag-to-flag coverage of the inaugural running of the concept, never mind just this event. Never been done before, 24 Hours at Sebring. They will do it again in 2 weeks with a different series, but like a 14-year-old on a fresh YouTube video first. 18 hours and 4 minutes complete means we are under 6 hours to go, mercifully. Absolutely fighting the fatigue bus at the moment, and
people
right.
People come up to me all the time and they say, what's it like to be as conditioned as a world-class triathlete? And it's tough to stay humble. But I tell them, you push through the pain. You on a given day at a given event, you think there is a limit.
I hate this bit. Oh, yeah.
Can we talk about our preferences? People come up to me versus my favorite, which is people stop me out in the airport all the time. And
who do you know that claim they get stopped in the airport all the time?
It's on podcasts.
Oh, that's people who like to think they're more important than they actually are, for sure.
If you're a podcast personality, how are people recognizing you in the airport?
This particular podcast I listen to, they're also prolific YouTubers in the car space. So
okay,
and it's a gentleman who's distinctive in his appearance.
Is it Randy Popst?
No.
Oh, okay.
Guy Fieri?
I was like, I can't believe you're calling out Randy Popst.
Did you say Guy Fieri?
Yes,
That's what you said.
It's actually Guy Ferrari. Maybe the rotors are warped. I heard.
Guy Fiero, like Pontiac.
Guy Fieri, Northern California's finest.
Is he from Chico?
He's actually from the Eureka area.
That's tremendously random.
Still the finest.
Not at all where I don't know where I expected him to be from, but it wasn't that.
Who is this?
Guy Fieri.
Is he from Arcata?
No, he is not. From Arcata. No.
Arcata? Is that how that's pronounced?
Yes.
Why is it a long A? Riddle me that.
Guy Fieri was born Guy Ramsey Ferry on January 22nd, 1968 in Columbus,
Ferndale?
Ohio.
Let's see. Where is
Columbus.
his childhood home?
Do you claim him?
Yeah, that's
who
why
are we
we're
on board with that's in the paddock? Is this
that's,
the
that's Sweetwater.
808? Yeah, okay.
They've been in some pain for a while.
Sure.
But no, that's why we had the petition to rename the city of Columbus to Flavortown, USA.
I didn't know that was a thing either. It's upsetting.
Grew up in Ferndale. Yep, right there. Which is in Humboldt County. Ferndale, home of kitschy old buildings and like a old-timey candy store and stuff of that nature.
Stratus has gone missing
an
again.
abandoned train station in that town?
No.
By chance?
No.
Okay.
That would have sunk into the ocean.
Guy
Fieri was actually
he
was actually found as a small child floating down the river in a giant cannoli roll.
Easy to confuse small white babies with mascarpone cheese.
I mean, who among us?
Yeah. The baby? Anyway.
I also considered a calzone in that joke. I'm still workshopping it. If anybody would like to send me feedback, please send that feedback to brendan@driverseye.live.
I don't care for that bit either. I'll allow it for the time being, but because nobody sends me emails anyway.
that Brendan with 2 A's?
I was just gonna say it's an E and an A. Brendan with an E and an A.
EA Sports. It's in his name.
In the game.
Oh.
It's in the name.
You're killing it, man. Oh,
6A out, ladies and gentlemen.
striking chords left and right.
Maybe you should send that video to him.
52 and 981. This gap's coming down, you know. 3 seconds last time. Closing in on 30 seconds. Your battle for fourth overall.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's the 52 at some point lost a ton of pace. I don't know if they're nursing an issue, if they're just...
They did overnight, but we thought it was a driver issue at the time.
Don't you know?
I don't know what I think it is, to be honest with you. Because they still never really got back to... I mean, they're still losing... It's not as bad as it was when they were consistently over the 230 mark. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I think that's going to work out.
I mean, nobody does, other than to say that the 52 has been losing... I mean, consistently losing time for the last 4 to 5 hours.
Let's go to the
And as
prediction.
we mentioned now a couple times, if we're going to assign, you know, or choose a set of battles or margins here that is more likely to change than others, this feels like the proper candidate. You know, almost everything else in the top 11-ish, 12, 13, 14 cars overall is, you know, cars that either aren't close enough or are not in the same class. Also, I appreciate that, you know, nobody wants to say they care about overall positions, you know, it's just class position, and that's probably true, but I do wonder how many of the teams that we have would use an overall position as like a carrot just to keep the motivation up.
Oh, I mean, think about...
you have to.
Yeah, I mean, think about the number. I think the competition aspect of this holds, even if a lot of the physical aspects don't. But if you go to sim racing, for example, how many times have we run these long races and just been nowhere? And it's like, well, at least I'm catching this GT2 or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
I think that has to hold here because you have to.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a little more engaging to be in the car and being jostled around by it. It's a view.
I briefly had my eyes closed, just kind of scratching my forehead, and when I opened it up, I saw the pink and the purple at the top of the view, and just for a moment, my brain thought it was, well, little bits of sunlight, but we're not there
Idiot.
yet. Yeah.
I do have.
Don't close your eyes.
I do have overall position projections, if that's anything that the people are craving.
Who's the people?
You guys.
Like we the people, or
Yes.
okay?
I don't have anything to add. But if you were curious about, say, the 110 versus the 678.
I am, in fact.
Alright. I know what the people want.
Do you have anything to share with regards to that, or are you just announcing that you do, in fact, have that information?
Nah.
Okay.
No, it's I'm still projecting the 678 to take overall honors over the 110. So I mean, we are still projecting GP2 as a class collectively, because that's how that works, to beat GP1.
So if this was election night, can you make that call?
Oh no, I definitely cannot make that call.
Oh,
That's not within a 95%. It's a 95% confidence interval. I cannot say that. We're close. But at this time, CNN cannot project the Sebring 24 hours for GP1
or 2.
It is hashtag too early to call. Returns are just coming out from the first 18 hours of this race.
See here, if we look at this obscure county that no one's ever heard of, they're already 100% reporting.
You look at this other county?
Oh.
In Belgium, they're 0% reporting. And what are we going to do about that? I mean, that's when the returns come in from Belgium.
Okay, but Joseph, look at this. If I click on this county that's a suburb of the major city, these votes are not trending the same way the votes from the actual city center are.
981 leaves the pits.
Key race alert.
Another good pit stop by pit crew down there.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and make a statement.
Yeah.
And say that the Will to Win racing team has the most impressive pit stops I've seen in person at a 24-hour race since I stood and watched Flying Lizard service the 997 GT2 car. I think they're on that level. I'm gonna just put that out there.
Yeah, they are pretty good. I guess nobody wants to refute that.
No. I don't think anybody has the energy to refute it.
You could say, oh, what?
Don't you know?
Hold on. Now, could be my eyes deceiving me, gentlemen, but it is 6:16 a.m. and if you look over yonder, I'm starting to see hints of blue over there.
I mean, I thought I saw a cloud, but that was just a reflection of the window, and it's a ceiling panel.
I think your moonshine's a little strong there, Joseph.
No. Look over here. Look over. If I had my telestrator, but look over towards where the floodlights are. I don't think that's just from the floodlights. That's bluer. You know, that's not just floodlight color.
Can you give us a direction to look?
By the floodlights. Out in the distance.
Joseph, this might be difficult for you to hear. There are several floodlights, in fact.
The ones that are super bright.
I can see a very light tint
out towards
blue.
like 5.
Okay, that's a little bit more specific. I'm not ready to make that call.
Okay, but it is astronomical twilight.
Interesting. Very interesting.
What's Pippa up to? Do you think when Pippa Middleton showed up, Pippa Man was like, "You've got to be kidding me. It's going to mess up my search engine optimization so much."
What do I need to do to get Pippa Man and Pippo Durrani in the same entry?
A lot of money.
If you email Mike Shank, I think you got a pretty good shot.
That's probably not a bad idea.
Be like, Mike, I got a great idea. The kids are going to love it.
Mike, here's the deal. Mike, do you still go by Mike? Can I call you Mike?
Or is it Sir Michael Shank?
the Right Honorable Lord Shank of
The third.
wherever he's from, someplace next to a lake.
Also Central Ohio.
It was Ohio. Okay, all right.
He's out of like Gahanna now.
Wow. Is that moving on up?
It's a suburb.
Can I see
born in
a
Columbus.
plot graph of the bitrate of that camera over time?
It is a flat line on the ground.
I feel like it's gotten worse since I came back from sleeping.
No, you're just awake.
Okay, all right. Well, you know.
3 fast guys and Danny are tearing it up.
Oh yeah.
They
always.
just set a new PB at a 235.9. They've broken into the 235s.
Is this happy hour? Question mark?
Not for me, Ryan.
I think we need a bit more visibility for that.
Well, Joseph, you do live in Columbus, and
You know it's as
if
cloudy
you're a
in
popular
Columbus as it
football
is.
coach, it's always happy hour.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Steven. You're breaking up. Steven, are you going through a tunnel?
Hello? Mom? Hello?
We'll come back to Steven. Money pit. Is who we're on board with currently. JNR's just sitting there fast slap there. Maybe it is happy hour.
Yeah.
That's about a third of a second improvement.
Not to be confused with the NASCAR happy hour, which is like a weird practice thing in the middle of the day. Do they still do happy hour?
The whole weekend has been messed up since COVID.
Right.
So I don't know what they do anymore. I'm pretty sure they just send like a golf caddy out to look at the track like 3 times, and they're like, yeah, this seems like it'll be good to send NASCARs out on.
I'm not convinced that they don't do NASCAR qualifying on iRacing the night before, since they've compressed everything down so much.
I honestly, genuinely, it's been so long since I've actually watched a NASCAR or paid attention to a NASCAR weekend that I don't know, because I'll see a headline that's like, Chase Elliott has pole, but they don't say like, there's no information on qualifying. So I'm like, are we back doing qualifying laps, or are we just doing like, you guys remember when IndyCar went to Texas for double headers, and they're like, you know, it'd be fun for this points-paying championship race is if we just draw starting positions out of a hat.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm not convinced that's not what's happening with every NASCAR race.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree that that's how you could pick the winner of NASCAR races either.
No, super speedway races are super interesting, bro.
So interesting that we have to add races to the race to make it more interesting.
Yeah. KBT's just put in a PB. That's a 0.2 of a second 2/3 of a second improvement.
Sweet.
Yeah, people are like just coming out and just putting in heaters.
Brendan, we've made the call.
Oh.
It is happy hour.
How?
People are setting fast laps.
$2 PBR.
I mean, yeah, I see consistent 224s at the top. I mean, that's a positive sign, but I don't know where that would be coming from because I don't see a lick of light yet.
Exactly.
It's
Last
astronomical
last
tile.
hour.
No, hold on, JT. You were on board with this whole nautical or astronomical
It is
twilight.
officially astronomical.
You were
twilight.
saying that you could see that it was lighter out.
Oh,
So to now tell Brendan that you don't see any light
Hold
means
on.
that
hold on.
Come on.
Let's notice the difference here, okay?
all right.
Is it starting to get lighter Very slightly, yes. There's like a bluish tint
Twilight.
to that very dark sky. However, I don't think it's happy hour just yet because there's still not enough light. I would also point to the fact that the last hour before this one was also a bunch of people setting fastest laps, just like the hour before.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Happy hour as defined is light increases, but track temperature does not.
Yes.
Light is increasing. It's
But visibility becomes significantly better, but track temperature hasn't risen to affect that time.
Usually it's about the half hour either side of sunlight, maybe or sunrise, maybe 40 minutes prior, 20 minutes after, before the track temperature has any increase whatsoever.
Right.
Same thing in the evening, right? I mean,
at dusk period.
Yeah, as the sun
goes
goes down, temperature comes out of the track.
I'm being told BYU Virginia is still playing.
One of the podcasts I listen to does an instant recap show. So they started their podcast after the 7:30 Eastern games had wrapped up. They finished their podcast without ever seeing or cracking the fourth quarter of BYU Virginia.
I hope none of
I
them
don't even know
are.
who won.
I hope none of them are BCS voters.
BYU 66-49. Yeah. The Bronco Bowl, man. You don't remember?
No, it was
The Bronco Menden Bowl?
It was such a meaningless bowl.
It's not a meaningless bowl.
Yeah.
It's Bronco Mendenhall's former employer and current employer.
That's pointless.
Like
It's not pointless.
vegan bowl at Chipotle.
So the sofritas is actually really good.
Okay, no. Forget Sofritas. It's fine. I'm fine with it. Has anybody had the brisket?
I have.
How is
brisket?
it?
Not that good.
I can't imagine it is. Yeah, Chipotle has brisket now.
I'd rather have the sofritas.
I would too, I think. But that's
I
why I
mean-
asked, because I haven't had the brisket.
Like brisket from a barbecue place. Yeah, I'll take the brisket.
No, this is just it's smoked, right? Smoked brisket?
Yeah. Here, allow me
don't
to
like-
deliver a scuzzy Californian take and say
Oh,
that Chipotle
boy.
isn't even actually that good.
You created Chipotle.
No, it was
me personally?
Denver.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
To be fair, a lot of Denver's former Californians,
yeah.
as is Washington State.
In Oregon.
Guys, I have big
lap
news.
leader.
Yeah.
22-7.
Yeah, that's an
the
improvement.
983.
Wow.
That's an improvement of 0.6 of a second
know
over
what?
their previous
If-
best.
If this 983 hangs on to win this race in this commanding fashion, you can't say they didn't have the pace to do it in the first place.
Oh no! Here's
they
the
didn't
thing
luck
too.
into any of this.
Yeah, there is no conceivable way that a car wins this race, and you say, oh, they didn't earn it.
Well, but they didn't luck into it by, you know what I mean? Like they didn't, oh, somebody else had a problem and they were the next man up, so to speak.
Right.
They have been in control. Thanks. They have been in control and setting a PB on lap 409.
Despite my best efforts and my script's best efforts to manufacture competition, yeah, they have kind of taken it by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, been wildly more consistent than really anybody else inside the top. Well, top anything, really. I mean, I can't think of a single car that hasn't, except for the 143. Like, I think if the 143 hadn't had the brake fire early, we would be talking about this race in a very different light. I think we would either be talking about the 143 leading and the 983, the two of them going head to head, or maybe a slight advantage even for the 143 that sort of set itself apart. But with where things are at now, you can't say much more than they took control and they kept control.
Now Ginger
and
Racing
did all the
a
things to
new
maintain it.
PB at a 231.1. That's an improvement of 0.38 over their previous.
Pro Sport is going to owe us a stop here shortly as well, so this margin's going to go back over 3 laps.
Yeah, I have a stop in 2 laps for Pro Sport. We're about halfway through the 983 stint, so they still have fuel to burn off.
Another one, 222.5. Back-to-back fastest lap. So,
Is anybody of note in the W2W cars?
You mean like
Yeah,
generally?
I'm trying to. Was Ross Bentley in that lineup? He is. As is Cameron Lawrence. Now, I don't have details on who's in what car, but
Right.
I hear they're both pretty good.
The rumor has it.
Yeah.
If Ross Bentley was in that car, would he talk about it? Or do you think he'd try to keep it a speed secret?
Is that it's his show or his podcast or whatever?
His book.
Book. Okay. Well, I don't need to know those things. You know, like I don't drive. So
I fancy myself a driver. I'm buying gloves on the weekend.
I noticed.
So, you know.
Yeah, no, I have no ambitions of the same.
I think
iRacing is fine for me, thanks.
Go on.
Another fast lap for the 983 leader. Now down to 22.5.
I think we got a stuck on board there again, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm trying to refresh it.
That's fine.
44 is missing a rear wing.
That's
Is
been that
new?
way since about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
2:30, 3 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Okay.
When that car went missing the first time, it reappeared in the pit lane without a rear wing and then was not seen for some time.
We think it may have spun in 17.
I think it was 17?
17 or 16.
16 maybe, yeah.
Well,
There's a 143.
if it's... Was that around when all the oil got laid down? Because that...
No, it was before that, I think.
I'm not sure now. I mean, I know it was obviously a long time ago, but now...
It blends together very quickly.
Yeah, but at this point, because it never showed up on race control, nobody ever called it in as a spin. Whatever happened to it. So there's a part of me that wonders if maybe it spun on oil that was laid down at 17 and backed into the tires there. It would be a really easy place to do
It's
it.
possible. I mean, much like the 909, I guess, which also lost its rear wing early on. But I don't know. We never got even a race control log report as to what happened.
Right.
So here's...
Pro Sport
go
is
ahead.
in, by the way.
Yep.
And new PB for JNR Racing. 7/10 of a
Nice.
second improvement.
Nice.
Here's a question real quick that I've just been thinking of while standing here. The 143, do you think, and then I was also seeing that the car has pink coloring on it, that is a reference to shorthand while texting Yo Girl in the early 2000s, that 143 is ILY.
143 question mark?
Yep.
Why, Ryan,
No, probably not.
No? Oh.
how plausible do you actually think that is?
I think it's reasonably plausible. Because why would you pick a 143 as your number?
Because they really like
Third
Richard
place
Petty.
in GP2's on pit lane.
The JT special. It feels unlikely, but I do agree to an extent, like, that is a very random number to choose. Otherwise.
They're big fans of
Without
Steve
some-
Park and Richard Petty.
Steve Park? Oh, one. Right, yeah.
Or,
Were you guys Denny?
Yep, waving to Denny.
You should just be waving at Ginger Racing Team all the time. Every time they come by. Were you waving to Denny specifically?
Yes, I was waving to Denny.
Do you know it's him?
I just assumed.
Oh. Do you know Denny?
No.
No.
Sounds like a great guy, though. Looks like Will to Win will be having a pit stop. I believe the 982 board is out. A little bit further back, we see the 969 Accord pulling in.
I was trying to figure out what that car was. Those purple LEDs on the car were really obnoxious.
Yeah.
Make it really hard to figure out who it actually
Any
is.
LEDs.
Yeah.
the Will to Win cars, none of them are really due. The closest would be the 982, but they're not even due for about 6
Well,
laps.
tell them to stop waving the
Yeah,
pit
980. No, it's for the 983. Here it is. Remember that this car did
Fair
not. We don't think this car took fuel when it came in last.
That's true.
We
It
think
looked
it
Yeah.
just
like
replaced the tires. So its
tire.
last fuel stop was actually at 386. which still only takes up to 25 laps. Fuel goes in immediately.
64 is in as well.
Yep. Open throttle, Mazda Miata.
I have not yet gotten rapid recall in that team name. I don't know why when somebody says 64, I don't go open throttle immediately. It takes me a few seconds.
Hopefully not in the pit lane.
Not without a limiter.
It is also a Miata, so
Yeah. If it has a limiter, it's okay, but I doubt it. I don't know. Do you think most of these cars have pit speed limiters?
I think a good
No.
number of them do.
My
I would say the
understanding is
GT
it's very easy to program into any third-party ECU system.
I've just never thought about it. I mean, the GT4s and the TCRs I'm sure do, but anything with like a Motec, I'm sure you could probably program, right?
Yeah, like Honda, you can do it on like a car, like just a road car.
Just set the limit and
You
press
can
the
set
button.
a pit limiter if you want.
Huh. Honda, is that a thing?
Yes.
Huh.
very quick stop. 983.
Is Mazda a thing?
No.
Oh.
It's a really disproportionate response.
Isn't that Zoom data?
Toy data?
Zoom
No.
data?
Man, they all have such good data puns, and you're telling me Honda is the best way they've actually done?
I mean, it's the one I'm aware of.
Honda, Mazda, and toy data?
No.
Come on, man.
Telling you, Zoom
Cut me
data.
real deep. Zoom data? Oh, zoom. Zoom. Did you know that on Sundays more Mazdas are road race than any other vehicle?
I haven't seen a commercial stating that in quite some time, and therefore I don't believe it to be true.
I think it might be
once
Porsche.
John Doonan left, that ceased to be accurate.
I think it might be Porsche at this point.
PCA is a pretty big deal these days.
Well, and you've got each
You
country
consider
has like
PCA road
3 Cup Series and a GT4 class.
Yeah, but I think the difference is made up in amateur, the depth and breadth of
There's-
amateur series.
The last
Well,
autocross I
Porsche's
did, there
here's-
was 9 of us, so
9 Mazdas.
Miatas
Do you
specifically.
count autocross as road racing?
Ooh, I was going to go there. I was going to go there.
There
That's
is
a
a
legitimate
road.
question. I don't know. You're on the inside looking out, so I don't. What is that?
I do, because it's not dirt racing or
consider-
oval racing,
Do you consider time trialing
a form of road racing.
road
yeah.
racing?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, that's probably the defining factor there. If you also consider a time trial a road race, then you kind of have to consider autocross road racing.
Well,
But I don't know that I do.
It?
I don't.
Hot lapping.
I'm pretty sure I don't.
Track day, I don't. I don't know.
Time trialing is just HPDE for people who are really into it.
Cone rally. It's like Jenna rally, but Gene rally. I don't know what they're going to.
It's
Hey,
just
don't worry,
rally
nobody's
cross
gonna get it either way.
qualifying.
That's not true. You don't think there's a single person who's listened to us over the last day that does not know what Gene rally is? Gene rally, Jenna rally, whatever was. I said Jenna rally, but I heard somebody call it Gene rally recently. You don't know what it is?
I
No, I'm not
pronounce it
getting
Gene rally.
Oh man! See, you call it Gene rally. I call it Jenna rally.
don't
Amazing top-down racer. Amazing.
So okay, think about it basically as like circuit superstars, but car model can only have 39 polygons, and you make the maps out of 256 by 256 bit maps.
Yeah.
it
Imagine
better
a
or
track
worse?
editor in Microsoft Paint, but worse.
Is
I
it better
have a
or worse
question
than
here,
the Robbie
guys.
Gordon top-down arcade game?
It's perfect.
Yeah,
so,
we know they're in the
okay.
garage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, their onboard is
Gotcha.
stationary. Yeah, Sweetwater. It'll run on your ThinkPad.
I bet. I
It'll,
can run Railway Empire on my ThinkPad. Thank you very much.
it'll
Thank you very
probably.
much.
What do you think is the slowest computer today? It would it would run on a Raspberry Pi easy.
Is there nothing happening at 13 and 14, or are those cameras frozen?
No, just nothing was happening. That's multiple
not
times, you people. I'm looking at it in another window.
Oh, there it is. Right
That's
after you reset
16.
it.
I
That
didn't
is-
reset it. I didn't touch it.
We're on a slight
We're on a
delay,
delay,
here.
remember?
Yeah, I'll say.
So slow.
And mute. I'm kidding.
We seem to have lost Brendan there.
What a shame.
It's fine. I had a good run. Retired.
Yeah, 18 and a half hours.
Yeah.
I that's longer than a couple cars.
More than a couple.
It's yeah. So how many cars do we have left running?
All but I would say maybe a dozen.
Yeah, I don't even think we're at, well, when I left, we were not at 25%.
So if you take Sweetwater out of it, because they are definitely stopped, I think that gets us to 13. Unsure on the situation with the 45. So let's call it 14. What's 14 out of 47? Not quite 30%.
47 is
Right
like
around.
a prime number.
No, I know, but 14
It is
to
a-
42 is a third, right?
It is a pretty
14
good
to
number.
42.
That is true.
So you're probably at 56 to get to a quarter. Say it's like 30%, right? 29.78.
There you go, bud.
Get some.
Go back to Trig.
I love Trig.
Yeah, I know you do. You do it for
I
your,
made a
your
career
life.
out of it.
Yeah,
Yeah. I also just really enjoyed trigonometry in high school.
that's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
No, it was a good class, man. A good teacher.
Are you like, oh
Get all the
god,
difference.
there's nothing that gets me jazzed more than the law of cosines.
Sokotoa, BB.
Okay, that's nothing. That doesn't... if that's all you know from Trig,
No. I
okay.
can now also multiply by factors of 3 and divide by factors of 3.
We're all so proud of you.
Also, that matters less now that I'm only in a tower.
So
My vectoring skills need not apply.
the real question I have here is JT going to let me drive to Orlando so he can sleep in the car?
I have no idea.
I decided.
I'm gonna play it by ear.
Yeah.
I've already done one 5-hour energy. I know I have another one.
When's Nautical Twilight?
How old do you have to be to have a heart attack?
Is that like vampires but on ships?
But also, where's Nautical Twilight? When is it?
It started. Oh, nautical. No, astronomical started. Nautical, I think, is 644.
Okay,
643.
that is...
No, I
Or
thought
614.
614.
644. Astronomical is 616.
Okay.
So we are countdown to Nautical Twilight in a mere 3 minutes time.
Yeah. Also, our watch count, viewer count, is steadily going up. We were down around 18, 19 when we switched streams. We're up to 30.
It's word of mouth. People are getting around. They're hearing
We did well yesterday.
about the good content.
It was daylight.
Is hashtag good content different than just hashtag content?
Yes.
No.
Hashtag social, hashtag media.
159's
culture.
in.
That is... Start racing?
Yeah.
I searched Race Hero the other day looking for team names, past results, that sort of thing. So I searched for Start Racing, and the only one that came up was Don't Start Racing.
Nice.
Makes you think.
Not at this hour.
We got a slow car, or is that not on the track? No.
That is not on track.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the
Oh, it's
support
way
lane.
over there. Okay, now I can see that.
How long has it been since we've had a car recovered from anywhere? That we've known about?
I don't even have... Let's see. 4 off drivers left, 4:15 a.m. So that'd be 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, the 46 was...
And I don't even
Recovered
actually know if that
during
needed to be
13.
recovered. I think it just needed to be attended to.
Yeah. I think there is something to this idea that cars that are going to break early, and once you get to a certain point, the likelihood of having additional mechanical failures on the remaining cars drops off pretty significantly. until you get to, stated lifetime parts, that sort of thing.
So are you saying like better prepared cars are expected to last longer?
No, I'm saying that if cars are going to break, they're going to break early, whereas
Okay.
cars that make it further into the race are less likely to break any point after that because they've already made it that far. They're well prepared enough to have made it that far. Thunder Bunny is into the pits.
Also, rest in peace, Peugeot.
Except titanium Conrads.
Straight.
We all hot bothered. Driver changing fuel for the Thunder Bunny.
They were crushing it that year too, right?
Oh,
They were like smashing.
They were
everything.
1, 2, 3 at that point.
Well, so they had lost the Bourdais car because of the front suspension failure. It pulled one of the mounts out of the tub, right? So they were down to the Orica car and then the other two.
Right.
The leader blew up at Sunrise. One of the other ones had a problem at some point, so it was down to like the third Peugeot in the Orica car. The third Peugeot went out, and then the Orica car said, well, let's go for it. And then they blew up like 30 minutes later.
Right.
Yeah, that was that.
Oh, somebody is slow around 14. I think it might be the
Oh,
Stratus
boy.
car. It looks a little bit like it's missing its rear wing.
52 is in.
59 is listed as slow. It looks like it's missing its rear bodywork.
982 in.
Well, that'll come to a stop before it gets here, so...
See, you've cursed it. It's the commentator's curse.
Cars moving slowly around turn 3. It's Stratus.
Yeah,
It's in the barrier.
it's me.
It is.
Just going around harassing people on Twitch.
Turn 13. Car 59. Slow.
Sweet.
That's, yeah. I can vouch for this.
Thunder Bunny. Did they only do left side brakes on their last stop?
I don't know if they ended up doing brakes.
6 hours to go seems like an odd time to choose to do brakes, unless you have to do them twice.
Or unless the pedal's feeling soft.
I talked to Joseph
That
about
is
this.
true.
And
Here's
talked about
the slow car coming into 17, by the way.
the 99's in as well. But we talked about this with the brakes, that I would definitely not change brakes early,
982.
because then if you run out of brake at the end of the race, you now have to make a second brake stop. So you're effectively adding a stop for no reason. But I would change brakes late to see if I could push it, to see if I could make a better strategy call to land it with a yellow.
Yeah, I'd
something like
prefer
that.
late over early. I agree
Yeah.
with that.
So if they've been able to make the brakes last thus far,
Here comes Stratus.
plus it could be that they get
it's
2 days of runnings out of one set of brakes anyway.
It's dragging something. It's throwing sparks. Just not it's not too bad. It's not missing entire pieces of bodywork like I thought. But it's definitely
left
in
it's
trouble.
left its headlights on, so it's now washing out anything we tried to pick up behind it, any of the detail. It looks like the wing and most of the bodywork is there, so...
The one, Ryan, the one counterpoint that I thought of with that brake thing is if it's at all like say F1 tires where they like to be heated up slowly at the beginning of their life cycle. I could see an argument for saying put them on early in the night when ambient temperatures are cool and let them basically give them an easier break-in period. But I don't know if there's anything to that.
Yeah, I don't think... I certainly have never heard of that. I do know that you're supposed to bed brakes, but I can't imagine you're doing that here.
No. No, you've got to send it. I don't know. Just from a pure... It does depend a little bit on where you are. If you're chasing from behind, like actively pushing and chasing, then yeah, you want brakes when you think your car is going to be at its most advantageous relative to whoever you're going to get. But if not, I'd rather have the brakes at the end of the race so I can push if I absolutely had to.
Well, Stratus is still dragging something on the left side.
So are they headed into the paddock? That's a question.
More often than not, that's where I have seen them messing with bodywork when they do that.
Oh, Thunder Bunny has the door open. I think they've got the left side up on jacks now, and they're doing the left side brakes and tires. Actually,
There is a
putting the
brake
tires
pad
back
box.
on, I think.
There's a brake pad box next to that side of the car.
Look at the brake dust they dumped out of the left rear corner of the car.
13's in the pits.
Nautical Twilight?
When's... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we made it.
And then Bella said, "Arr."
I'm expecting to see orange.
I put on my
but I don't
robe
see
and
orange.
wizard hat.
Nice! Man. That... oof. Talking about obscure references, man. I don't know about that one.
That's a diffuse one, though. It's obscure, but it's diffuse.
Yeah, that's true. It is one of my all-time favorites.
It's
It crosses
pretty
my
good.
mind about once a year, and I just sit there and chuckle to myself.
Yeah, it's pretty
So
good.
this is mine for the year, I guess. That stop from the 52 was followed up. Was it followed up by a stop from the 99? Or just a long lap from the 99?
The 99
no, it's
did
the
come in.
in lap for the 99, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to be enough to promote the 52 into that spot. In fact, I'm certain it's not.
The so-called duo.
It's now kind of up to the 981 to do the chasing here on that Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Is the 9? The 9's still been circulating, right? Just further down, much further down.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. It's 9th overall, 8th in class. So sitting
there it is.
behind the 678 in the overall.
Have we lost choice racing here recently? They've pitted, and the gap to chill out system shows at 12 minutes.
I don't think that could possibly have been updated because I don't think they've come through.
No, the way that normally works is you see that gap update when the car completes the lap that the car ahead is on. Right? So the last lap choice completed was 401. When Chill Out completed its 401st lap, it will show an actual margin from completing 401 to completing 401. And the gap is 12 minutes, which says that choice hasn't been seen across the line in 12 minutes.
678 in the pits.
I got to think about how you would compute that gap if the
No, it's
car
just- it's
behind
timestamp
hasn't
to
completed that
timestamp.
lap.
It's timestamp to timestamp, and it has completed that lap. That's the point. They've now both completed 401, 402. Well, not anymore. But
Has anyone called out the Team GTR coming into the pits?
yes.
Okay.
Although it's lost 2 spots here, and I know those cars were close, but
The stop is on schedule.
okay, all right, that's fine. Yeah, 52 is still in the 227s here, and the margin to the 981, which I think has pitted. Well, it's a little early. The car pits a little early relative to everybody else. The gap's 10.4 seconds, so.
The 522 stop is on schedule too, so for whatever that's worth.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm still concerned by the fact that it's been 15-ish minutes since that car was seen. It was only about 6 or 7 laps behind Team GTR. Now that's out to 12. Another frozen onboard.
I know. I have audio.
I said the video was frozen.
Yeah, I know because I can hear it.
Well, I can't.
Oh well, maybe you should try turning the audio on.
I can't do that
Why can't you do that?
because I can't download the stream from any other source than YouTube.
I'm sending you 720p.
Acutely aware.
It's not enough. 720p can't do it.
No, not here. It's bad.
I'll send it to you by smoke signal.
Thanks, man. Let's do it. Morse code. Describe to me the scene in Morse code.
You know Morse code's not part of the test to get your ham radio license anymore?
I mean, that feels
Appropriate. There used to be a requirement for that. There is no longer.
I feel like that's like not teaching cursive in schools anymore.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't think
so I don't know where that
I don't
trope
think I
came
care.
from, but like,
No, part of it.
I learned cursive in school. I don't use it, but
I only write in cursive. I still don't care.
was that what inspired you to pick that font that you picked?
Did you think that was cursive?
It was certainly more swoopy than the rest of the font used on the overlay.
It was a monospace font. It's the opposite of swoopy.
Copied from Notepad.
It was Fixis.
Can we switch everything to Comic Sans, please?
What are we looking at? Oh, JT's pointing out orange in the sky. Behind the clouds.
Red sky
now
and morning.
I can see that it's lighter.
Yep, we're getting there.
It's quite cloudy.
It is. Cloudier than I expected.
Claudia Hutkin.
Nice. Cloudier Hurricane.
That's all I got. I didn't have a follow-up.
No, that's all we need. We all we need.
Okay. Team GTR 99 is back out. Long stop.
very good.
About 4 minutes 40.
Yeah, so that's 20 or 30 seconds longer than you'd hope for. Choice is not back out, and now they've
No,
lost
not the lap time. The time lost was about 4 minutes 40.
Oh, yeah, that's considerably longer than you would hope for, by several minutes.
Yeah.
Chill out's up into 7th overall now, by the way. And let's keep an eye on this battle for 3rd as well between 52 and 981, because I think in about 7 to 8 laps time, this is going to go the way of the 981 if things continue as they were. Now, if the 52 has a driver in it that has a little more pace, then I could, this may take a little longer. But the 981s have been bringing this margin down now for hours.
There goes Hammer across the line.
Which one?
The 01.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, 522 still stationary.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously an issue with that car. I think there's an issue with the Braunschweig car as well.
Oh, no.
Because that car was knocking on the door of the top 10 not terribly long ago, and now it's begun to slip to a car that also just did a brake change.
Well, and Braunschweig also had a 10-minute stop.
So are they on their way back out? Is that pit marker an out lap, or
It's tough to say because I don't have a timestamp on the lap.
No. So their pit marker is pretty routinely after their long lap. So I think this is just their out lap now. They've lost their time and now they're on their way back. As we approach the 7 o'clock hour and begin our sort of 30-minute countdown to sunrise proper, reminder you're listening to, watching, etc. DriversEye Live. Brendan Kesmerick, JT Tammy, Ryan West floating around here as well, and Joseph Mudrock.
117 just passed our finish
Oh, very
line.
good. On track, I assume.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. We are about to complete the 19th hour of racing, leaving us just 5 hours to go. On a normal day, it would be 11 o'clock in the morning, as far as our race days typically go. We'll be working towards a checkered flag, but here we've just we've been waiting. I feel like we have been waiting out sunrise since about 1:30 this morning.
Yeah.
12 hours and 50 minutes of darkness is our total for this event. And we felt every minute of it up here at the very least. I think 11, and that leaves 11 hours and 10 minutes of daylight, and a short-ish run to the checkered flag in full brightness. Something like 4.5 hours between when the sun peaks over the horizon out to the east and when we see the checkered flag here. I will be very interested to see what this does to lap times, because of all of the trends I've noticed, none of them are drivers and teams backing out of it on pace and taking it easy, right? Everybody, more or less everybody that's in contention for anything meaningful, not necessarily even in a battle, but in contention for something meaningful, has kept their pace up in the darkness. I mean, our leader set their fastest lap 12 laps ago, right? After it's been dark for, 10 hours, 11 hours. I will be interested to see, A, how long they try and keep that pace up, and B, what the effect the track temperature, the energy from the sun, and the changing conditions, visibility, and otherwise plays in the ability of these teams to keep anywhere near that pace. Do we see the sun come up and all of a sudden the pace goes out to a 27 and 28 for the leaders, whereas they had been pretty much, consistently in the 24s. I don't know. This is what I care about now because it's tangible. W2W picks up another 1.5 seconds there on the 52. Speaking of the 981 specifically. Worth noting, as we see the sun come up in the east, again, never been done under competitive circumstances at Sebring. Right? We've never picked up a sunrise out to the east here. It's always Sunset Bend and sort of that iconic transition from day to night here that signifies the last third or last quarter of the running of the 12 hours of Sebring. We've done that. We've done a ton of night running, and now out to the east, the drivers have a legitimately new challenge, which is what is turn 1 like for a start?
When the sun...
Other east-facing corners? What do we have? Turn 10-ish, turn 13 for sure, turn 15 kind of.
Turn 1 is definitely going to be the hairiest.
Yeah, I would think so.
That is probably the highest commitment corner on the track.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to send it into 17. There's so many different ways to take 17. There's only one.
Well, and 17 doesn't narrow on the exit relative to the track itself, right? Whereas you lose a lot of width very quickly on the exit of 1. And I mean, the entry to 17 is kind of okay. You can see the barrier curve away, and everything's kind of close in there. You've got braking markers and such. Whereas the entry to 1 is actually kind of featureless, right? The braking markers are on driver's left, very far away from where you are. Everything is a straight run into the corner, and you really don't have a solid braking and turn-in marker down there.
No, somehow, turn 1, despite turn 17 being literally under a bridge, feels less turn 1 feels more blind than 17 does somehow.
Oh, absolutely. Early stop from the 99 again here, guys.
Yeah, I think they're in some sort of trouble.
JT kind of looked at him and looked at me, I pointed and figured that is not correct. And indeed, they were just in at 4:13, so 4 laps ago. So they've got 9 laps in hand over the 982. So even if this is precautionary, there's no immediate pressure here. You've got kind of 20-ish minutes to play with.
Yeah, but everything in a race this size is going to be on aggregate, right? So I don't know if that's the right way to think about. I don't know.
I mean, you want to have a margin there. I'm just saying, before this really becomes a pressing issue where you lose whatever comfort margin or safety margin you had, you've got a little bit of time there where you can assess, determine and figure out whatever you need to do, come up with a plan, and then execute the plan as best you can, as quickly as you can.
But what I'm saying is, I don't know if you even necessarily care about who's around you, right? I think you just want to, because you still have 5 hours to go.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
I think
you want to try and protect what you can, but I wouldn't cut corners to do it. I would agree with that.
I think a minute's a minute, basically, is my point, regardless of whether or not there's a car a minute behind you or 5, because you just never know. Things could pop up down the road for anybody, really.
Sure, but like I said, we're kind of getting to the point now where they're happening less and less.
I suppose.
I mean, the only really significant development we've had over the last couple of hours is choice racing basically just disappearing. And even that is, well outside the top 5.
Well, and they took a pretty good shot to 2 ends of that car, so that,
Oh, yeah, some hours ago, yeah.
Right. Who knows the
if you
knock-on
weren't with
effects
us
of that might
earlier,
be.
the reason we talk about choice racing like that is because they were literally backed into a tire wall around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
It occurred to me just now, by the way, that we probably had a replay of that from the turn 3. Oh, no, maybe we didn't.
No, it was down at the time.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah. 701 is in.
There's a fight on for 3rd in GTO right now. 981 on 52.
Yep. This has been coming down since the most recent pit stop for each of those cars.
It should be this lap or next lap, I think.
3rd has come across line of 52. There goes the 981. It's actually come out that time a little bit. 0.4 of a second. So 52's responded a little bit, that Team ACP car. And now it'll be up to the 981 to kind of put the hammer back down here and see if it can bridge the gap. I agree with you here as well that a minute's a minute and seconds are seconds, so I wouldn't get too wrapped up in the battle itself. But from our perspective here, this is about the only thing we have going on at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to lean into this a little bit. JT's headed out to go take some pictures. So.
Have updated projections. Things are continuing to trend towards the 983, which makes sense. It's kind of what we should expect to see as we get close to the end of this race. Those probabilities tightening up.
Visibility now is not that I have anybody to stand here and debate this with because everybody's left me.
Happy hour.
Yes, this is just about beginning to approach the beginning of happy hour. Right, about 20 minutes before sunrise. We're 25-ish, but we're just pretty much there. Visibility comes up, track temperature doesn't. Therefore, more confidence, more happy hour.
Let's throw to an advertisement.
Okay.
I think that would be a fun thing to do.
I'm going to let the 981 come across the line here real quick. 4.0. So now they're matching each other, but they're matching each other in the 26s. So the 52 has kind of found a little rhythm here that it struggled to find through most of the night. Certainly the later stints of the night. They've already cycled through a couple of drivers since then, obviously, but now we're getting into a little head-to-head here, and that 981, I'm sorry, that 52 has found something here while being pushed by the 981. So let's throw it to Ed now. It'll take us 60 seconds, and we'll come back on the other side as we move very close to sunrise now and the final daylight stanza of the World Racing League 24 Hours of Sebring here on DriversEye Live.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
And welcome back, DriversEye Live, here from Sebring International Raceway. Happy to have everybody's company, as we always are. Numbers sort of bouncing up and down at the moment, but headed into the finish of this one, I think things will pick back up. Checker flag, of course, at noon Eastern, being that is when we took the green flag yesterday.
That's weird. What a coincidence.
Yeah, right? I think this GP3 lead battle is cooked, by the way.
In which direction?
In the favor of round 3. It's out to 6 laps. Which I assume is just owing to a problem or two from the 197.
Oh, yeah. There's very little doubt at this point in the projections anyway.
Had the projections already pretty well decided that was in favor of the 605?
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping that it would come back around. I was hoping the projections would be wrong, but they've actually been pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, I think our assessment as humans with limited observational abilities we're essentially that overnight was strong early on. They kind of controlled the race in the opening period, daylight yesterday and into the early evening, and then something turned and round 3 was able to take over and start really kind of wrestling control of the race away from overnight, but we didn't know what that was, so it didn't make any sense to us. So we stuck with what we knew, which is that, well, overnight led for a long time during the day, in irony. But without having something to back that up, there's really we didn't have a reason to trust the data because we couldn't make heads or tails of it anyway. So now that things are pretty firmly in round 3's camp there in GP3, I will trust the projections and trust what they said some hours ago, which is, I guess, that the 605 was sort of the odds-on favorite there in GP3.
Yeah, just kind of eyeballing the sky, to be honest with you.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, there's a car off to driver's right. Is that a car off, or is that behind the wall there?
Oh, I don't know. It looked like, initially I saw what you were saying. Initially I thought it was a car, but like behind the wall, but it didn't seem to have much protection between it and what appeared to be taillights.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the race control log. I will say that some of these light pole generators have markers on them that make them look like taillights, which I think is not the best solution, but
Yeah.
they are there. Yeah, nothing in the log here.
I'm more than happy as we make our way into the Sunrise Bend to be proven wrong about that, but it did look like a car.
Oh man, we are way out in the weeds here. It's back a little up over the curb, but we're way out wide. Half a second now between the 52 and the 981 when they came across the line there, so...
Oh, wow. Big shot.
Oh, whoa! Did a wheel fall off that car and it hopped over its own wheel, or did it take a hit?
Hold on. There was a... He radioed in, but I didn't quite catch it. This is on board the 159.
Spun and stopped at turn 1 as well for the number 20, according to the race control log.
This is not the 20. That's two separate incidents. So we'll almost
No,
certainly go-
I agree. I'm just telling you that that is also happening, and we immediately go double yellow.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Pretty standard behavior. If there's two separate incidents that need to be attended to, there's usually only one crew that can attend to it. So we tend to go full course yellow. That's a... You know, I wonder if he felt something off before
And that's why he was out wide at 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is possible. So you said it was a pretty good shot. It didn't look to me, and when he spun around, I didn't see anybody go by that would have suggested there was contact there.
No.
It looked to me like something at the rear of that car broke, collapsed, or came off. And then as it spun around, that big jolt was it A, going up over the outside curb, and B, rolling over whatever had collapsed or departed from the rear of the car.
Now, timing is still showing green flag, but I assume that sounds like that's not quite right.
No, it's definitely not. The yellow flags are out at start finish here. Double yellow.
Okay. Yeah, so timing needs to be updated. But oh yeah, I see it in that. I see another flag stand.
Can we see anything at turn 1 from either the 3 camera or the 1 camera?
No.
In search of this number 20? Do we have it on board for the 20?
I don't have an onboard for the 20.
Oh, okay. All right. The bit rate's low on this camera as well. It hasn't come back from its nighttime mega compression.
Yeah.
I don't see anything there at 1 that said spun and... it did say spun and stopped. It also said 4 off and continue at turn 16, so... Kind of been in the wars there.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of confusion going on with identifying some of these cars.
Right, but the turn numbers
so
are not even remotely close. The spun and stopped is at 1. This is very clearly at 5. Yeah, and now there's a separate call for... Oh, sorry, the 20 is spun and stopped at 10. At 10. They've updated the station from 1 to 10.
Okay. That's probably just a typo.
It was at the time, yes, and now they are
0.
adding the turn 5 spun and stopped as well. What was the number on that car, Joseph, that we were on board with?
159.
159, okay. W2W is Salmon on Race Hero here. I assume...
We're still listed as...
Yeah, he's in the
green.
pits, and they are doing a driver change.
We're still listed as green flag on timing.
Yeah, that's definitely not the case.
Let's see if we can identify the turn 10 incident of the windshield of the 110. Pro Sport has taken the opportunity to call to the pits.
Okay.
983 so far has not.
No, the 981 has come in though.
Okay, this is. Those look like lights off to drivers, right? But that would have been 9. That wouldn't have quite been 10.
No, that's at 12 going into 13.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's past 10, but those lights were there for some time.
Yeah, I thought I was
Also,
seeing things.
We did. We talked about them. And 981 has left. So I'll shake things up a bit relative to the team ACP number 52. The 159 had some kind of rear suspension collapse or failure at turn 5.
Okay.
And is now off in the grass stationary for your information there. And we think there's also a car stopped at turn 10, 11-ish. But haven't actually seen it as far as we can tell.
All right. Brendan, how many laps did you say we needed to get to the distance record?
446.
Oh, okay. So we're going to get there.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Yeah, 446 laps. Your average lap time is going to be 3 minutes and 13 seconds. So
we need 16 laps, basically.
That's correct. Yes, sometime in the next 4 hours and 40 minutes.
So we need 4 laps an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So
12 miles an hour. Yeah.
We're going to get there.
15 miles an hour, somewhere in there.
Excellent.
We've already broken the 12 hours of Sebring distance record. It's only taken us roughly 18 hours to do it. So
nice.
Pretty impressive, I think. Towards 18 went out to take a bunch of nice sunrise photos, and they're all going to be of cars under yellow.
He's gonna wait for the dudes who pit under yellow and then are going at like 75% speed in catch-up
The
mode.
W2W car is Salmon on Race here, but if you are following along, fear not. This is largely a product of Race Hero not being updated to be full course yellow yet. I would think.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, timing needs to be updated.
Here comes the 9.
That car's quietly found its way back into the top 8, by the way. Oh, leader's in as well. That's why it's Salmon on Race Hero. Do you know what time we are eligible for breakfast?
7.
7.
So we're there. It is Panera Grab and Go.
It might be. Oh, is it?
Sandwiches. So
Nice. You want me to get some for you?
actually, that'd be fantastic.
I might take a run down there. I'm really hungry.
I'm partial to the bacon turkey Bravo. That is usually a grab and go sandwich when Panera is a catered thing.
Okay.
Also, because we get Panera catered at work quite frequently,
Okay.
you do not want the smokehouse barbecue.
Fine. I don't think I want that anyway.
It's really
Just in general.
not that good.
Okay. Do you have a second choice?
Either the turkey BL, there's like a bacon BLT
Okay.
usually, or the bacon turkey Bravo is really worth
Bacon
it.
turkey Bravo. Okay. I'm going to go do the thing then.
Perfect. Do it. Make it happen. So Brennan's going to leave me here in charge.
I'm
at
gonna
the
go take a
controls.
nap.
I'm going to turn some of these knobs. Red 1, turn right full. All ahead flank.
Row 1 hot. Row 2 hot.
This is Clint in the booth. You copy?
That's not how. It's not what he sounds like.
I haven't heard it in a long time. I do think the Fox coverage of NASCAR is better than the NBC coverage.
Well, yeah.
I didn't know that before this year, because this is the first year I've even remotely paid attention.
I think a lot of that comes down to, I don't know. I have strong Mike Joy v. Rick Allen opinions. That informs
see,
a
I
lot.
Mike Joy is fine. to me.
Mike Joy is a corn dog, but I'm kind of fine with that.
Okay.
Rick Allen sounds to me like he would be a perfectly fine presenter, but I never feel quite convinced that he knows what he's talking about.
Okay.
Like, I want him and Tarico to, like, switch spots sometimes. Because they have Tarico do the, like, presentation stuff. And I'm like, Tarico is really good at play-by-play. Let Tarico do it.
Does Mike Tirico know enough about racing to do play-by-play?
He could learn. He learned hockey in, like, an off-season. He was pretty good at it.
That's fair. That is fair. For what it's worth, the emergency vehicles have moved from where they were stopped around. It looked to me that they were stopped more around turn 3 or 4, but...
Well, there were two separate
neither here nor
incidents.
there, I guess. Okay, so those have moved on.
Yeah, those are collecting this car, the 159.
Okay.
There was a separate incident involving the 20, which I think is Slipstream, who were holding down 5th in GP3. They've had a spin in turn 10 that needed to be attended to.
And we've got the 110 coming into the pit lane. I feel like they were just here not that long ago. They're now doing stuff on the right side of the car, and they have a bottle of something. Looks to be coolant or similar.
Uh-oh. Hopefully that's just precautionary topping off.
Right. Still showing double yellow up on the flag stand. Yeah, there still appears to be recovery vehicles over at turn 10. I can still see the lights flashing kind of here. There's just a bit of a tree in the way, otherwise I can see that a lot better. Have we heard from Scotty Mack at all?
We have not.
You know what? I'm beginning to think that he's not going to make it to the broadcast.
Oh, we've gone full course yellow. Believe it or not.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Oh, wow. Newcomb Racing is, back out.
The more the merrier, as they say.
Particularly when they have cameras to offer us.
Ooh, there we go. Joseph, how is the pit lane camera turn 17, turn 1 thing doing? Do we still have those?
The one pointed towards 17 fell over a while ago.
Okay.
The one pointed towards 1 is working just fine.
That surprises me, really, because the one pointing towards 17 is the one with the arm and the thing wrapped around the thing, and it's, like, mounted properly. The one facing turn 1 is held precariously by 1 zip tie.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Who would win? 1 advanced camera mount solution or 1 zippy boy?
I think we've discovered the answer.
Yeah, I think so too. It looks it's quite overcast here.
Yeah, I noticed that. I think that was part of the reason why we were searching for astronomical twilight so much.
Right. Let's see, I'm gonna flip over here to the other computer momentarily. Been using JT's bar stool, which is massively more comfortable than the chair that I have selected.
Newcomb Racing giving us a nice soft focus look at Sebring International Raceway.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, that small system is continuing to move south. It's now down by Sarasota. So I don't think we will be getting any rain. It looks like we might get again, just a quick sprinkle, if at all, at around 8:45 or so.
But probably not enough to really affect the race.
Right, exactly. And we're back to green here at the Sebring 24-hour. 19 hours and 30 minutes into the race. For you math fans, that means we're at about 4.5 to go.
Math fans?
Yep. So you still have the number 983 Will to Win racing car out front. They're on lap 433 right now. The second place car is the number 143 Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin. They are 3 laps behind the leader, and then the 981 Will to Win car is 5 laps behind the 983 in third place. Should come down here to GP1. We've got the number 110 Thunder Bunny racing car. I feel like they've been in the pit an awful lot recently, but just looking at the lap chart, it would seem that is not the case. They're making 2 stops for every, what is this, 30 or 40 laps. Like, pretty consistently it displays 2 stops at a time. There's a couple times they've stopped extra, but not too bad. So they're doing what they need to do there. Second place, the number 44 PC racing car. That car was all the way up into 3rd overall at one point, but they've run into some issues and were stationary for quite some time. So they're currently down in 2nd. They are 21 laps off of the GP1 lead. And then in 3rd place in GP1, we've got the number 701 Round 3 Racing. Also had some issues in the pits, we believe related to a cut-down tire. They are 31 laps behind the leader, which makes them 10 laps behind 2nd place. And then 4th place in GP1, you got the number 46 Ginger Racing car. They are 38 laps behind the leader. And then the 5th place, the number 346 Money Pit Racing BMW. And that rounds out the runners in GP1. We've got the Condor BMW 5 Series, which has had a rough time. They actually got up to completing... How many laps were they on? 99 laps, so not quite 100 laps there for the Condor car. The number 17 Core Motorsports Mustang, also they had to pack up and leave early. And then the number 348 Chattanooga Touringwagon BMW, we believe they had a hole in the block, was my understanding. So that's your GP2 update. We're going to look at GP3, the number 605 Round 3 racing car. currently leads on lap 406. The second place Overnight Motorsports number 197, currently showing on the timing screen as in the pits. Of course, I had stepped away for a moment, so I'm not sure if that's a legitimate pit stop for the 197 or if they're stopped.
That 197 has had some issues.
Okay. So you got the third and fourth place 9-4 Motorsports Lexuses, the 83 followed by the 84. They are 10 laps away, the third place car is. So the 197 still has a shot as long as they can come back out, get circulating again. And then the number 84 car now 7 laps behind the sister car. And that's going to solve your top 4 in GP3. Brendan, welcome back.
Thank you.
I see you are sans Panera.
Yeah, this consensus is it's not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll revisit that.
All right.
I did speak to Alex Mayer a little bit.
How was that?
Nice. It was good to see Alex.
Good.
Yeah, all recovered after the runoffs.
Yeah, that was a wild accident. I wish we could show that without getting copyright nailed, but as I understand it, another car in his open
Atlantic ended up on his F1000 and on his helmet, but he's doing all right. Broke his helmet, which is significant. But yeah, he's doing all right.
Well, that's good.
He's coming back for the next 24 hours of Sebring in 3 weeks.
Sweet.
Yeah, one of the few doing double duty here. The team isn't, but he'll be back, I guess, with NOLA Sport here in a couple weeks. But other than that, I think it's the first time we've seen him in that TCR since Daytona.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, he was at the 14-hour Daytona, and then it was doing okay, but they started shredding tires, and that was the end of that. So, yeah, not an ideal run here either, unfortunately.
No.
I see the 981 has passed the number 52.
Yes.
Yeah, that happened basically on the restart.
And then the 981 did a 239 and lost all the time back. Still has a position, but only just. No, now everything's reloaded. Oh, we have to wait for everybody to come across the line again. Yeah, so it's still got the spot. Now everything's recycled through. We're good there. Approaching the point here where headlights are becoming a little useless.
I'd say so.
You can still see them, the glow of the headlights on the track, but I don't know that they're doing much for illumination or pathfinding here. I think the sun's pretty much up here, right? Whereas 2 minutes ago, officially, unfortunately, obscured by a pretty hefty layer of gray.
Yeah.
From just over the airport and points further west. So, we made it, guys. Made it back to daybreak.
And thank goodness it's not like Le Mans where we still have like half of an entire afternoon to go.
Yeah, 8 hours, 9 hours. No,
Yeah.
this is four less than.
Yep.
Oh yeah, 4:23.
4.5,
There you go. Yeah. I think our Thunder Bunny onboard has stopped, unfortunately, or needs to be
that's no
reset.
You don't have to tell me, Brendan.
Well, I don't know how long
I
it's
have
been like that,
audio.
you know? I forget. I keep forgetting. There we go. I'm amazed. Look, I realize this is an opportunity to jinx things, but for as much concern as we had over not having onboards and things like that towards the end of this race, we're actually still doing kind of okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 197. Now that we have broken day at Sebring, I think I've identified why that 197 might be in a little bit of strife. It is completely missing the front bumper cover, and the rear bumper cover is loose, not hanging off, but loose. And having damaged both the front and the rear of that car, I would not be shocked if it's hit one or several things at some point during the course of the night.
Well, and I have Actually, so there's a spin and continue listed at the top of the hour at turn 16 for them. More.
Oh, no, you know what? Contact with the 522 at turn 15.
Well, there's. And then look at one line above that. They've already been docked a lap for a fueling infraction.
Oh my gosh. Things are falling apart in the overnight motorsports camp.
Yeah.
They already had a warning for a fueling infraction at 4:56 this morning. Yeah. I wonder here if the spinning continue and the contact at 15 are related.
It's possible. Yeah.
Oh, no, they were half an hour apart. Disregard. But the 522 is listed first there, which would lead me to believe that they are sort of presumed to be the aggressor at this stage. Big hearty thank you to those of you who are joining us at this stage. Waking up and joining us for the final 4 hours here. Much appreciated. Your company as always.
Really like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be optimistic.
Okay.
You know? Let's round down.
3 of us haven't slept, so this is gonna get weird. Yeah.
Let's go.
It's gonna get loopy.
No, if Sebring ever becomes anything like Portland, I'm not coming back to Sebring.
Would that not be an improvement?
As it stands, it's a tough sell. No, I don't think so.
Oh, I disagree.
No. Come on, man.
Sebring is ripe for gentrification.
You
Brent.
no,
I don't know.
name one opportunity for gentrification you see in Sebring. Name one.
At literally all of the land. You could take all of the land that
That's
people
not what
have nice
gentrification
parcels,
means.
rip all of the trailers out, and put in condos.
Who's gonna buy them?
People who can't afford to live in Tampa.
But putting nice condos in Sebring isn't going to make them affordable condos. It's just going to make them more expensive
make
in a
them-
place no one wants to live.
It'll make them more affordable than the condos in Tampa.
Sure, but in a worse city.
Brendan, nobody wants to live in Reading, and they're doing the same thing right now, and it's working.
It's working?
Yeah,
Sounds terrible.
yes.
No, that sounds awful. I don't want to live in Sebring. I like coming here, but I don't need to live here. Not least of which is the track internet issue, but
They're supposed
maybe
to fix
that'll-
that. I
What?
talked to Jimmy,
yeah.
and for next year, because they have all this money from the NASCAR thing happening, they're going to have a whole new network set up.
From the NASCAR thing happening?
Yeah.
Like from NASCAR buying all of the IMSA properties?
Yeah.
They've owned this property for like 4 years.
Right, but
5
now
years.
they're actually going to do it.
Okay.
So they're going to do fiber in the building, brand new network.
That sounds very nice. I hope it comes to pass.
I hope so too.
Yeah, that would be nice.
What if NASCAR
it would make-
paves Sebring?
I hope
Don't
so.
say that. Why? Why? What is this fascination with actually repaving a place?
Because it's hilarious to watch people freak out about it.
No,
It's-
it's not.
truly,
And I'm going to
it's
tell you
very
why.
funny.
Because this layout without the character of the bumps is garbage. This layout, billiard table smooth, has nothing interesting. Name one interesting thing about this layout without the bumps.
I think they should build in like a whoop section.
See?
I think they should repave it, quote unquote, but they should leave it concrete so that you still have the ridges in the surface.
You think they should just put in new concrete pads?
I think they should redo the whole thing in concrete.
Yeah, but so these are concrete blocks,
Right.
as
think they
opposed to
should-
just.
Yes, I think they should
You think they should
redo
put
the
in new
concrete.
concrete blocks?
Yes, but they should do concrete blocks all the way around.
That's not the track.
Right.
The track is just the concrete.
I want to
blocks
preserve.
here.
I want to preserve the bumps, but also
Well, then why repave it? I fail to see your logic or any of the logic in
Yeah.
repaving Sebring. It
Because
does not make any sense.
it makes the surface a little bit better, enough that you get all the keyboard warriors to be quiet about it's unsafe.
So you're
But
on a
then
social war to
also-
repave Sebring, not an actual this makes the track better war.
Correct.
That's the dumbest thing.
Yes.
Absolutely the dumbest thing.
Yes.
I am hardcore against that. If there's a legitimate reason to repave Sebring, I'm for it. Like if the track is falling apart, that's one thing. But you know what? They've been at this for some time.
I would say that the cracks and bumps do mean that it's falling apart. It's one thing when people. Nobody's saying, "Oh, Coda has character because it has bumps."
I heard a
People
man
bitch
fell through
about
the
it.
seams at the front straight.
I think it has character because it has bumps. I'm fine
Oh,
with
people
it.
don't say that. They just say that it's unacceptable. A
I don't
track
think
should
it's
not be like this. But because it's a track in Central Florida that used to be an airbase, it's like, oh,
Well, it is
so
part of
great.
the character of the facility. Like I said,
And that's
without
part of
the
the
bumps,
character of Coda,
this
too,
is a
but, like,
tremendously uninteresting
no one likes
track.
that.
It is dead
It's-
flat.
There's only the back straight is on Old Airport anymore. Old Runway. But basically, I think it was like, yeah, it's 14 to 17. That's the only, everything else is permanent.
But 14 to 17 has been repaved. You don't transition to the old blocks until you turn into 17. And then that follows around through the exit to turn 1.
So what's the argument against repaving it?
Well, the only interesting parts of the track are the parts that aren't on fresh concrete. The apex of 10 and the apex of 13 are still on the old blocks, and those are a mess. They're great, but they're a mess.
So the track is deteriorating.
Yeah. Right. So
Well, I think they should pull it up and then just lay
raved about Atlanta.
lay a bunch of sand
place is
down
fine,
so
but
that it doesn't settle
The
right.
geometry, too.
I have no problems with Sebring being the way it is. It's not a warrior. I'm not on a campaign for it. I don't understand why people care so much about Sebring being repaved or not. It's a mess. It's been this way for decades, so leave it a mess. Just let it be what it is, man.
At some point, it's not going to be raceable.
I don't know. Does it get to a point where it just stops degrading? It
How
might
do you
be
feel?
there.
How do you feel about this big paved strip in the middle of turn 6?
I don't care. I don't think it did anything. I don't think they were tremendously bumpy there. It was all pretty smooth. They repaved that 20 years ago, so, you know.
I mean, if it wasn't tremendously bumpy, they wouldn't have replaced it with a patch.
I don't know. I got nothing for you, man. Are you on Team Repave Sebring too?
I'm on team whatever's funniest.
Okay.
I'm on team.
Two really good arguments, guys.
I'm on team pave Sebring and bank turn 17.
Okay. If you have to repave it, like if the facility is going to crumble into dust, and you have to do something, I would throw a little bit of banking at 17. I'd be fine with that. But give it some character. Don't just leave it flat because it's dull as heck without it.
I thought it was interesting. I think it was Alonso after they went to Zandvoort this year was like, yeah, I like that they put camber in the corners. It kind of stinks that they just make everything off camber now and they expect that to be challenging. Because it actually just ruins corners when you put it everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And meaningful camber, not just Does anything at Coda have any camber? I think everything's completely flat, right?
Yeah,
Maybe turn 2 a little bit, but it's not much.
Well, the thing.
Downhill right handle.
Yeah, turn 2.
Yeah, that's turn 2.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think that's the only one that might have any camber at all.
The thing that's challenging is when you're planning on making a circuit with gigantic tarmac runoff, then you're like, okay, well now I gotta build a crown into this runoff.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's tough. Huh. Well, unless you bank the runoff.
Yeah, you could.
Sandboard.
Or you can just put sand there.
Yeah.
Sand fort.
I mean, that is literally...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You ever wonder if Dutch is just kind of like an elaborate prank that the English played on the Netherlands? Like,
On the
what if we
Germans.
took English?
Check
and
out our sweet language.
What is Fort language? What are you talking about? Don't worry, we brought you tulips. And it's like, what?
We stole your language, made it worse,
Stroopwafels.
and then brought you tulips. Stroopwafel. I had a terrible stroopwafel earlier on my flight down here.
I like the honey
United
stinger.
stroopwafels, not good.
I like the honey stinger waffles, which are kind of a stroopwafel, sort of.
Oh, I've
They have
never had
lots
one.
of vitamins and stuff.
Oh, so let's take something inherently unhealthy and make it healthy.
I don't know if it's healthy. It's just less worthless as far as like a
Stroopwafels
nutrition.
aren't worthless. They're delicious.
I just
from a
I put
nutritional standpoint.
a couple tablets of emergency in my absinthe, and I think that's
You should put emergency on your stroop waffle.
Okay, okay, timeout.
Like
You're talking about
powdered
putting
sugar.
emergency in absinthe, but you shot down race fuels and vodka.
Yeah.
Come on.
yeah. I propose that because it's a dumb idea.
SMH.
We should have been doing this at like 4 in the morning.
Probably.
No,
I wasn't here.
I was at peak tired at 4 in the morning. I never would.
We also had JT here playing defense. from
That's
us
true.
having Fun, so
Yeah.
He's like the Dikembe Mutombo with jokes.
The 52 and the 981 has gone back the
Oh.
other way, incidentally.
it has.
So for some reason and somehow, the 52's gotten back past and pulled out about a 2-second gap. It's not really of significance because it kind of just keeps going back and forth.
I would
look,
say
the
that is
13.
significant.
Well, no, but it's not. They're not pulling out gaps and they're not really doing anything. It's
It's on track action, Brendan.
it
On
is, but I don't
Action's back on
Dancer
Tuesday.
on Dasher. Anyway,
On Tuesday?
on traction.
Yeah, for Maction.
It's too early in the
Does that
week.
start Tuesday?
Yeah, but I have Tuesdays off, so it's okay.
This is a tremendously out of focus camera.
I like it.
It is.
It's like Sebring, but you're tired and haven't rubbed your eyes yet. So me.
Yeah, I was
literally
like,
right
that's
now.
Yeah, it's
Brendan
just-
IRL.
But that's just reality.
I'm going to leave you to make the next food attempt, Brian, whenever you feel it's appropriate.
Okay, sounds good. I want to play around with Let's Remember Some Guys. Is that okay?
Sure.
Oh,
right,
boy.
I am going to keep an eye on this will to win
Please,
52 Team ACP situation here.
please do. I wouldn't think of anything else happening.
Okay. This is off to a great start, Ryan. I like
Did
this.
you know that Thomas Inga ran 2 rounds for Patrick Racing in IRL in 2004?
It checks out. I'd buy that.
He must have had a big check.
Who was it? Was it they're talking about a dinner with racers, or was it an interview with somebody where they were discussing how many? Oh no! It was during the Le Mans broadcast, during the World Feed. They had Oliver Gavin and
Tommy
Aston
Milner?
Martin driver.
Uh,
No. They had
Darren Turner.
Darren Turner. Yeah,
it was
during
Darren
the
Turner.
World
That
Feed.
was pretty good.
They were Ollie
They
Gavin
snip
was
back and forth at each other about racing.
They
so that
were.
was awesome.
You know
But
Spencer
Ollie
Pompelli
Gavin
killed a guy?
referenced. Ollie Gavin referenced to Darren Turner how many races specifically Thomas Enga, or no,
Shut up.
the
Look
other
at
way
this
around.
shot.
It's a good shot. That's a great shot. Glad we moved that one. Referenced how
Would've been
many
better on the other side of the track. But all right.
how many races Corvette won specifically because of Thomas Enga. Like Ollie Gavin brought that up to Darren Turner on the broadcast.
What, because Thomas Inga took out the Aston, or
Yeah, he would just wreck his own car. Yeah. Or get a penalty or something dumb. It was either 2 or 3. They said Le Mans they won specifically because of Thomas Enga.
that's awesome. Here's another guy. How about Vitor Meira?
Oh, one of Joseph's
Let's
favorites.
talk about Vitor Meira.
Never won an oval race, right?
All right.
Never won an IRL race.
Never won an IRL race. Everyone was like,
Twice
he's so...
finished second in the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah. He's finished second a lot, but never won.
Wow, he's got one more second place finish than Marco Andretti. The thing that I
Neither
never...
of them are in IndyCar anymore.
I never got the Vitor Meira hype because it was all of that stuff pre-split. You could tell that the talent pool was so much shallower in the IRL. I mean, and then so they unified, and it's like, oh wow, this is weird. Meira's now like struggling to get into the top 10. Like, well, yeah, what a shock. I never understood that. I mean, I get you got to hype up your guys, but it's just
Dr. Jack Miller.
not. I mean, I'm not saying he was a bad. I'm not saying Meira was a bad driver. It's just
Not
like
saying I wouldn't go fishing with the man.
they like they make him like the second, like the reincarnation of Chris Amon, and it's like, no, he's fine. He's slightly unlucky.
He was fine. He was fine. Like, I don't think he didn't need to be an IndyCar. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't a seat he couldn't hold down, but I do think
it's
he
insane
was going to deliver the results that were expected of him.
No, and he was racing for Panther, right? Like, anyway,
Was it Panther?
That year it was. I've already clicked away from that.
Didn't he race for Rahal? No.
No, he was with Panther for several years.
So I am currently looking at 2004 IndyCar.
You ever think
and
about
he is
how
listed as driving for Ray Hall Letterman in the G4 Honda.
He moved to Panther later. But you ever think about how Vitor Meira has one fewer IndyCar win than Carlos Huertas? You ever think about
I have
that?
to be honest, Joseph, I don't think about that.
I think about that sometimes.
I saw an Iverson clip of somebody getting taken out by Gabby Chavez the other day. Gabby Chavez makes no attempt to make the corner and just dive bombs the guy.
So when I saw the Hideki Muto shirt from earlier, we can circle back to that real quick. I also saw a crew fire suit from Gustavo Yakiman's team in Indy Lights.
Yak Attack. That is...
You got to be
amazingly
careful with some of these
relevant.
names, because some of them are probably peripheral to this paddock.
That's fair.
That's fair. How about another guy to remember, Darren Manning?
Darren Manning was really good.
Yeah.
Was he? Because his results look exactly the same as Vitor.
No. Darren Manning had talent.
Did he?
Yeah.
You tell me. He has no podiums in Indy Racing
raced
League.
for a seriously declining Walker squad in kart. Well,
He got a year with Ganassi.
Yeah, he did okay.
He got 2 years with Ganassi and never got higher than 4th.
Is that right?
Yes.
In the points or as a finish?
As a finish.
Oh,
He was
interesting.
11th, 21st, 13th, 14th, and 31st for his 2004 through 2009 IndyCar seasons.
By the way, the contact between the 522 and the 197 is still under investigation. That hasn't been resolved yet.
and this gap between the 52 and the 981 is coming back towards the 981. At the very least on that lap, it's now down to a second. So I'm gonna try and pick this up out the window.
Yep.
Out the down the run to turn 7. Here's a 982. 01. Number 0001.
I don't know where you're doing, but I feel like you should do it.
It's 5 miles.
Okay.
That's the 52. So, interestingly, the car immediately ahead of the 52 is the 9, which is the sister ACP car. I don't know that he's being held up here, or if the 9 is pushing his way through, and that's what's sort of backed the number 52 up to the 981. But the margin came down by 1.5 seconds last time, so I'm not really sure how that's happened, but it does mean we've got a real fight on our hands here for 3rd at the moment. What will be interesting as we march, towards noon here is what the back time pit stop rotation looks like, because they are offset a little bit. The 52's been pitting later. Oh no, you know what? They're now even. They both pitted under the last full course caution. So forget I said that, because fuel range notwithstanding, fuel mileage notwithstanding, this is kind of a fight to the end between the two of them. So after spending...
2
Go ahead.
has been penalized 2 laps for contact with the 197.
Down at turn 15?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's insult to injury there.
That's penalizing the 522. That's not penalizing the 197.
No, I know, but the 522... Didn't the 522 disappear with a crazy long stop just before sunrise? I think it did.
They had something going on.
52 and 981 come through, start, finish. Still in the same order. 54-minute stop for that 522 from Choice Racing. I'm going to assume that was related to the contact. Actually, you know what? Maybe not. But it did happen at some stage. They lost 54 minutes, and then when they came back out, they were penalized for the contact. So, like I said, that 197 is looking a little worse for wear, and because we couldn't see it till sunrise, I actually don't know what happened. You know, I don't know if it was I don't know if that damage happened overnight and we just couldn't see it, or if it happened basically right at sunrise.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, we really have very little else going on at the moment. Choice, and Hammer could end up embroiled in a little battle here. The 0-2, who's up to 13th overall, by the way. There may be something to play for. Both of them on their 410th lap, and they both did a 226 something last time around. But the margin is just about 73 seconds.
Four hours ago, and that means I rerun projections.
Nice.
Woo! Let's go.
It'll be interesting to see what it has for third here. Should be a toss-up, but...
I hope it's 50-50. Like, just dead split.
Man, if you want a shot that shows what Sebring is mostly like, it is that shot of turn 14 and 15. At sunrise.
I think it's unfair for people to try to dunk on Ohio and be like, no, Ohio's just all dumb and flat. Like, have you been to all of Florida?
We did have that discussion 2 nights ago, didn't we?
We did. And wherein I described Florida as wet Wisconsin.
Yeah. Wisconsin.
And then I also determined that Ohio is underrated and that I actually quite liked Ohio and I would much rather be there than here.
Yeah, but you saw the area immediately north of Columbus.
Which is nice.
It's fine. Drive from Columbus to Cincinnati sometime.
Cincinnati,
that's where the hills are, are they not?
I mean, there might be hills in Cincinnati, but
that
the
stretch
drive
of
from
71
Columbus to Cincinnati
is widely regarded as the worst piece of highway you could drive on in the state. And people and people judge the state on that, and it's like, that is ridiculous.
It is a hefty portion of the state.
It's
It is not all of the state, but it is the state.
I mean, a hefty portion of California is Interstate 5 between Bakersfield and Red Bluff.
Sure.
So it's the same problem. Nobody has an issue with California.
Oh, I have issues with California.
Of course you do.
Yeah. Hashtag Commonwealth. Anyway.
Apparently, according to people on the internet, the state of California has actually taken over all private business.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, commies, it said. Yeah, I got you. Well, we're not going to get into that here. Yeah, anyway. 2.3 seconds. Where's JT?
Okay, so
Nip this right in the bud.
We're looking at 981 and 52, right?
Yeah.
So in the fight for third, 38% chance 981, 52% chance Team 52.
Yeah, okay. So more or less a pick'em.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that feels right. Without having driver ID, look, when you're in it, let's put it this way, when you're in a professional race setting, you have driver ID, you have strategists, you are making decisions solely based on your finishing position, right? We're in a close fight to the end, we're going to put in our best driver, we're going to back time everything, and we are going to do everything in our power to grab this position. That is not what we're doing here this morning. This is a 24-hour race in an amateur endurance racing league where there are multiple concerns. Yes, you would like to finish well. Yes, a overall podium here would be awesome. But as a commercial operation, you also have drivers renting seats, people paying for seat time, equity in seat time. These are all things that have been planned out ahead of time. And while there might be a little wiggle room for strategy purposes, you want to go get the finish, it doesn't always mean it's going to shake out that way. And without having driver ID, without knowing or having any inkling of who might be in the car when, it really is going to turn into, can either of them stay out of trouble or both of them stay out of trouble between now and noon? And who is going to end up getting in the car and what is their pace relative to the other? That's it. So by the time we get to roughly 2 hours to go, we should have a better idea of that, but there is absolutely no way to predict that. So it should be a pick 'em, 50-50.
I agree. I feel pretty good about that prediction.
I disagree.
I feel pretty good about predicting that it's going to be a 50-50.
The only slight edge is that the 981 has done a 24 flat in this race, and actually fairly recently. Lap 358. The Team ACP car has not reset a fast lap since lap 15, and that was a 24.9. So almost a second difference. So here we are.
I recognize that the sun is pretty low in the sky, and so there's not going to be a ton of heating from it anyway. But the clouds that are hanging around are going to keep the track a little cooler also, I think.
For a bit. This just Florida, this stuff tends to get burned through pretty quickly, and then it builds as cumulus later, if there's any humidity at all. So it will look like this for a little bit. It will get sunny around 9, and then you'll start to see the white puffy stuff build up, a little closer to, let's say, 10:30 or so. It is the way here.
This is the way.
Yeah. Just under 4 hours to go. 3 hours 55 remaining. It is 8:05 in the morning. Eastern Daylight Time. You have to celebrate for another week.
No, we don't celebrate daylight savings time.
Of course you do.
No. It causes heart attacks and road deaths every year for literally no reason.
Also, it's called daylight saving time. There's no S at the end of saving.
No, that's fine. I find it very funny that people who want to get rid of it want to go to it permanently.
I don't care which they go to as long as they just leave it.
Gotta go to DST. GMT -4, man. If I have to go to work every day and look at a clock and adjust 5 hours instead of 4, it will damage my psyche forever.
That's because, the thing is, you are awfully close to where you should be in the Atlantic time zone. That's a different issue.
Yeah, I assume that applies to every portion of every time zone, so. Which I think is fair, right?
Wait, what point are you making? In your you're sleep deprived, your dementia-addled brain?
I'm very tired. No, that's absolutely true. RJ, I apologize for whatever we say over the next 4 hours, but none of us has slept, so. Well, Ryan slept.
Ryan slept. Which means
I'm a loose cannon.
He's over here picking fights about daylight saving time.
Yeah, we have under-optimized.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But we got everything done we wanted to. I mean,
we did.
Cameras are still up.
I do want to remember one more guy, and then I'll have done everything I wanted.
Okay. Laurent Radon.
No, it's actually Alex Tagliani.
Still racing.
Is he? Where?
NASCAR Pinties Series. Pinties? Pinties?
I think he has stopped racing.
Oh, is that right?
Pinties Series.
Do you know how the Canadians...
he is still running.
There you go.
2021. Okay, all right.
Do you know how the Canadians pronounce his name?
Tagliani?
No.
Nope. Tagliani.
It sounds like how somebody from New York would pronounce his name.
It sure does. Drives me up a wall.
So Alex Tagliani, of course, ran in Champ Car. Apparently,
does he still have that stupid goatee?
Yes. IndyCar has such little respect for Champ Car that Alex Tagliani was 2009's Indianapolis 500 Rookie of the Year.
That's only because he hadn't run the Indianapolis 500 before.
The 500, you're right. It's not for the whole series. You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Having Roman Grosjean be in contention for Rookie of the Year just really chaps me.
I mean,
makes
if you've
me
never
angry. That makes me internally angry.
Yeah, I mean,
that you can be.
Jimmy Johnson is up for Rookie of the Year, right?
At least Jimmy Johnson drove a car which was not substantially similar in any regard.
I mean, I think Formula One is pretty well set apart from most open wheel series
Yeah, but he also ran like GP2.
for a long time.
Right.
Longer than most.
Whereas Jimmy Johnson has only ever driven sedans since he transitioned away from off-roading.
He did drive open wheel when he was younger, right? When he started midgets and oval dirt tracks.
I don't know if midgets counts as open wheel.
Sure it does.
To his credit, he did
Don't be
try to return to trophy truck jumping when he joined the Busch series.
Are you referencing the Watkins Glen accident?
I sure am.
Yeah.
All right.
That was a doozy.
Fast lap, at least a PB for the 701. It looks like.
Margins come back down again for third, down to 0.2 of a second. And a pit stop from the 982 from Will to Win.
And from 110, Thunder Bunny.
Oh. Still leading. What's their margin in GP1 these days?
Probably
20
a
laps.
lot.
Yeah, it's down from 23 to 20. Also, PC Racing is up into second. I think that's because Ginger Racing has had issues.
Yeah, Ginger Racing had
A long time ago.
big issues. Yeah, a while back.
Yeah, so it's promoted PC Racing back up into second, round 3, 701 up into third. GP2 still chill out systems, and then round 3 racing in second. Rocker Wrenchdahl, nice recovery to third. Although I think
Nice.
it's probably been that way for some time.
Yeah, but it's worth talking about.
Yeah, look, I don't have much to say about GP2 because those gaps went out big early.
Yeah.
And then just stay there. Ooh, side by side for third down the front straightaway and into turn 1. 981 and the 52 were absolutely together across the start-finish line. Is this them coming into shot here? I think it is. Ooh, 52's wide. Or was wide in the shot. I know it's behind, but... And as they exit turn 6 out the window in front of me... Not quite, that's Hammer. 9. They come out. Did they come out the other side? They did. The 52 held onto the spot, and actually pulled out a couple of tenths of a second over the 981. Who I think probably just got hung out to dry a little bit on the outside of turn 1 there.
I'd say so.
Marching across the line was less than half a tenth of a second. Tenth of a second. That is something.
The wind has picked back up as well.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Again, Florida, I guess. Pit stop
It's
from
also
the zero.
just energy in the atmosphere.
Sure.
It's temperature. There's more of it.
Pit stop from the 0-2 has dropped it to 14th overall and dropped the class position to Choice Racing, number 522. I feel like Choice Racing is running Hammer's race in reverse.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Hammer has been pretty clean now for the last 12-ish hours.
Yep.
And Choice has just had all those dumb problems, but very late. '99 is into the pits. Is there a world here where the 99 can challenge the 52 and the 981?
Yes, I would
Do you
say
think so?
I do. I think the 99 has the pace.
Joseph, did your prediction show any chance of the 99 on the overall podium? Or P4 for that matter?
Low. Their median result would be
Okay.
5th.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going back and forth here because the margin before this pit stop that the 99 is about to make was under a lap. Also, it's an early stop for the 99, so that's not helpful either. I thought this would have been on schedule, but it is not.
They got the kinks worked out of that car. I wonder if the 99 also was a freshly built, new everything type of situation.
A la Hammer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the inner workings of Team GTR. That is probably something we could, research a little bit before COTA here in a couple of weeks. But I don't know if they're the operation to just throw new parts and money at a car to try and make it better and race ready for a specific event, or if they just, run parts to a schedule, rebuild it when it needs to be rebuilt, and otherwise just kind of let it ride.
I really don't think they would be throwing parts at it for parts' sake. I do think it would be genuinely useful to rebuild a car before a 24-hour race.
I agree.
If you're anywhere close on any interval, you
depends
may
on how well you know
well.
the car, I guess, to some extent.
Right.
I don't know. The car hasn't raced since... Who is that?
Is that the 99?
Was it? I don't think so. That
They were
car's stationary, right?
Stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, I think it's them revving the engine.
Oh, yeah, they've got a problem down there.
They were doing that early in the race as well, during the pit stop. That was the 99 making that noise. So, hopefully they'll be all right. Joseph's prediction says they have no shot at the podium, so...
Well, now they especially don't.
Right.
The chance was low before. It's basically none now.
It was it was a 9% chance. I didn't want to oversell it though.
Gotcha. The clouds are indeed burning off. I don't know if they're burning off so much as shifting as well.
Yeah, eventually I think they will just sort of dissipate and you will get a new cloud layer. It's puffier and taller. By the way, we hadn't really mentioned this because GTO just sort of gets absorbed by the lower classes as time goes on. But when you break GTO out on its own on Race Hero, we've only lost 2 GTO cars today.
Now, we've had several that have had long stops.
Sure, yeah. As with every class.
Right.
But in terms of full-on retirement, the DBR 540 car was taken out on lap 9, and we lost the automatic racing car to the tire wall at turn 7. And that's it. Everybody else is still actively circulating.
Well, here's a...
Other than the 99, but, they've been out.
Here's a thought. I think you're more likely to be a corporate, quote-unquote, team in GTO, wherein you're selling lots of seats, and therefore the car has probably been prepared to a higher standard to ensure that it stays on track with more new parts, etc. And they probably also have a larger spares package to ensure that that car can stay out on the track, even if they do run into trouble. Whereas somebody like a GP3 or 2 team either doesn't have the wherewithal, or it's less of a financial hit, if you will, to have a car not be running the entire time.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, does the GP2 or 3 team have the resources to, repair and replace actively, mid-race? Or is that we've got to take it back to the shop to do a lot of that work?
Exactly.
We know the Chattanooga Tourenwagen car that blew an engine up at turn 10 early evening yesterday, late afternoon, I guess, was not going to be able to swap engines last night.
Right.
And they were just pretty much immediately confirmed as a retirement.
Yeah. Core Motorsports, for example, that's a pretty professional team in IMSA, especially. They don't bring a huge contingent of people. They only have a handful here versus some of the other teams, which I always think is interesting. But they're coming to do it, but they're not blowing all the money on it.
I mean, it depends on what their stated goal is, right? I guess if it's meant to be a commercially successful rental operation, then yeah, that makes some sense.
Right.
Or it would make more sense to spend some money if you're doing it as a testing opportunity for some parts, if you're doing it to let the guys who dump a bunch of energy into your operation and your business have some fun on a weekend, yeah, you probably don't invest a bunch in spares and the tools and everything necessary to make that car run as much of an 8-hour race or 16-hour race weekend or 24-hour race as possible.
Right.
So, well, it's a little different for everybody, I guess, at this level.
Yep. I agree.
52, still holding off the number 981. Gap's gone kind of back out to 2.1 seconds here. It's really the only active battle of interest. The choice and Hammer thing is a little dependent on pit stop rotation. Hammer had recently pitted, and at the moment doesn't really have the pace to hang with the choice car. 2:27.8 from the 02, the 5:22, a 2:22.8. Oh, fastest lap of its race, actually. Wait, what? I'm very confused.
Let's talk through it together.
Well, Race Hero is showing me as completed its fastest lap on its 420th lap, but it's only completed 418 because, Ryan, it was docked 2 laps for a penalty.
Yes, sir.
And Race Hero doesn't know how to handle that.
Correct.
There we go. That makes sense. So it has done its fastest lap.
And we have, obviously, we missed the actual time that it happened, but we have now beaten the distance record.
Oh, very good.
We're at 4:51.
Yes. And
Lots
still,
of time to go.
Yeah. Can we get to 2,000 miles, you think? No, probably not. That's another 20%. We're down to 15% of the race left. So I think we're going to come up short of 2,000. Oh, we are Josephless for the moment. Oh, had not realized that happened.
That's okay.
I have no value to add.
No, that's fine.
I'm downstairs, so I can hear you.
Oh, you have
Sure.
multiple levels. Oh, wow.
I have to make myself breakfast or I will fall asleep.
Must be nice.
Wouldn't it be nice?
Well, are you on the ground floor of the press box?
No, we're on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, I know. I'm being facetious.
No.
I've got breakfast right here for you if you'd like.
I'm not eating Charleston shoes.
They're good. It's marshmallow.
Are you planning on getting breakfast downstairs?
The thought had occurred, yes.
Okay.
When you said that Joseph had gone, I figured I might want to stay a little bit longer until Joseph has ungone.
I don't care. I'm pretty hungry.
I'm not
Yeah,
really
I-
here.
No, I
I'm
understand.
kind of-
I
I'm a
can handle
ghost.
this. I can handle this.
Brendan carries the broadcasts on a good day anyway, so me leaving doesn't really matter.
I do often stand here alone, physically alone, because I am the only one here. JT has abandoned me, and Ryan is doing more important things than talking about race cars, which is, at this moment, getting food. Very, very important. Oh, he's taking beef jerky for the road, which I appreciate.
What you thinking about?
Well, how little there is to think about, really. I am
It's
a little
always the
intrigued
awkward
by-
thing. It's always the awkward thing with these, these kind of. I'm gonna be slightly tongue-in-cheek, but these sort of more real endurance races, right? Where there's real attrition, right? And there's real problems that show up, and now you're like, okay, what do we talk about? Because there's a 5-lap gap between everybody on the track because they've been going for 24 hours.
And let's compare this to your modern professional endurance race, right? Your 24-hour endurance race. Not every car is going to have an issue, and when they do, they're pretty well defined, and the information is easily accessible, right? You have PR, you have swaths of pit lane reporters, you have all kinds of information. You have Twitter, Instagram. All that stuff gets put out into the public sphere pretty quickly, and is easily digested and made sense of. On top of that, not every car is going to be having these issues, so you are digesting less of that information. When you look up and down the timing and scoring sheet here, racehero.io, you see that almost every car has had a problem of some description. I think literally the only car that has not had a major problem is the 983. That's why it's in the lead. But looking back through 45 cars worth of timing,
the second place car was on fire at one point and had to be
My
extinguished by
point.
its own driver.
my point exactly, right? So looking through 45 cars worth of timing and seeing 7 laps, 3 laps, 1 lap, 7 laps, 8 laps, 20 seconds, 1 lap, 4 laps, all the way down the list of margins in between cars, you wonder and think back on what relatively little you can remember or have kept notes on or have direct information and knowledge of that got the car to that point, or got all of those cars to that point. And there are, little nuggets along the way, like you mentioned, the 143 Pro Sport Aston is, barring anything changing between now and noon, which is a long way, but barring any major changes, is going to come home with an overall podium after having, like you mentioned, been on fire at turn 3 or at turn 7, having its brakes extinguished by its Indy 500 starting driver, and then brought back to the pit lane and sent immediately back out on track, where it began this massive recovery drive to sit second overall and second in class. The 52, I don't remember too much about it. The 981 was solid, little gremlins along the way. Team GTR has been fighting new car gremlins for the better part of the season, also today. Chill Out Systems has had a decent run in GP2, but they've never really been pushed. Even now they hold the 7-lap margin. Thunder Bunny had its issues early on, but lucked into its position when the PC car, not lucked into, but took advantage of the PC car going by the wayside, and now leads its class by a huge margin. There's so much that's happened to so many cars in these classical endurance races, and without having full notes and direct knowledge of everything that happened to each car, you just look at it and go, yeah, 3 laps is a big margin, between these cars, and it just is what it is.
Yeah, I do want to
look forward to things that can change, but in reality at this stage, it's probably not much.
I do want to run numbers on the ACP cars before we get too close to the end of this race, because
sure,
I don't feel like they've run into any problems. I just don't feel like they've been particularly quick. Maybe they have hit problems and we've just missed them.
Well, and that's part of what I was talking about, right? Where did their time go? Where did the ACP 9 and 52's time disappear to?
I really
some of
think
that is we've been awake for 30 some hours, and
I really think it's just
all the little details. But
I think it's just been whittled away. I don't think they've had big incidents.
No, I think that is fair and accurate. But the margins are the same.
Thinking about it off the top of my head, I don't think we've seen them in the race control log once. I don't think we've seen either one of them.
Yeah, that might be true. Pit stop from the 981, by the way, from W2W. Even in GP3.
Is that... Hold on. Is that... I think they were just in.
The 981?
I think so. Either
they
them
were
or the 982.
in at 4:23. It's now 4:47. So they did pit a little early. There's a chance they're... No, they're not back timing from here. 3.5 hours is not the right number.
There's also no point. Because a caution could come out and ruin that plan anyway.
Yeah, so that's early from that car. It appears to be at full song, back on track. Outlap was a 2:44, and inlet was a 3:46, which is barely enough to throw fuel in the car, but they did it. I don't know. I wonder if there was a strategy call there, and recall our interview with Tim this morning about them having hired an IndyCar strategist to run with them. I think it was an IndyCar strategist to run with them this weekend. Very intrigued by that. If this is a strategy call, because they are embroiled in a battle at the moment, very interested to see what that is. And how that plays out. Because if it's an extra stop here, I think they're sunk. Stand by, Joseph.
Alrighty, Joseph, I have returned.
Okay.
From the Breakfast Club, if you will. If you forgive the pun.
I will not, and I do not.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
Not as sorry as I am.
Perfect. So what's going on? What have I missed, if anything?
We've just been filling time.
Okay, cool, good. I'm good at that.
One of the things we were trying to figure out, so the 91 came in after about a half stint.
Okay.
One of the things I'm kind of trying to think through now is, or was it the 982? Now I've confused myself. But one of the things that I want to think through is, are W2W trying to set up either car in particular for the East Championship?
All right.
It's an interesting thought.
So we can ruminate on that a little bit after I finish putting jam on my bagel.
I do actually have the championship results here in front of me, the championship standings. So we would be looking at the
you've got the
East GTO
results.
championship.
How fortuitous.
If they are, it's not for the 981.
No. I agree with that.
It would be for the 982.
Would it?
So the standings at the moment are Screaming Goat on 66, GTR 99 on 54, TLM USA on 50, Stratus on 48, Will to Win 982 on 41, right? So you have to pull a margin over Stratus. I think they've got that based on Stratus's issues during the day. TLM's not here. GTR 99 is a spot behind the 982. So you're not going to get much out of that, and Screaming Goat isn't here either. So I don't see a situation where, unless the 982 can catch and pass the Team GTR car, it's not going to happen for him. Because they're already 13 points behind.
Are you considering the triple points?
Well, it doesn't matter. If GTR is scoring more than Will to Win, it shouldn't matter. None of them have any drops at the moment. Or their drops are 0.
I'm not looking at the table, obviously.
No, I'm not going to run through all the permutations, but if you're 13 points behind and scoring less this round...
No, I'm not talking about the national championship. Are you talking about national?
No, East GTO.
Okay.
East GTO.
Hold, please. Your call is important to us.
Yeah, I just don't see... I don't see a scenario where that is beneficial to the 982 in any way. They would literally have to park the 981 and hope the 99 has a major problem. At which point you wait for the 99 to have a problem and then you park the 981. But that's hosing the drivers who paid to race the 981, and I don't think that's not the right call. It's an interesting thought, but looking at
No. I'm not talking about sabotaging one car for the. I'm just saying, is one car in an obviously better position championship-wise?
I mean, the 981 doesn't really feature here, but it's also
I know the 981
isn't in a good position at all. Really an irrelevant position. You know, so that is probably a non-issue here. Almost certainly a non-issue. The 9 is in. The second of the Team ACP cars. And to their credit, like you mentioned, Joseph, they haven't really had any major issues. They're both in the top 7, both of those cars. .143 is into the pit lane, the Pro Sport Competition Aston. I think that will just be a standard stop in and out. So we were kind of mentioning before, you know, there's all these little minor details that get lost during the course of a 24-hour race, trying to pick through, you know, the data and the little notes you keep along the way. But there's so much that happens in a classical endurance race like this, where almost everybody has an issue of some, to some degree.
Unless you're the 983.
Well, right, but to Joseph's point, with the 59, the 52, and the 9 not really having issues, but also not really having the pace, you're trying to account for cars that haven't had the consistent pace, but are still behind cars that have been fast but have had problems. And that is what makes it interesting, but without having access to information along the way, it's part of what we do here, but they're just the sheer volume of information for a team of our size trying to pull that off is right. It's not practical, right? So you try and make sense of it when it becomes relevant, and that is a real challenge. So staring at timing and scoring here is, we can sit there and explain over the last 8 hours how, the 52 and the 9 were in the top 3, both of them. The second Will to Win car, the 981, was up there. The 982 was up there at various points. And how, over the course of the last, let's say, since midnight, things have substantially changed, but those details aren't there. So it becomes the ebb and flow of endurance racing.
Pro Sport has been in and out, by the way.
Yes, so I mentioned they were in. They are now also out. The 983 is in. Last in at 4:30, so that is on schedule. 27 laps done. The 52 is in. So maybe this 981 wasn't all that early. There may be a minor fuel pickup issue or something there. 427 to 440. Yeah, there may be a minor issue there, but I don't know that it's going to cause concern yet. Especially if they can run the rest of their stints to a full, 25, 26, 27 lap distance.
Yeah, I'm looking at the histograms for the different teams. 52 is really the one that has been excelling, because their median times, move that away, their medium time is some 3 seconds slower than the 983.
Right.
So it's they've really been consistent and just drilling away and faultless. It's just that the 983 is that much faster. The 9 has clearly run into issues because they're in between the 983 and the 52 on pace. Right. So you would think on merit they would be, basically where Pro Sport is. So they've clearly run into something, but I, to be honest, couldn't tell you what.
Yeah, I gotcha. And it seems like a no-kidding type of situation, almost, when you've got a GT4 car laying down laps versus basically a club racing car that's not even as fast as a TCR, in theory. Now, obviously, you've got some power-to-weight things you can play with to make all the cars play nice together in the same class, but in general, I don't think the M2 has as much pace as some of the other cars in that class. That might be... Is that M2 consistently the slowest running car in that class, or no? In, say, the top 7?
Are you talking about the ACP car specifically?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
That's a good question. Let me look. It depends on which car. Honestly, the in terms of relative pace, genuinely 9 was splitting the difference between the 52 and the 983. They were doing fine.
Well, if you're splitting the difference, then you're still slower.
Yeah. Well, okay, let me... So, for example, Braunschweig is a little slower. They're sitting 8th in class.
Okay.
Team GTR is about about on pace depending on who's in the car.
Okay. So it's not as simple as like, oh, well, they have the slower car, so that's always going to happen. There's more nuance to it than that.
A bit. So number 9 lost. They went from being... Sorry. Went from being about 2.5 minutes behind to being... what is that? A lot of minutes behind.
Right.
Around lap 164 for them. 162, 164. I'm not 100% sure when that would have been in terms of time, but we could... Let me scroll up through race control and see if I can identify what happened to them.
Okay. .522 is circulating again.
Ooh, Rocker Redstall. All sorts of squirrely through 14.
Let's see if
Gathered
I'll
it up, though. Well saved.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a handful of lock there.
I have a spin and continued on back-to-back corners for the number 9 around 7:20. So that must have been when things kind of fell apart for them.
Okay. Now, spin and continue would imply that they didn't hit anything, right?
It's unclear, but if you're spinning in back-to-back corners, I assume that something is precipitated. That's not necessarily
broken.
driver error, yeah.
Right. Well, we're looking at 3 hours and 19 minutes to go here at Sebring.
Okay. So I had
Yep.
forgotten about some of the points permutations that we had worked out.
Okay.
And I'll double check this math before we get too deep into the end of this race. But what I had worked out was that if the 983 finishes first, that would put them on 71 points.
Okay.
That would be, so it would be their total of, their current total of 32 plus 39, 13 by 3.
Right.
That would get them to 71. In order for Team GTR to pass them and land on 72 points, I think, GTR 99 needs to finish 6th. They currently sit 5th.
Okay.
Now, which also means that they can be passed by the team car, by the 982, and as far as I can tell, they would still take GTO East. If they have a problem and fall back behind the 9, then they're in trouble, then they need something to happen to the 983.
Okay. I would put my money on something not happening to the 983. It seems pretty stable up there. And this is not the time that you would be taking risks in traffic, etc. The 701's in the pit lane. They're doing a driver change.
That 701 is an enigma to me. The fact that it's wound up 3rd in GP1 is maybe it's only a surprise because it's had its issues so much earlier than everybody else did, which is, I don't know, makes sense. But I had pretty much counted that car out for as long as that sat stationary yesterday evening.
I agree.
And
they were in no hurry working on the car when I walked by.
No, and I think with thanks to Ginger Racing and all the issues that the number 46 BMWs had over the later part of the overnight hours and into this morning, it's allowed that 701 back into contention. I mean, it's still 30 laps off the class lead, but
Right.
kudos to Thunder Bunny, I think, in GP1 for running maybe the most conservative race ever and still being 20 laps ahead of their nearest rival.
Second place car in class. Not somebody who they were not worried about the overall.
No, of course not.
They wanted to win their class, and they're doing what they need to do to ensure that.
Yeah. Overnight Motorsports, overnight, their race has almost literally unraveled. I mean, to go from leading your class yesterday to what I'm sure are repeat mechanical gremlins or new ones that are just popping up over and over and over. They're now 15 laps behind the 605. That time has literally just melted away and disappeared. To the point that actually they're kind of in danger of losing second over the course of the next 3 hours here to the number 83 from 9-4 Motorsports. The pace isn't, is fine. They're still turning laps quicker than both the leader and the third place runner. So they're in a good spot there, but any more problems between now and the end of the race, and I think they could be at some risk here of slipping to third.
I think I agree with that. And the 9-4 Motorsports cars have been very consistent today. I think they ran into some penalty trouble early as far as passing under yellow. But other than that, those cars have kept very clean. They run, as I recall, pretty long stints, too, if I remember that correctly. I feel like the 84 didn't come in until way after everybody else's first pit stop.
Yeah.
So I think they might have had a little bit of a strategy advantage on their side as far as potentially being able to save a stop. I haven't done the homework on the stint length and stuff on that, so somebody else would be better equipped to determine whether I'm correct. But I feel comfortable saying that.
Ooh, that might be a better job for somebody with better data processing.
Probably.
Yeah. Because otherwise I'm sitting here doing it manually.
Do we employ someone who does that?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. The alleged data processing.
Yeah, there we go. In our round of pit stops here, the 981 overtook the 52 again. And the gap is 4.6. Now, there is a question mark over that 981. We just mentioned stint length.
Right.
As to whether or not it's going to need an extra stop relative to the rest of the GTO field. My guess is probably not. I think everybody pitted early enough that it's not going to matter too much, but you've got to keep an eye on that.
Speaking of mattering, can somebody reassure me that the dark clouds behind turn 17 aren't going to affect us?
They're not.
I just saw that picture from the turn 1 camera looking back. I don't think it's as ominous as the camera makes it look.
It's definitely not.
JT shakes his head no.
It's worse.
Mododka posts on Facebook from the 701. I only got night stints thanks to my tire failure during the day.
He should have given those to Brian.
The tires?
Maybe they could have traded. No, I mean he could have run the daytime stint. You could have just put Brian in at night. Good news, your first track session at Sebring is going to be in the dark. Have fun.
Yeah, I don't know what that rotation looks like. That was a 4 or 5 driver team,
right?
In the 701. I have the lineup here actually. Stand by. I think it was 4. It was 4. Brian Giddinelli, Lonnie Unser, Mododka, Michael Gilbert.
Indeed.
We never really heard from anybody else at round 3. No, we have a solid collection of drivers up here, but
Yeah, especially for a 24-hour race. I would have hoped that we would have had more people.
I'm glad Brian came up. I enjoyed talking to him, but
I'm glad Paige told us in the comments that they were going to change brakes. That was cool.
yeah, I mean,
A few hours ago,
we
honestly.
did watch it happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
This 981 and 52 margin is going out to 7 seconds now. I don't know, 52 to the driver change. We don't have their pit stall here in front of us, but it's out to 7 seconds. The GTR 99 car is on the same lap, only just. It is literally just a couple of seconds out in front of the 981, and so roughly 99% of a lap down. But you know, same lap is the same lap here. So if the 980, I'm sorry, if the 99 can keep pushing here, I don't know how much time, how many laps we're going to have left in the next 190 minutes or so here.
We're about to be at a
what do you think? Probably
Michelin
60?
Pilot Challenge race worth of distance here.
Yeah. Wait,
180 minutes, right?
no, there's 120.
Oh, 120.
2 hours, yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's 180 minutes at Daytona.
It's 240 minutes at Daytona.
Oh, it's 240. Oh,
Yeah.
well, there you go. I thought it was 2 hours and 40 at Daytona.
No, it's
Okay.
4 hours.
Gotcha.
The long ones are 4 hours. The short ones are 2 hours. We might get 70 more laps in here in like 190 minutes.
Okay.
Averaging, let's see, we average. Yeah, 76 laps. So if they're gonna do this, they're gonna have to pull in close to 2 seconds a lap to try and get back around to the 981 and the 52, and I don't know that I see that happening, especially as the track warms up again this morning.
Joseph, are you there?
No.
No? Okay, that's fine.
What's up?
I'm wondering if you have been able to see any signs of fatigue on the lap distribution chart. Because one of the things I was thinking about is, you know, we talked a lot about 24 hours at Sebring, rough track, it's a long time, etc. And I've noticed a lack of catastrophic mistakes, if you will. But I also I'm not in every car every lap. I'm sure people are missing apexes because they're tired. I'm sure people are braking a little bit earlier, etc. But then I thought to myself, we have data about that. We have a data person. But if you're not here, then we can pick that up another time. So much as to say, I'm impressed by
I can answer part of that.
I'm impressed by the standard to which the driving has been after this many hours of running.
It's Let me give me a couple teams that you might be thinking about in particular, and I'll look at their lap times over the course of the race.
We just talked about the 701, and I know that they have a 4-driver team. So in theory, their driving load is a little bit higher than a team with 5 or 6 drivers. So like, sure, let's do the 701, and let's do the 84. We talked about them recently as well.
So how do you isolate fatigue as the cause of increase in pace?
A decrease in pace. Or,
well,
yeah,
increase in lap times.
Right. I don't think you can per se, but we're now starting to get into, as you said, where the track is going to start to warm up.
No, exactly.
So we've had a consistent-ish track state since the last yellow, basically. And so if these laps are slower or faster than laps from the beginning of the race, you have to correct for drivers.
I think the temperature,
I don't know.
the track temperature has already gone up. I mean, looking at lap times compared to pre-dawn, we were turning 224s pretty consistently. And then after our second to most recent round of pit stops, so 2 rounds of pit stops ago, we started 225s, and now we're running pretty consistently, actually, just in the 226s and 27s.
Okay.
So even just the few hours of sunlight we've already had this morning, hour and a half roughly, has brought the track, has taken about 1.5 to 2 seconds worth of pace out of the track.
Okay.
Based on what I see on Race Hero here.
Right.
Now, Is some of that due to fatigue? Possibly. But if that coincides with the track warming up, I don't know how you isolate one from the other than maybe fatigue leads to a higher variability. Like you mentioned, missing apexes, hitting curbs, dropping wheels, things of that nature. That might also be the case, but then you also have traffic that plays a role in variability as well. So, for my money, Joseph has data in front of him, and he can do some work on that, and I will let him do that. From my observational standpoint, and having watched a lot of these sorts of races, I feel like that is a really hard thing to isolate, especially as conditions are changing and evolving and moving things in the same direction that you're suggesting they would be moving, right? Which is fair.
Right.
I think that is an appropriate assumption, but I don't know how much. I don't know how much of movement in this direction would be due to something like that.
I would theorize at least that if the race started at midnight and we're just now getting to 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, whatever it is, the pace would be higher right now, or would be higher then than it is now. I think the track condition changing looks worse than it probably is because people are tired. Like, I think we think the track is getting warmer quicker than it might be because we have exhaustion coming into play, because people are taking it a little bit more easy. Like, I don't know.
That I am certain is true. That people look at gaps around them and say, well, we got a gap in front of us of a lap and another one behind us 3 laps. Why would we push this car?
All that too.
But it's happened to everybody at the same time, except for GTR, who's just done a 22.8. So maybe there's game on here for P3. But maybe this is part of it. Maybe everybody else is backed out of it because they're tired for all the reasons you just mentioned. And that's why the pace has gone out to 27s, 26, 27, 28. And somebody like GTR, who still has something to play for and believes that they have a pace advantage, is just going to turn up the wick and turn their guys loose and say, go for it. Whatever you can get, go get.
If GTR clicked off a 22.8, their best lap was on lap 26 and was a 22.1.
So that's kind of my point. So maybe that we're not moving as much temperature into the track. Maybe everybody is simultaneously choosing this as their time to back everything out, run things to the flag, and let it be what it is. GTR is the standout there, saying,
we still have
push
pace.
like hell, go get what you can get.
So I guess the point then would be we can't isolate between I'm tired and making mistakes versus I understand the limits of my body and I'm going to choose to drive slower.
Yeah.
One would assume they go hand in hand. You're going to make a mistake at some point.
I think that's a team discussion.
Okay.
I think that's not I can't push myself anymore. To some degree, sure. But I think you still want to perform for your team and the effort that they put in, so you're going to reciprocate.
Right.
Unless you have a discussion as a team and say, look, this is where we are in the standings. We're not going to catch the guy in front of us, and we got a healthy gap behind us. Let's back out of it and let it ride.
I think the only way you can definitively pinpoint fatigue is if you have visual of cars missing apexes or going off track in a more consistent manner.
If you are going to pick that out in data, it's variability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So one lap is good, the next lap is a mess.
Yeah, and then you would be constantly seeing a fluctuation in terms of lap times. Yeah. But just solely looking at data, you can't really just pinpoint fatigue. You have to have the visual process to see where it's not necessarily traffic, but it's, it's going wide through turn 1. It's going, off track, exiting turn 5, that sort of thing.
Pit stop from the 522 of Choice Racing, which is going to throw a little wrench in things with their battle with Hammer here. Back for P10. 10 in class, 13 overall.
I dare say that car didn't sound completely healthy when it
Is that what that car was? Is that what that noise was?
That's what that was.
I don't know what you call that noise, but it wasn't pretty. Joseph has sent an HTML, which I'll let you open on your laptop. On Slack. If you're interested in that sort of thing.
I am interested in that sort of thing.
227 last time from Team GTR, so... that 222 was kind of a special lap time there. I assume traffic played a role, or maybe a mistake or two played a role in bringing the time out to a 227. But that car is still capable of a 22.
Right.
And a 22 is a sort of lap time you could go pick off P4 and P3 with.
Just looking at this, there is more variability, I would say, in the lap times, especially since the last yellow. But it's not tremendous.
Yeah.
There hasn't. Now, obviously, we still the track is only just now getting hot, we assume. Times for most cars were pretty steady. They have just now started to go back up a little bit, it looks like, but times were still trending down up until about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything.
If I'm reading this correctly, Joseph.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in there that says, it tells us anything about fatigue. I think when I look at track conditions and see how they're affecting the race, I'm usually looking at I'm usually mentally drawing a trend line of the minima of what is the best time that somebody's able to turn in a given window.
Right.
And you can kind of see that a bit. You can see at sunrise, for example, both the 701 and the 84 actually started to increase their lap times a little bit, started to slow their pace down some, and they actually pulled it back down. It's kind of, it seems like the biggest factor might actually be when the track is changing, not necessarily when the track is grippy or is hot or cold, but when you're in the process of adjusting to that,
right,
and feeling out where the limit of the track is, and maybe it's even in imperceptible ways. Maybe you're not even noticing that the track is changing. You're just like, I need to back that corner up a little bit. I can be a little more aggressive. I'm not carrying enough speed through there. I think those are just. I really think that seems to be a lot of it. Is just getting used to how the environment changes around you.
Right. That makes sense.
Under 3 hours, boys.
Yeah, GTR has done a 224 again, so this is still on. We'll keep an eye on what this gap is. Right now it's a 204 flat. It's going to be hard work, and this is going to go on for a long time. But if they've got the driver lineup in the right order here, yeah, like I said, still on here. Pit stop from one of the round 3 Caymans, Boxsters. I think it's the 605. It is the 605. Caught the number in the right rear corner.
Thank you for getting that data for me, Joseph.
Oh, I already. That's something I always have available. That is a click of a button away. I mean, I could. It would look almost exactly the same.
You swing wildly between I always have that available versus I'm going to wait until the top of the hour.
Predictions are slightly different because
this isn't the same software and or process.
It's the same software, but it's different. That what I'm providing in what I sent you guys is just information. It's just raw. What was the lap time history of these cars? Predictions is slightly different because predictions can change pretty severely based off of, especially how mine is not calibrated.
Right.
Predictions can change pretty wildly based off of different events, whether or not we've captured a pit stop at the right time, things like that. So there's no, I don't want to run those too often.
I gotcha.
Also, by the way, the predictions take a minute to run too, because they're, especially when we get later on in the race, there's more data to actually process and whatnot.
Kudos to Braunschweig, by the way, for recently turning their fastest lap of the race 2:25.809, which, earlier in the race would have been, well, is still actually very competitive with the top of GTO. I appreciate that the car probably wasn't capable of running that pace, all day and all night, but it's got the ultimate pace in the car anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Their 441st lap. Another
fastest laps.
Another 4 seconds taken out of third and fourth by Team GTR. So while the 981 and the 52 sort of squabble over seconds here and there, that M4 is just taking chunks of time out. So, for my money anyway, this is our intrigue,
Right.
between here and the end.
The
Is seeing
last
what this
step.
99 is capable of.
Yeah, because as soon as they get back on the lead lap, not only are they going to be hunting down the 52, but subsequently the 981 as well. The two of them have been flip-flopping for the last couple hours or so.
Yeah, really since just before sunrise. Tightest class lead battle from what's that name? Timothy Stoll. Huh, never heard of him. What is the tightest class lead battle? I don't know, it doesn't matter, it's Tim. What's up, Tim?
It's GTO.
Is it GTO?
Yeah.
GTO,
Yeah,
we were literally just talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, GTO by a mile.
yeah.
Maybe Tim
I'm-
should try listening.
Yeah, Tim.
Tim.
I hope this is the right Tim Stoll.
That'd be
I mean,
really
what are the-
awkward if there's another.
There is another. On iRacing. There's another guy that's Timothy Stoll.
Oh.
But Tim Stoll is our Tim Stoll is Tim Stoll.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's most
On
likely
iRacing.
ours.
I hope it's ours. Otherwise, we sound like a real jerk.
That's true. That is
Yeah,
true.
the other class leads are 8 laps, 14 laps, and 21 laps, respectively.
There you go.
So GTO it is.
I mean, if we were to condense this back down to 8 hours worth of running, that margin would be under a lap. And we'd say, wow, this is still pretty close. Right? That's how I like it.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. But it's all I've got.
I mean,
in
it's
my sleepless, exhausted brain.
have you tried caffeine?
I've had quite some so far this morning, but that only gets you so far.
Yeah, we're
Awesome.
sending them off.
605 is in the pits.
Seems like they were just here, just in the pits.
They were.
Yeah.
Well, they may have just left. I don't know that means they're back. I think they just left, and it's updated on Joseph's timing now. Yeah, it just come across the line now on their out lap.
Okay.
No concerns there. They are very solidly in the class lead.
Something else I want to point out real quick. ACI Motorsports set the fastest lap of the race on lap 394.
Their fastest lap of the race, correct?
That's purple.
Oh, it's purple.
2:21.484.
Wow. Only lap in the 21s, I think, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Our pole time was 2:21. Was it 21 flat or 21.1?
I think it was flat.
Yeah, it was right around very low 21 anyway. So we're close to that.
Yeah.
So we jump on board with the 601.
Still no audio on these.
Yeah.
And you can verify that on their YouTube feed. So it's not something that we're doing. Unfortunately, it's something higher up the chain of events.
The candle chain.
Sure.
James Candelaria.
That's
Seamus.
his street name. Shane's Candelaria. Anyway.
You can tell JT's editing photos because he's not crowbarring us back to being on task.
I mean, what task?
He's producing hashtag content.
Yeah, I'm creating hashtags that I have no idea what to do.
Race WRL. That's all you need.
I did that. I did the other ones.
I don't know what the other ones are.
A lot of them are copied
you can do
from
Hashtag
24
Library of Congress.
Wheel to win. Wheel to win.
You can do
you know,
24
wheel to
WRL for French, and then WRL 24 for English.
Hashtag Gus Johnson gets buckets.
Why are we waving green at start? I assume that means we're yellow at 17.
And he puts it away. Pointed at the ACR car, or ACP, my apologies.
That was very odd. Nobody's come across the start-finish line slow here. As if they are recovering from a spin or something at 17, so... peculiar. The margin from the 981 to the 52 has ballooned out to 20 seconds. I think something happened to the 52 that time. They had a slow
think so,
lap
too.
there. 2:41.5. Time to check the log.
52, spin and continue.
There you go.
Yep,
What
there
turn?
you go.
17.
Oh, well, that'll be the cause of the...
Oh, we got some smoking on the Ginger Racing.
Oh, man.
Looks like rubbing on the tire.
Absolutely.
That fender
Where?
right there.
The right front tire.
It's coming down pit lane right now. On the front right fender seems bent in a bit. So maybe that was our local yellow in 17 there.
We think it was a spin and continue for the 52.
Okay.
And that's what the log says, anyway. But it is possible the 46 was involved there, because I don't see anything else for the 46 listed here.
What? It's one row up.
Oh. 4 off, spin and continue at...
Just
15,
4 off and
15.
continue.
15, yeah. Or 4 off and continue at 15, yeah.
As is tradition.
Ads.
That was... Ads. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
And welcome back
Oh,
to the 24 Hours of Sebring, the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Joseph Mudrock. The quartet guiding you through the inaugural running, possibly the only running of the World Racing League 24 Hours of Sebring. There will be another one next weekend, or 2 weekends from now, excuse me, by a different sanctioning body, but no guarantees that one returns either. This has been a most extraordinary weekend of racing. I think it's fair to say. It's the first time we've covered a 24-hour race with the World Racing League. Never been a part of the 24 at 5280 before, which is the previous iteration of twice around the clock enduros for WRL. But I would say this is a better choice, but still maybe searching for the proper home for 24 hours for these cars.
If High Plains was the 24 at 5280, this is the 24 at 0000.
Yeah, at 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, at 8. Something like that. It's
like it's 20, I think. It's literally like, I think the airport is listed as 20 meters MSL or 20 feet MSL.
feet. Yeah, it'll be feet. We've had attrition today.
we have.
But it hasn't, well, and yesterday, but
It's
it
mostly
hasn't
been here, behind the production booth.
Well, yes, for sure. But it hasn't really been retirement type attrition. It's been go spend 45 to 50 minutes in the paddock and fix your car attrition, and then come back out and do it again 4 hours later.
Right.
Which is not unexpected, but I think I would have expected to see more retirements here. I'm actually fairly impressed with how many cars we do have running, especially given how well. We didn't sell out the grid. Let's put it that way. The series did not sell out the grid. We didn't have 90 cars take the green flag. We had a very reasonable, nearly 50-car grid. It's still a lot of cars to put on a field, on the grid and on the racetrack for 24 hours. We've still got, at last count, 31 of them circulating, and some of those missing were just in the pit lane working on something short term. So, official retirements, I think, might only be up to a dozen. Maybe 13, but it's not much more than that. And I think credit is due to everybody who, has kept their cars running, regardless of the circumstances. Some of the cars that have retired didn't have a choice, whether it was crash damage or mechanical failures, engines that can't be replaced, that sort of thing.
But I would have guessed if you'd asked me to bet whether I thought it was more likely that a dozen cars would retire from this race or that a dozen cars would finish this race, I would have put a decent amount of money on the latter.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, given that choice, I do agree. I mean, even cutting the field at halfway, do you think half will finish? Going into it, who knew? I think there was a real chance you would look at it and say, well, you've got a bunch of people who built race cars in their garages and some who are running TCRs and GT4s at a track that's never had a 24-hour race run on it before. Smart money would probably be, conservative money certainly would have been the under on half and half. But here we are, man.
To quote another Hindyism, I'll put me up straight away.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Not doing that. But it's a fair point. Well made, nicely presented.
Okay.
Oh no.
No, I'm. Again, we are not WRL. We are DriversEye Live. We are paid by WRL to be here and to talk about their races and occasionally to say nice things about them. But we do that of our own accord, right? Because we really do genuinely enjoy being here because of the racing it provides and the environment that the series has created here. But I think all things considered, this event has been a bigger success than I think anybody would have said on Thursday or Friday morning.
Absolutely.
Maybe in June you had higher hopes for a sellout grid, that sort of thing, but you understand where things are at pretty early on, and the hesitation and the honesty that a lot of team owners brought to the series leadership in determining whether or not 24 hours is a viable option here at Sebring. Okay, we've made history, we've done it, we had a good group of cars, really high quality group of cars, if nothing else, in every class, and find ourselves in a situation where we've managed to pull off a pretty successful event, all things considered. Joseph, I'll let you take this for just a second.
What
I'm gonna
do
say
you
hi.
want me to talk about?
Just give me a.
I think it's pretty incredible how all of these cars have the same number of wheels. A lot of people, would come out and say, why 4? That doesn't seem like the correct number. And in fact, there have been a couple renegades this race that have said, I think 4 is too many wheels. I'd like to have fewer on my car. 3 seems like a good number. And I applaud their bravery, but I think 4 is the way to go. And
Joseph, you've done a phenomenal job. Thank you so much for your efforts. We greatly appreciate them. Myself and Carter Peace from Round 3 Racing really appreciate you vamping there for about 20 or 30 seconds. Welcome back to the booth, Carter from Round 3 Racing.
It's good to be back.
Yeah. Pull your mic in there a little bit. There you go. You are on board the 605 this weekend, and a quick review of RaceHero.io suggests 15 laps? after 21 hours?
Absolutely. After 21 hours, we're 15 laps ahead. It's a really good scenario for us. We've kept the car on track and had minimal issues. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. No, I'm a little superstitious,
Yeah, it's early.
Yeah, it's very early.
It
There's
is
still
early.
plenty of time left, so yeah. We're hanging in there, looking really good. Team owner Brad McCall's in the car right now.
Oh, nice.
And then we're going to finish off with Sarah Montgomery, it looks like.
Yeah.
She can drive anything fast, so
we know.
We're in good hands with her at the wheel. So yeah, we're ready to go to the end, and yeah, we're looking good.
Did Buzz get in the car this weekend?
Buzz did not get in the car this weekend. He had to drive a transport vehicle for a long period of time, and he's been tired.
Bummer.
And, yeah, so it's a bummer for him. He couldn't get in the car, but he's still here and supporting.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so
Nice. So, how did you guys get to where you are? Every time we talk about these boxers, we talk about how well sorted they are. They've been run over and over in endurance races, and just about every time they're on track, they run faultless. It's 24 hours, so that doesn't always happen. But what has start to 15 lap lead looked like for you guys?
It all starts back at the shop. Up in Chicago, we have Mark and Martin. Those are our two main crew guys. They work full time at the shop and get these cars prepped up. So it always starts at the shop. Those guys, we can't tip our hats enough to them. They've just put in great effort, and just with the car prep that they put in, it shows with the results that we've had this year, especially with the Boxsters. We've had some hard luck with the Caymans. Some growing pains. We've been learning what they want and what they don't want. But we've still been able to get some wins with those Caymans. So it always starts with the crew. And then when we get to the track, we always do prep, complete nut and bolt through the car. And just to make sure it can last through 24 hours at Sebring, which is a whole new beast because this is the first 24-hour race at Sebring ever.
Yep.
So it's a lot of unknowns for everyone. So yeah, we're just looking good. It always starts with the shop. And then with the drivers, we're all just being really careful. Quick, short shifts through the gears, be very delicate with the transmission. And then just keep the car on the track, keep it off the curbs, keep it off the grass,
Sure.
Yeah.
Just to make a point, I believe a slightly off-pace 99 GTR BMW has come into the pits. Joseph, I'll let you take a look at Race Hero to see if that is early. It feels slightly early, but that is the car very much in contention for an overall podium at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that.
It's
on
not
track,
early. That's about on time.
Oh, very good. Well, I'll accept that then. For you guys on track, you said keep it off the curbs, out of the dirt, out of the wall, the normal endurance racing stuff. Has it been mostly clean for you guys since noon yesterday?
It has actually. We've had a couple close calls here with some other competitors, like just trying to fit two cars into one space, and it just doesn't work all the time. But we've kept it out of the wall, kept it clean. The thing with Sebring, though, is you just have to make sure that it stay off those bumps. Bumps through like turn 1, turn 17. You just have to find the right line, and we managed to find the right line pretty early so we can get around most of those bumps, especially in 17, about a car width and a half off the inside wall. Keeps you really good with the bumps there, but still, there's just some that are unavoidable, especially if you want to go fast.
It's Sebring, right?
Yeah, it's Sebring. It's part of the charm of the track. So, yeah, so it's been a really good day for us.
Has it been lonely or boring behind the wheel, just kind of riding out in front, or is Sebring enough of a challenge that you're always kind of on the edge anyway?
Oh, it's enough of a challenge that you're always on the edge. Yeah, absolutely, especially at night with low visibility, like with the lighting around the track, the IMSA lighting that WRL provided, that's really helped us out a lot. So with that, still visibility is very low, but traffic is always going to be there, especially in a GP3 car. You always have somebody coming up behind you, so you always got to keep one eye on the mirror. So it's always been exciting. There's been a couple times where we've been able to relax a little bit, but usually that's when you're out of the car.
Sure. Track conditions mostly good from a just pure grip and comfort level?
Yeah, it was a little bit slick, actually. I started off the race at noon yesterday. It was pretty slick after that rain shower that we had. It washed off all the rubber. It was a pretty green track. But then it dried off pretty quickly. Rubber started going down, and time started to drop, as you guys could see on Race Hero. So it was a little bit slick, but the track ever since has been really good.
Nice, man. Well, I'm happy to hear all that, and thanks for coming up. I know you guys are busy. You're done for the day?
I think I'm done for the day. It looks like Brad's going to go for about probably another hour, and then Sarah's going to finish us off on our team.
Perfect, man. That's awesome stuff. Will we see you back at COTA?
Oh, yeah, we'll be at COTA for sure. We'll be fielding 4 cars at COTA for this event specifically because it's so much maintenance, so much work on the cars that we only provided 3, 2 Boxsters and a Cayman. And then we'll be back at COTA with actually a new fleet of cars for GTO. That'll be a surprise for you guys to see.
all new GTO cars, or just the one?
Just one new GTO
Okay,
car.
to replace the old 702.
Yep.
Very good. Okay.
We won't say to you what it is. I think if you look carefully on social media, you
I
would have
do,
seen it already.
yes.
But I won't announce it on here. We'll leave.
No,
it to the
that's
bad boys.
fine. I was told not to ask about 2022, so I won't ask about 2022 for round 3. But you, as a racing driver personally, you have plans coming up? It's about that time of year.
Yeah, so right now I'm looking at WRL Drive for 2022.
Okay.
And then I'm looking to see if there's any other series I got to find some funding for. And then I'm doing a lot of driver coaching right now with the Lucas Oil School of Racing.
Okay.
So that's been keeping me busy, especially this month. We had an event at Sebring the past couple of weeks.
Mhm.
And that's been a lot of fun, and it's occupying a lot of time. And it's keeping me at the track, looking at data behind the wheel sometimes even too. So that's really valuable experience. But other than that, it's just more of the same of what's been happening this year.
Awesome, man. Well, hopefully, Brad and Sarah keep it on the island here for the next 2.5 hours or so. Best of luck to you guys. It's already been an awesome run, about as well as you could have hoped, I guess, coming in here, right? So
Absolutely, just knock on wood. We're not through the woods yet. We're just being really cautiously optimistic about it.
for sure. Thanks for coming up here, man. And we'll be back at COTA. You're always welcome to come up and say hi. So
I think I will.
awesome.
Good to see you guys.
Yep, take it easy. Appreciate you. Carter Piece from Round 3 Racing, the number 605, your GP3 class leader by over half an hour when you break it down in terms of time. Just a really solid run by the Round 3 crew, as it normally is. Anything of note, Joseph, while we chatted with Carter there?
I'm just working on national championship points.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think anything's changed here. Thunder Bunny still leads by 20 laps. Chill Out leads by 8 laps. And GTR, did they return? They're Salmon again.
So they had a pit stop here about 2 minutes ago. So maybe they just haven't been picked up
so
yet.
back around.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They
I lost track of time there.
Race Control also, in the last minute, listed them as 4 off drivers right and continuing at turn 17. I don't know how you go 4 off without ending up in the Gulf of Mexico, but yeah, it's curious.
They've lost some portion of a lap here to the 2 cars they were trying to chase. WGW's had a stop too, haven't they?
One of them did, yes.
Yeah, the 981 has been in as well. So realistically, that 99 should be, under a lap behind the 981, and now it's well up over that, and they haven't come across the line. So
here we go.
Here it is. So the lap time is 6:08, including the stop.
Yeah.
Well, that's a killer.
It's going to be a bit hard to recover from that. Hammer comes across in the 02. 225. Definitely one of the faster laps on track right now. Seems like the fastest cars are doing 24 and 25s.
Yeah, and that is sort of the target here. But man, at least for what we were initially concerned about here, that is, I don't know, that kind of feels like curtains here, or at least a hammer blow to their ability to take the fight here with GTR.
All right, but at the risk of doing this, I'm going to go ahead and remind you, we still have 2.5 hours. Anything can happen.
That's why I was trying to be cagey with Carter. I didn't want to, man, you guys are going to win the 24 hours of Sebring. How cool is that?
Yeah,
it was more like, wow, you guys have had a great run so far.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. There's still, anything can happen.
Ask
as a
Toyota.
racing driver, absolutely. As a racing driver, though, you can't not have that thought. You can say, well, there's a long way to go. We're not really thinking about it.
Yeah,
you have to think
you're trying to
right?
suppress it, but it's there.
I don't know of anybody. Oh, sorry.
you're good.
I don't know of anybody that just has such a casual approach to their racing that they don't think about the results until it posts.
I was thinking
That's
about
just
this
not
a little,
realistic.
I was thinking about this a little earlier, and I mean, like, the closest analog I can think of would be a no-hitter in baseball, right? And it was like, and you're not allowed to talk about it, but everybody knows that it's in the air, right? Everyone's aware of the situation.
Yeah.
My understanding with it in baseball, at least, is that pitchers don't always know because no one's talking to them about it. And it usually isn't until the 7th or 8th inning that they're like, oh, I thought I gave up a hit in the second. But they marked that as an error? Oh, shoot, because nobody's told them.
Yeah, but surely the team who is all aware of it gets a little cagey and weird around you, and the vibe in the dugout changes, you know?
Exactly. But
Don't
I mean,
touch him.
usually you don't talk to a pitcher.
No, exactly.
You don't talk to a pitcher, like a lot of starting pitchers, even if they're having a regular game, when they
They
go to the
just won't
dugout,
talk
they go
to
sit at the wrong end of the thing and nobody talks to them. So,
But here you have data, you've got
Right.
screens, you've got strategists, you've got team captains, you've got everything laid out in front of you.
the other
You can't not know.
Right. The other baseball analogy I would use is the 2 outs, 9th inning. You're down by 1 run. There's 2 people on, and they'll hit the game-winning like long double or home run. They go in the interview. Oh yeah, I wasn't trying to do too much out there. I was really just trying to keep my head down and give a good at bat. Maybe get a single, maybe move some guys over. And then they show the replay, and he's like completely unloaded, huge leg kick, like swinging for the fence as hard as he can. So I can see that too being the case where it's, you talk about, oh, well, it's a long way to go, but you get in the car and you're hauling to make sure that it happens.
It's an interesting dynamic that, like, again, no racing driver will admit to it or talk about it because they all keep up this aura of, we're not thinking about it, but yeah, we know you all are. It's fine.
Excellent.
I was debating bringing this up, and I figure I might as well anyway. Do you guys remember, like, your first time or two at Thunderhill? You spend 13 hours looking at black, just pitch black, and the sun comes up and it illuminates the racetrack you had been looking at during the day yesterday, and all night overnight, and all of a sudden it feels like you're in a different place than you were the day before.
Yeah, a little bit, and I would say that's also because you look and see all of the grass that's been upturned from people going off. And you see that run up to turn 1, and it's like, ooh, that looks bad, that looks bad.
I don't feel like I'm at Sebring anymore, though.
See, I think it's the lighting.
I think it's the lighting, too.
You think it's more muted now and it doesn't feel the same as yesterday?
Yeah. I think exhaustion obviously definitely plays a role to it, but the lighting is quite a bit different. Earlier, everything's bright, you're full of energy. We survived the night. We've come into the morning. We're exhausted. We saw the sunrise. It was pretty.
That's true.
And now we're just waiting for
the
end.
Track is a lot emptier too, right? We've got 30-something cars instead of almost 50 circulating, right? So there's that. None of them are grouped together. We haven't had any restarts. I think there were people who were genuinely here yesterday populating various parts of the track because they were interested in watching, and now all that interest is gone, right? So family members or whomever.
Right.
Right, and that might add 100 or 200 or 300 people, and that's not nothing,
Yeah. To be fair, everything in front of us has more or less stayed the same because family hasn't been able to get over there.
Feel the same, you know?
I do want to mention quickly, I'm going to hedge myself by saying the past 2 or 3 times I've talked about the weather, it's been like me looking at the radar and squinting and hitting play and like, kind of, maybe, potentially we should look out for this, sort of, maybe.
A lot of lead up here, Ryan.
What was that?
There's a lot of lead up here. There better be a monsoon on the way.
So now there's an actual graph which says definitively rain begins in 47 minutes.
Come on. Ryan, there isn't a speck of green on this radar within 100 miles.
I'm going to go ahead and hit play, and I'll see for myself.
No precipitation for at least 60 minutes.
I see the offending storm bit to which they are referring, and it is bigger than any of the other ones that we're going to allegedly come through. It's also wider. So you have a higher likelihood of hitting
All right,
the
listen.
track.
We're going to put this to bed. If it happens, my little advanced radar thing shows 1025-inch.
That's what I have here as well.
All right, so we'll put it to one side. My money's on not happening.
All right.
No chance.
I think we'll get sprinkled.
And you know what? Even if it does happen, everybody is in such a conservative mode right now, including, I think, GTR, right? Who, maybe we wouldn't have said that a couple hours ago, but now I think they are very much in that same mode.
Right.
I think literally the entire field has backed into mega conservation, bring the cars home.
Do you observe anything different? I don't. The only wrinkle that I think would be interesting is if it does rain just enough that it forces people's hands on, we were really going to try to finish the race on this set of tires, but we don't really have any tread left on.
I don't see that happening. It's possible, but I don't see it happening.
Right.
JT?
Here, in my experience, anytime I really have to slow myself down, I open myself up to mistakes because I'm getting myself out of a groove, out of that mentality of focusing and just being, at one with the car.
Mm-hmm.
If it rains, we've had a bunch of rubber that has been put down over the past 22 hours thereabouts, okay? Get a bit of moisture on the track. Oil is going to be lifting up all this dirt and debris on the track. It's going to make a little bit slippery conditions in some of these corners.
Yeah.
And when you are backing off a bit and kind of letting your guard down a bit more, I think that can be a recipe for disaster. We might see mistakes just from that, trying to be cautious.
I'd agree with that. I don't think we're going to see anything like we saw yesterday.
No, I don't. I don't think so either.
So I'm not, and I don't need to see it. I think it's been an interesting enough race, especially the first 12 or so hours yesterday, 14 hours yesterday, before things really kind of settled in and these gaps started going out with the attrition we saw overnight. And I'm content with where things are at. I think a battle or two would be nice in this phase of the race, but you can't ask for too much. You've got well over half the field slated to make it home after 24 hours at Sebring, the inaugural 24 hours at Sebring. I think that is a reflection of a successfully executed event.
Absolutely, and I don't think it's going to rain personally, at least not any sort of downpour. We I have a feeling we might possibly see this event again in the future.
You think so?
I have a very optimistic feeling coming into this day that despite several problems here and there, this is overwhelmingly, I would say, a successful event.
Yeah, I think so. We haven't really discussed what next year looks like for the World Racing League. The calendar of events for 2022 was actually just announced.
I was hoping that we would have RJ in here at some point, or another WRL member, just to
very busy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But just to, because this is, a big event. This is their, their baby in a sense. This is a great time to, talk about this year, how it's gone, what we're looking forward to next year, this event, of course, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it would be nice to have that perspective, the series perspective, come in, own it, and really sell it with your voice to the people that are your primary customers. But we are in a way, a voice of the series.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We are not owners or management, but we do spend an awful lot of time talking about it, more than perhaps anybody else. Certainly to an audience beyond the immediate vicinity here. And calendars out. Lots of opinions floating around, but the goal has been stability and predictability and getting people set up for a bigger 2023 by keeping things manageable in 22 and bringing the right people in to do the right things. So I don't know if Joseph has I don't think a graphic was ever put out beyond just some pin markers and such.
No, not this year.
Yeah.
At least not that I caught. If somebody
No, I
finds
didn't see
one,
anything
send it to
either.
me.
I didn't see anything either. But we start the season next year first, between now and then. We go back to Circuit of the Americas, U.S. Endurance Championship, December 3rd through the 5th. I'm going to get those dates exactly right. Cool. That'll be live on DriversEye Live, as it always is. 90-plus cars registered, sold out in 18 minutes. And I cannot wait to see the initial entry list for that, because it always throws some surprises at us in terms of cars we don't always see in the World Racing League, throughout the course of the regular season. And that'll wrap up our national championship in 2021. Moving into 2022, if you have been involved in WRL in the past, if you are currently or would like to be involved in WRL in the future, we go to New Orleans to start the season again. Pushed back a couple weeks, February 11th through the 13th, down at NOLA Motorsports Park on what was formerly an IndyCar circuit. But that'll kick off the season. And forgive me, I don't have the East and West splits on the new website here. It is just listed as the 2022 calendar. Barber Motorsports Park, a favorite of mine at the very least, March 4th through March 6th. It was a great event last year. A pair of really good races on the Saturday and the Sunday. That'll be a 9 and a 7. Mid-Ohio, April 8th through the 10th, as it was very similar to last year. We weren't there on site, but I dare say we will be next year. 8 and 8 hour, as is the standard. Another 8 and 8 at Road America, May 6th through May 8th. Similar weekend to where it was in 2021. And then we push forward to Daytona, the sole long enduro of the season. A singular 14-hour on the Saturday, June 10th and 11th, under the lights on the high banks at Daytona International Speedway. One of the best endurance races I've ever seen. Never mind, had the chance to commentate on in the World Racing League. Just a really spectacular event, a full grid of cars, and an iconic venue on which to hold it. Road Atlanta at the sort of the midpoint of the summer, July 8th through the 10th. That moves forward a week from where it was this year, down at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, a 9 and a 7 for that weekend. August is the 5th through the 7th at High Plains. That's an 8 and 8. So a normal dual event weekend there. VIR in September, as it was this year, and 8 and 8, September 9th through the 11th. The change, in addition to dropping some of the lesser performing races, the big change comes at the beginning of October, October 7th through the 9th. Around the same time that this year we were at Hallett, next year we make the trip to Ozarks International Raceway, which is maybe the most popular or most mentioned new track in the United States.
The phrase is hottest.
Hottest. I didn't want to say hottest and sound like a
Stefan character.
40 DJ?
Yeah.
Well,
New York's hottest club is Ozarks. It's an 8 and 8, but that is the Midwest Championship weekend, right? And to address this head on, there were discussions about Hallett being quote unquote dropped, right? Hallett had 31, 32 cars this year. It didn't perform as highly as it normally does. It did not sell out in the way that it normally does, to the point that we weren't there, right? There are accessibility question marks above Hallett, but we're not that far from meaningful places like Stillwater and Tulsa. So you're there, you're there or thereabouts.
I also think part of that was unable to get a really good date for Hallett. It was too close to one of the other races.
Well, so you mean for this year?
For this upcoming year.
So that is the issue, right? So
Yeah.
Ozarks, being the New York's hottest club, as it were, this is the opportunity to go to Ozarks, right? Is this weekend in October, 7th through the 9th. Have the Midwest Championship, make it a special weekend at a brand new facility, and do something really special there for your local customers. I mean, the Midwest, that sort of plains area, you're sort of bridging the gap between the Southeast, between the plains, your traditional base of customers. The ability to go to a brand new venue like that is one you should not pass up. Mm-hmm. The trade-off there is Hallett doesn't have an open date that isn't back-to-back or near enough back-to-back with that weekend that would work with the WRL's existing schedule and agreements that they've had for a couple of years now.
Yeah,
right?
correct. They found some conflicts where it was just too close to another event, and it's just...
And seeing that happen this year with the back-to-back Daytona and Hartley Park, it didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work. So they've learned from that. They've moved on and said, we can't do that this year. And unfortunately, it meant that a Hallett that underperformed in 2021 is not on the schedule for 2022. Doesn't mean they're not planning to go back.
No, they want some.
Hallett's super popular. Yes. It's an iconic circuit. You know, it's a historic circuit, iconic in that area. The only stop in Oklahoma, right? Really the only racetrack in Oklahoma.
Yeah, both Hallett and WRL want to go back for 2023.
I want to go back.
It's just we just got to get that date.
I want to go to Hallett. I want to see them race there. It's a great venue.
Oh yeah,
facility. It's an old track, man. It's a historic racetrack. But I would love to see them go back. That is the situation for Hallett next year. Mm-hmm. Hopefully I've explained that as diplomatically as they did in the email. I think I did. But that is exactly the situation as it's been laid out. That gives about 3 weeks off before the Eastern Championship runs its finale at Sebring. Back here, October 28th through the 30th, so the same weekend, that event returns to an 8-8. So we're not doing a 14, we're not doing a 24. That'll be an 8-8. And a large part of that is teams being very upfront and honest about how difficult it is to run a car for 24 hours here.
Yeah.
To find drivers to cover those costs, as is understandable.
It's a different budget.
And the cost of running a 24-hour race. It is expensive to host these. You've got full pit marshal coverage, full trackside marshal coverage, full trackside staffing. It's a big deal to pull this off. And to return to an 8-8, I think is a responsible decision. And honestly, we'll put on 2 really good races. So I look forward to that, hosting the Eastern Championship, rounding out the East Coast swing of things. And then, of course, we go back to the U.S. Endurance Championship and Circuit of the Americas. Actually, I'm not sure it's still called that. It may just be the Circuit of the Americas National Championship. December 2nd through the 4th in 2022. That is your season finale. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11 events next year in 2022. To make up the WRL schedule. Look, the big facilities, the iconic venues, is where people want to race. Doesn't mean you eschew the ones that are local to, your original customer base. Obviously, that's not the case. You're still going to the Ozarks. You're still going to High Plains. Lots of opportunities for people to go racing next year at any level, but the iconic venues are there, and I think it's a fantastic schedule. It's a great series of compromises by the WRL to have effective scheduling that meets the needs of a very wide range of customers. I mean, as diverse as their entry list is. Yeah. This is setting up for something really special next year in 2022, and I think DriversEye Live is going to be a big part of all of that. So, I don't know about you guys. I'm getting excited about it in the way that I got excited about this year when the opportunity presented itself. So yeah, I'm intrigued about Ozarks. Let's see what that looks like in terms of accessibility and coverage and cellular.
Theory, if it's a brand new, now cellular, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
But in theory, if it's a brand new venue, they should have the best internet available in the region.
That I agree. Wired,
like the network stuff should be great.
Yeah,
in theory.
The question mark is going to be cellular for us and for teams. Right. I will say Pro Sport tested their Aston Martin there recently. I happened to find their live stream archive by accident. Them running around Ozarks. It was the same 4 corners on loop with large gaps in between. So there is some coverage there, but it's not everywhere. You go into a valley and it kind of drops off.
Yeah,
which checks out because that happened to Barber too.
Right.
And Barber isn't that dramatic.
I seem to recall somebody in DriversEye Live talking about a potential for like a mesh network to solve that problem.
That is a massive undertaking. But the opportunity's there. We'll see. So that's killed like 2 more hours or 20 more minutes. We still have 2 more hours.
So in that 20 minutes, my confidence that this rain will arrive has increased tremendously. Tremendously. It's no heavier. I still think it's going to be a pretty light dusting.
Not happening. Dusting,
if you will,
as it were.
Correct.
Sprinkling.
The thing I'm having an issue with, if I go here, so
Just
the
a pinch
rain
of
is
rain.
due to arrive at 10:30. If I move the radar
Push it back.
to... What time is this? Bam. If I move the radar to 1040,
You can't move radar to
we're
the
drowning.
future. That's not radar.
projection, it's whatever. It says radar on here.
This is why we can't have nice things, Joseph.
10 miles to the
It's
north,
true.
there is like an actual rain like system that has like real rain in it. Now,
No, that's called a reservoir.
We just get to drive through that later.
but correct. Before, all of this rain that we're getting right now looked like it was coming from the Tampa area and heading north. It's all slowly moved south as it comes across. Like the
Didn't
wind
you
has
say
gone
this
from
about the
being
other system that just totally
northeast
whiffed on us?
to southeast. Correct. It whiffed on us because it was going to the
This
north.
happened at Road Atlanta.
It's slowly coming down though. And did it end up raining at Road Atlanta?
No, not on Saturday.
On Sunday it did though, when you had to take cameras down. That's what I was thinking of.
Maybe, yeah.
No, it definitely did because I remember watching. The
we
cameras being like,
watched
"Ooh."
all afternoon on Saturday. Like, we're gonna get dumped on here. We're gonna get dumped on, and then it dissipated and moved northwest, and it didn't happen.
All right, well, just as long as it doesn't dump like it did on Thursday, I'm happy.
That's fair.
Right.
Or,
I'm saying
or yesterday morning.
there's potential for more rain than just the
That was
light
yesterday
sprinkling
morning.
that we're going to get.
Joseph, did you hear that?
No, I was busy with points.
I said, or it doesn't rain like it did yesterday morning, and JT, I looked at JT, and JT just put his head in his hands and said, God, that was yesterday morning.
Right.
It doesn't feel like it.
He's had his 24-hour race experience when you realize something that you thought just happened was actually yesterday morning.
No, no,
I
no.
told you, going by fast.
Well, because JT, you've unfortunately stumbled onto an old running joke of ours, which is at our first Thunderhill, we went to Burger King before the race. Other fast food restaurants are available, and we
And
just
all of
got,
them are better.
true. We got like whatever. We got like nuggets and breakfast sandwiches or whatever, and we were packing up to head back to the airport on Sunday afternoon. And I was like, oh yeah, we got those sandwiches earlier, and I pulled an all-nighter for that one too, and I just head in my hands, just slumped. Oh my God, that was yesterday. and you've recreated that perfectly, and so I thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
If you haven't followed us at any point during the 24 hours of Sebring coverage on DriversEye Live, at DriversEye Live on Instagram and our DriversEye Live page on Facebook, in addition to the WRL page hosts our stream, you should give them a like and a follow. JT has posted a handful of pictures from last night and this morning. It might be 2 pictures. Is it 2 pictures? You post 2 pictures?
I've posted a few. There's
few.
only one from this morning
Okay.
so far.
All right. Well, take a look. JT has done some fantastic work this weekend, catching light at basically exactly the right time, and throwing some stuff up there. Ooh, big slide there from the money pit car out of turn 5. I realize I'm on a slight delay, but nevertheless, good power slide right out of the corner. Maybe it's because it's raining. Just kidding.
Yeah, that classic rain
All right,
tire
haters.
squeal.
Yep.
I am definitely staying neutral on this one.
52 now sits 33 seconds ahead of the 981. That margin is closer than I thought it would be, but it's still going out. And then the 99 obviously is kind of falling off the back here. I think they might be pushing a little bit, but it's not a lot. Also, I think the cloud cover has put a little bit of pace back into the track. 225.
Oh, because the rain's coming, sure.
That's it, yeah.
Whatever. It's fine.
I think we're pretty split on this.
I do this every race, and
we all do this every
I'm
race.
pretty good.
All do this every race.
I honestly
We have a
don't have an
0%.
opinion, but it's fun to antagonize.
We have yet to have a meaningful wet race session at any point in the world racing.
That's not
no,
really true.
That's not true.
Oh, Mid-Ohio.
Yeah.
Coda?
Not really.
Coda.
Daytona shut down before it started to rain properly, and then by the time they got back green, the track was basically dry.
That's true.
Well, certainly Mid-Ohio.
Mid-Ohio, that's fair. Yeah, you guys did cover Mid-Ohio.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I was not a part. Well, I was a part of that.
GP2 leader in the pits for fuel.
I think my sister
let's-
was getting married.
What a dummy. Let's talk points. Before the last brain cell that I have withers away.
It's gone.
Rain cell? Let's go.
GP1 is that one. As things stand, I don't see how that can go any direction but for PC racing in the East. I think they've basically got it sewn up. They might actually in practice have it sewn up because their nearest competition wasn't going to be able to catch them if they finished higher than like 7th. They cannot be caught by 7th at this point. So
Yeah, that is correct.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and just call that one for PC racing.
You're calling it.
It's a pretty safe. You're a mute, sir.
Get the phone. Joseph's calling it.
Yeah. No, I really don't. Now, granted, I'm running on literally 0 sleep, so I could be wrong about this, but I don't see a scenario in which PC Racing loses the regional championship.
Pending any post-race issues.
Right, they have to get.
I would say they have it locked in.
They have to get disqualified in order to not win the East Championship.
Yes.
So they have to fail tech, basically.
Correct.
Which I don't think is going to happen. They've been in several races this year. And have they been DQ'd? They haven't been DQ'd once. So it's not like they're running it on the limit in terms of tech.
No, they are a solid entry in GP1. So I think it's relatively safe to say they will most likely win that Eastern Championship.
Now in GP2 is basically no contest. The 525 Fat and Furious had it sewn up before we even got here, basically. So that one's not in contention either. GP3, at the moment, it is 605 is having a very strong race. There's no point in running all the permutations at this point, in my opinion, unless something happens to the 605. They're leading that championship, and as long as they stay in front, nobody can touch them. Because that's how points work.
Yeah, I would agree.
And then our last class in the East, there's a couple permutations in play here. Let's operate on the assumption that the 983 is going to win this just because it's easier to think through. If they finish first, they will end up on 71 points in the East. That would require the 99 to finish 6th or better. If they do that, they hold on to... Well, not even hold on to. They both overtake, I think it's Screaming Goat. And 99 ends up taking the GTO East Championship.
So as it sits right now, that is looking likely.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed.
No, we still have 2 hours to go. There's still plenty of things that can happen to either car. So just as they run right now, with 2 hours to go, that's what it looks like.
And so let's talk about the national championships for a bit. As I'm only going to do an as things stand thing. I'm not going to bother with permutations here because we still have a couple rounds to go. In that we have this and then 2 races at COTA. In GP1, the 44 I have is their next drops would be a 0, a 2, and a 3. So they drop a maximum of 5 points. If they finish where they stand now, which is 2nd, they'll walk away with 33 points. They'll be on 162. 110, our current class leader, will walk away with 39 points. They'll go up to 149. So they'll close that gap pretty significantly. It'll be 13 points heading into Coda. So that will be a tough ask, but it'll be much more achievable than what they would have had going in otherwise. GP2, as things stand, the 678 is the only car that's here and is in contention at this point. If they win this race, let me make sure I've got this right. Hello.
Hi there.
Hold on. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong page. That'll be why I can't find them. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So they're all the way down in 5th right now. But nobody else in the top 5 is... oh, hold on. Brain cells, come on, click. You got this.
Joseph is pet talking his own brain cells.
I'm mostly filling airtime.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can totally understand where you're coming from right now.
Yeah.
JT's fighting the good fight over here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I was perfect when I was out taking pictures. I felt so alive. It was great.
Okay, so GP2 on the national championship. So Chill Out is running second behind Fat and Furious. Fat and Furious obviously isn't here. If Chill Out is able to, they're running second right now.
In GP2? No, Class
No,
Lead.
first. Okay. No, so I have them down as 36 points because they don't have the large field bonus. That'll end up putting them on 116, so that'll be 3 points behind Fat and Furious going into Coda. So that'll be neck and neck. Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch. GP3 is taken care of. That's as things stand, obviously. If round 3 again can stay where they are, they will secure the GP3 national championship by the time they leave Sebring. GTO is kind of a wild one because we've got. I'll just walk through where we're going to end up. Stratus is leading the championship right now on 90. They're not going to score points today. They're going to stay at 90. 982 is 15 points behind them, sitting on 75. As things stand, they'll walk out of here at 93. They'll be 3 points ahead of Stratus. 983 is 2 points behind 982. They walk out of here with 39 extra points. They come out at 112. So they're going to be 19 points ahead of the 982, ahead of their nearest competition. So they won't be able to clinch today, but they'll be in a position to clinch on Saturday. And then the 99 is back in 6th in the championship. They were, very much on the back foot, but they'll be on 75 points. They'll basically be out of it as things stand. So they're racing for the regional championship, but not the national championship, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does.
So that was a lot of numbers. Does anybody have any questions?
Absolutely not.
Terrific.
Yeah, where's the rain?
We're going to be getting 10 to 15 minutes of rain at 10:40.
What level is that? Level 1?
1040. It's pushed
Level
back
5.
15 minutes since you called it like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. This happens, Joseph.
This is what happens when it's not about to rain.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I don't know what to tell you.
It's still a 50-50.
Why? Because it either will or won't happen, therefore it's a 50-50. So
Yep. We are under 2 hours to go.
Thank
The 24
Mars.
hours of Sebring.
So if we started watching Star Wars Episode 3 right now, we couldn't finish it.
Yes,
Excellent.
I guess.
That's your barometer for time?
Yes.
Okay.
Will it take a long time? I don't know. Is it longer or shorter than Star Wars Episode 3?
It's a new SI unit.
Yeah.
There's an official golden copy of Episode 3 in a vault somewhere in France.
Yeah.
Do we want to run another a Cooper bit?
Is it that time already?
It is.
All right, let me
Discover
It's in one more.
AT3.
shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I don't remember what order we did them last time. So
I think we ended on Goldilocks.
we ended on Goldilocks.
I haven't heard a single one yet, but
I haven't.
Give me a nice bean to meat.
Yeah. All right. I'll set you up with some good bean to meat. Well, I'd like to request that my last statement be stricken from the record.
oh, just walking it back,
Yeah.
telling me you're gonna give me the chili cook-off ad, and then you're just walking it right out.
Well, I don't know.
Go on now, go.
We'll. You know what?
Walk out
We'll
the door.
talk about it afterwards. We'll take a look at the ads, and we'll come back and we'll assess, and we'll talk about the relative merits of each of the different advertisements we could have chosen.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to Sebring. We're here for the WRL 24-hour race, the inaugural one, and quite possibly the last one. We're not going to be repeating it next year. My name is Ryan. I got JT with me. Brendan Kazmarek is on assignment. We have Joseph in the Columbus Data Center. I'm looking at the possibility of having some rain coming here in about 30 or 40 minutes. Nobody else believes that it's going to happen, but it's there, I believe.
Could you DoorDash us some rain?
Potentially. I can make it rain.
Just get a fire.
Is there an
hose
ATM
out.
machine on site? Let's see how much cash advance I can take out on this credit card. Just to win an argument on the internet. So under 2 hours to go. We just got done going through the point standings, Joseph. It looks like there was a couple spots that were going to be close for the national championship going into Coda. Is that correct? As far as the GTO field?
Yeah, GTO is kind of... I don't know. It's tough to call it close. There's going to be a lot of shuffling around after this race, just because of the triple point setup. So I mean, as things stand, it's not gonna be close after this. But the team that had been third is gonna leapfrog up into first and be pretty tough to catch in Coda.
Excellent.
Now the race to really look forward to, I think, is going to be GP2, because that's going to be a 3-point gap between the 678 for Chill Out and Fat and Furious 525. So Fat and Furious is going to secure the East Regional Championship
without even being here.
without even being here, it's not even close. But the national championship is still very much up for grabs, basically because they're not here, and Chill Out is looking like they're in a good position to take this race, which obviously then confers 36 championship points.
Right. Because we've got triple points here on offer.
We got triple
The
points.
24 hours.
So, Joseph, I have a comment on YouTube that thinks you might possibly be missing the Hallett results in your analysis of how the points are looking.
I'm going off of what's on Speed Hive. If that hasn't been updated, then life's the lottery.
Then we'll see.
So it will be. This is the way.
Now, we can definitively then talk about the East because Hallett, as it turns out, not in the East.
Well, I think that also plays into effect the national as well.
No. But what I'm saying is that
It
comment
doesn't affect the East.
Right.
Yeah.
The comment implies to me, or I infer from the comment, that what we're saying is that the national championship might not be aligned like I think it is, which is fine. It means I only have to talk about one championship because that's what's on the board.
Perfect. Sounds good then.
Looks like Ginger Racing lost their fourth position over the past half hour, promoting Money Pit Racing up into fourth in GP1.
That's good. You know, it was several hours ago now where I made the joke, is that car aptly named, as it went back to the paddock to have something repaired. And it would seem that they've thrown enough at it, and now it's back running, what was it, fourth in class?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
And I missed this a little bit ago, but the Honda Civic of JNR Racing in GP2 moved up to fourth.
Excellent.
So that is quite unfortunate for the Matt Connolly Motorsport entries. That's the harsh reality of endurance racing. Sometimes it just it doesn't go so well. Luckily, the 245 is still out there, still putting in laps. Since we just have a little bit less than 2 hours left to go, they can still get that fourth place position back. So they just have to keep on going around.
I do want to give a quick update to the GTO ebb and flow with regards to the third and fourth place runners. It looks like we've reached a ebb right now, with the number 52 being in third place over the number 981. That gap is currently 33 seconds. So those two cars were running pretty close together. That's the 52 Team ACP BMW M2 versus the 981 Will to Win Cayman. Those cars both on lap 490, I believe. And yeah, 33 seconds separate them right now. Obviously, it's going to update when the timing comes through. But they have been trading positions back and forth. We've got a couple pit stops here. I just want to take a look and see what the pit strategy looks like. So Team ACP stopped about 11 laps ago. And Will to Win stopped closer to 20 laps ago. So we're expecting to see Will to Win come in again here. Not soon, per se. Let's look at the gap here. What are we looking at? 55 to 65, so they can do about 20 laps or so. So we're expecting Will to Win in somewhat soon, whereas Team GTR 99, I think, going to pit a little bit later. I think that battle is going to come down to how the pit cycle works itself out, JT. So we can kind of start back timing it from the end of the race. We've got 1 hour and 49 minutes left.
And I believe most will need to be within an hour to an hour and 15, and then they should be good to go.
Okay. I don't think Will to Win can hold on until an hour and 15. I'm just going to look at this again real quick. 435 to 464. And we're currently on 489 to 465. Yeah, I
Wait, look
think
at-
we'll...
The 33 has come to a stop at pit exit here.
No, not the Corvette.
There's Tears in Dearborn.
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 There's tears in Sebring.
Speaking of tears, that would be a type of precipitation. Let's see here.
I don't know, the shot look makes those clouds look awfully menacing.
Okay,
They
33
do.
is rolling again.
There we go.
Yep.
Perfect.
Local yellow's gone.
Quick reset.
Good job, Corvette. Keep on trucking on.
The
Two Corvettes. Both of them are still running,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact.
Yeah, one of them's missing part of his wing.
Crash pipe?
Yeah, part of
Rear
the,
wing?
yeah,
Hadn't noticed that.
yeah, part of the end plate and part of the actual wing itself.
the
has
whole left
been,
side.
It's gone.
driver's side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
A very strange way for a wing to be missing.
No, now I got to take a look. I hadn't noticed that yet.
Well, you all will be very excited. It seems literally all of the rain that was on the way has simultaneously vanished.
Wow, what are the chances?
It's just
Weird.
gone.
Huh.
You hate
not like
to
it
see
got-
it.
It's not like it got diverted or anything like that. It just stopped existing. So, I'll own that.
Oh, wow.
The constant doubling down. Somehow that is what it tickles me.
It's a fickle mistress, the weather.
Okay.
Brendan, do you think DriversEye Live could cover my tuition to become a meteorologist, and then we could get this more dialed in?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I would support your education if your meteorology can exceed Joseph's prediction model.
Oh, that can't be hard.
Yeah, I was like, "What? That's the bar you're gonna set it at?"
Can we mix them by chance?
All of them have
Would that
to have
be next level? Would
all
we have
of
something
them
to sell at that
have
point?
to have a higher success rate than our trackside camera uptime.
Fortunately, none of us work in IT.
Does it show?
Yeah, fortunately, yeah, there you go.
I actually specifically have not shown my friends who work in IT, who know that I do this. I refuse to send them the link
Yeah.
for fear of them being like, no, what are you doing? And then telling us to spend more money.
That is literally the only possible outcome. Yeah. Of sharing with professionals what it is we're doing.
Have you considered spending $300,000 on this? Yeah,
Exactly.
briefly.
What do you mean you're streaming from iPhones?
These were the same people
Get
I
an
consulted
encoder.
with who said, yeah, you could do a mesh network, Ryan. That's absolutely a thing you can do. Do you have a small trailer and a spare 30 grand to do it correctly? To which I said, no.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah. Cell phones. DSLRs and encoders and hotspots.
That's probably the better answer here.
I think the flexibility of the hotspot's going to be we can put the hotspot where the weather, or not where the weather, where the service is, and then that will afford us a radius of being able to move cameras about.
What are you talking about?
He's basically saying you don't need a hotspot per every camera.
No, I mean, in theory, sure. But right now, the camera has to be residing in a place that has service. Whereas if you have a hotspot, the camera can be not attached to the hotspot. So if there's like a taller spot where you can put the hotspot and then place the camera down below, or what have you, you put the hotspot on top of the bridge, for example, and then have the camera further to the side, perhaps behind a metal fence, and you would still have service.
I have
'Cause you
no
get a
idea
radius.
what you're talking about.
How is this not?
Imagine a bubble.
What part of IT professional
This isn't hard.
didn't
This
make
isn't,
sense to you, Joseph?
Imagine a bubble.
The reason
JT,
the reason
do you
it doesn't
understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
the reason it doesn't make sense to me is because I'm not paying attention, and so I'm just egging him
Oh,
on.
that's
because
okay. All right, well, it's been fun.
Joseph,
Thanks, guys.
Did you mention that your national championship results prediction may not have included the Hallett results?
Yes,
Okay.
to answer for Joseph.
Yeah, the national championship table doesn't include Hallett, so I'm just gonna sketch out what it might look like. I don't care about the drops, because if they don't care about adding Hallett to the Speed Hive page, then,
Yeah.
So why don't we just assume all of Hallett is dropped then?
It's not on
Good
the schedule
riddance,
for next year,
Oklahoma.
therefore it doesn't count for
I was
this
going to say, it's a
one.
good
No.
idea to just drop all of Oklahoma. frankly.
No. Oklahoma City's a nice town.
I want to go there.
Thank you.
okay.
North Dallas.
No.
That's it.
The joke that I always hear is that Dallas is basically Oklahoma.
Yeah. So,
Oh, okay,
yeah.
got it.
No, that's more accurate.
Okay, all right.
In terms of people who care to live there, yeah, I think so.
Excellent. Okay.
Oh, standing yellow at turn 7. So what is the story here? Choice Racing is missing on Race Hero. What you got, JT?
So there was a gentleman earlier who was rolling along on some type of what I presume to be electric quadricycle thing.
I see this.
And he was zooming quite quickly with his phone across the kind of access road on the other side of the main straight. And he is now pushing said quadricycle back to where it came from, presumably because he is out of power.
It's the 033 again.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's driver's right here. Are you sure that's the 033? That looked a little
The
tall
log
to be a
says the
Corvette.
33.
Yeah,
It
it's
looked
not
blue
a
and a little
Corvette.
yellow.
If it's a Corvette, then my brain is truly broken. I believe that.
I think
about
you
that
guys
trash can.
collectively are 0 for however many attempts.
I have only ever hit the rim on that. I've banged the rim every single time on that trash can,
Huh.
I think it is the 33.
which I think is a level of precision which I could not repeat if I tried.
I buy that it's the 33 on the basis of the 33 just had issues coming out of it's not the... Oh, wow.
The log says turn 7, 10:18 a.m. 033 stopped. Final no action needed.
Okay. Wait, are they still here? That's not the 33. The 33 is right here. We just passed it on this camera. That's not the 33.
That is a fair assessment.
It's the tallest Corvette I've ever seen in my life.
Then I don't know.
Now,
If
is
you
there
don't
a car with
know,
a
now
similar
you know.
number that could have come across a walkie-talkie as sounding like 33?
Possibly. Can you describe the car to me?
It looks like a BMW.
Is it blue?
Looks like a dark blue BMW to me.
So I see the 44 right now approaching turn 7. That is a dark blue BMW.
Is it the 243?
Is that car still there? Or has it moved?
Let me try to find it on another...
We have safety trucks approaching
they're headed
turn
there,
7.
yep.
We're being very responsible. Getting around the safety vehicles. And then we gun it.
Pass under yellow to the 84, by the way. That is not of consequence of GP3.
Driver's right here. If that's a Corvette, then please let me know. Answers on a postcard.
Is it?
Maybe 245 BMW? Is that still out? I believe
I
so.
think it was. Yeah. Is that Salmon on Race Hero?
What about the 808?
Well, so the 245 is being shown as pit.
Huh.
So it's possible that this was an outlap, and it's not going Salmon on Race Hero because it's expecting it to be in the pits.
Yeah.
That I would buy. I'm just
981.
telling you what the log says, man.
No, I know.
981 and 197 in.
I mean, it's all this information is being passed over walkie-talkies or similar, so it's
Well, it's radios with a repeater.
So you've got cars going by you, so it's very easy, I would imagine, for a number to be misheard. Probably not misreported. I imagine they've seen the cars going by. Now, is there a 033 and a 33?
I don't believe so.
No.
Okay.
No. The Corvette is listed as 33 on Race Hero, but the side of the car says 033.
Okay.
I'm with JT here. If it's not the 33, then I would go with the 245, just because of A, what you're saying about the shape of the car, and B, the fact that it won't go Salmon on Race Hero because it was an outlap.
It's also had a couple issues, I believe, as well. I believe it was recovered earlier today.
981 is in the pit lane.
Yeah, he's right there.
No, I know. Yes, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
No, I was reading the gap back to GTR 99 and up to 52 to try and make sense of it, but I don't have a sense of that yet.
Yeah, so I have not seen 245 come by yet. So either they went back into the paddock or that's them. Conversely, I don't think we've seen the Corvette either.
Worth noting, the 981 won't make it home from here. They're going to need another stop. Won't be a full stop, but
It's a good thing those guys are very quick refueling.
yeah. The 99 might be close, though. I don't... probably not. They got a ways to go yet. Also, that margin is not very close on even stops. On uneven stops, it's 30 seconds from 99 up to 981, but once the 99 pits, that'll be closer to 2 minutes.
601 in the pit lane. Looks like we're going for a driver change as well.
That is second in GP2. For actually, they might make it to the end from here. They were last in at 440. It's now 472. No, that's probably not enough. Nope, they'll need to splash that 601. But again, a lot of these don't really matter beyond what we're looking at with the third, fourth, and fifth place cars. The 52, the 981 from Will to Win, and the number 99 Team GTR BMW. That 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates, of course. Beyond that, there's nothing really close enough where a splash and go is going to make much of a difference.
Okay, I've estimated, I'm going to change the subjects a little bit. I've estimated, basically at a first guess, national championship setup, basically plus Hallett.
Okay.
As things stand, 44 for PC Racing would lock up GP1. I think that was... I think they had an opportunity to lock it at COTA Saturday before considering Hallett. I think it would be a lock now. Yeah, actually it would be an easy lock. I think.
Here is the 99 coming into its pit box right now.
Yeah, so that is scheduled, but will not be its last one.
Correct. Looks like possibly a driver change as well.
That makes sense. It will be the last driver change. Anything they do from here on out will just be a splash and go.
Yeah.
Okay, so GP1 would be locked down for PC racing. GP2, Chill Out would actually have an advantage over Fat and Furious by about 19 points going into Coda, which would put them very close to
Untouchable.
Yeah. They would have to have a rough weekend. GP3 would still be secured. 983, the situation gets a little easier for them because they have a point advantage over the 982 at Hallett. So instead of a 19-point gap, now we're looking at a 20-point gap, which is even closer to being insurmountable.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really help any of our battles. If anything, it kind of blows them out a little bit more. So if we wouldn't just like scratch Hallett from the record, it's fine.
Well, eventually, it will they will get Hallett added to Speed Hive, and it'll clarify the drop situation with regards to the national championship, as with this race. Once those results are the final. No, I wouldn't worry too much about it, because when we do get to Hallett, we will only be concerned with national championship. We won't be concerned with East or West.
When we get to
Those will
Coda.
have been settled. Sorry, when we get to Coda. We'll only be concerned with national.
I'm not too concerned with drops in general until basically the last race of the season, because those drops tend to be, you're dropping like 3 or 4, maybe 5-point races. Unless you have just a juggernaut team that you're up against, in which case drops probably don't matter anyway. So I'm okay with that being like a rough first pass.
I think this 522 may be done for the day. I'm growing increasingly concerned about its ability to return to the track here.
By the way,
Ford 25 comes across the line, as does the 33. So
the 245?
Yeah. And the 33 directly behind it.
Ironic.
By the way, there was a note in the race control log, and I make this a point in part because it's dramatic, and in part because I think it shows how no nonsense the administration in this league is, in terms of what they're willing to enforce and how strictly. The contact between the 522 and the 197, that's Choice versus the GP3, now second place runner, Overnight Motorsports. There was contact there. They incurred a 2-lap penalty. Other notes include driver ejected, 12-month suspension due to a violation of regulation probation.
On which car?
It doesn't specify, but I assume that's for the 522, right?
Well, they have it, yes.
Now, I wonder if that's why that car isn't on track anymore. That penalty was finalized, and with the driver ejection, they said, I think we're done here, at least for this weekend, and packed up.
I wouldn't be shocked. That's a really...
Because that car was on track after the incident. It's not like they got damaged and that was the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough race for them.
They did a number on the 197. I mean, it was able to continue, but you know what? Probation is there to discourage that sort of behavior. It's because you've exhibited that sort of behavior before. It's not acceptable. You've gotten your free pass, and now you're being watched. And to WRL's credit, they tell you if you do that sort of thing again, it will not be tolerated and you will be suspended. And that's exactly what happened. Now, we haven't seen the incident, right? There are a panel of stewards that are going to decide who's at fault based on video evidence from both cars. But, the reality is that if you are placed on probation, that is what probation is for. It is a formal warning that removes any future warnings. The next action against you will be a suspension action. And I'm sure that was made very clear when the probation was instituted in the first place. Now, I don't know who the driver was, and it really doesn't matter.
Right, and I wouldn't want to necessarily name and shame anyway.
No, of course not. Of course not. But, this is a reflection of the series rules enforced in an appropriate way.
Yeah.
And you know what? Choice Racing has been around for a long time in this series. They've got a brand new car. You're not going to give them a free pass just because they've been a loyal customer of the series. Unacceptable on-track behavior is unacceptable on-track behavior.
Yeah, it's a no-contact league, and we've seen two. I have no idea if it was the same driver. I have no idea who the driver was in either case. But we'd seen two different instances of car contact with that car. The first, they came off worse for it, but it seemed fairly avoidable, to be honest. And the second one, they've made contact with another car. It's a tough situation for them to be in. It's a tough situation for the team. The league obviously doesn't want to give out punishments just for fun. Conversely, the other teams would prefer not to have their cars hit. So, yeah, it's unfortunate all around. But the point being is that these rules are here and they are enforced, and the goal of this is to not cause unnecessary expense on people.
All right, with an hour and a half left to go, the number 605, your leader in GP3, is in the pits for fuel and driver change.
I'm not expecting any changes for position on the class level for the last hour and a half. This will be basically, if anything is going to change, it's going to be because something has happened out on track. There's been an incident, there's been a mechanical breakdown, there's been people going 3 wide into 13. Who can say?
Has this happened?
I guess that was 14, excuse me. But yeah, there's gonna have to be some sort of oddity. So we're honestly kind of riding this one out. We're just kind of hoping that nobody has a problem.
It's been that way for some time here. I mean, the only variable for a while was, can the number 99 do anything about the cars in front of it? But when it had its 6-minute pit stop a couple of laps ago, that kind of went by the wayside.
In comes the 33 Corvette. Nothing really too abnormal about it. The appearance, it's been missing a headlight cover for a while now. Other than that, it looks normal.
Oh,
I'm
by the way,
some of our trackside cameras have settled in at 400 or 500 kilobits a second and not come back.
I want to make a quick point. I don't know if we're going out over the PA, but even if we're only being listened, fine. Even if we're the only audience is over the web stream, the number one thing that I'm seeing that people are getting penalized for are fueling infractions, specifically having their visors up while they're fueling. I don't know if that's something that maybe needs to be bolded and highlighted in the regs, but people seem to keep doing it. So if you're listening to this, tell your guys to not do it, because that's costing people full laps.
And those of you who are not here and going to be at COTA, pay attention to the log, the things that teams are most penalized for here and at other events. Get that stuff right. That's
easy stuff.
It's dumb penalties.
Yeah, it's basic stuff that it's those things. It's like it should be one of those automatic things you do. It's like making sure you don't have too many people over the wall, that sort of thing. Make sure
visor down.
Exactly.
And in some cases, in some cases, it is. I mean, it's teams that, frankly, should know better.
No, but that's the point. Is all it takes is a thorough reading and review of the rule book before you go to the track. Nail down the procedures. Have somebody critique you and make sure you have everything right to the letter of the regulations, so that when you go to do it in practice, everybody is on the same page.
Maybe this is that fatigue we were talking about.
That is a fair point. I mean, these crews, we talk a lot about the drivers and are they, missing apexes, making mistakes out on track. All perfectly valid. But the crew members have been at this for 4 days, 3 days.
Yeah.
Right?
They were up early this morning.
Yep.
Yesterday morning.
Yep. For the most part, drivers probably, had better sleeping arrangements.
Oh, for sure. And you'll get rest for 3 or 4 hours at a time. Crew members have got to be up every hour to do pit stops.
Yes. Plus all any unscheduled pit stops.
Yep.
So I mean, it's not necessarily, uncommon that you might be seeing small mistakes like this, but it's just.
Well,
it really sucks because I mean this is some of the more basic things that seem to be slipping through the cracks.
Yeah, spare a thought for some of the smaller teams where the drivers are also crewing.
Yeah.
This will be an event where it's going to be really easy for those mistakes to crop up. Not that they should be given any more leeway, but it's just one of those things where you gotta make sure that you're drilled and that your head's in it, because there's nobody's really in a super tight battle right now, but nobody wants to lose a lap over something silly like not having their visor up,
I do wonder if having a 24-hour event changes the proportion of teams that use their drivers as crew. Do the drivers kind of say, listen, I'm paying for a 24-hour seat, or we're participating in a 24-hour race. That is a lot of wear and tear on the body as it is. It's a lot of fatigue. I also don't trust myself to have to be up every hour, or it's not safe for me to be up every hour, and doing fuel, moving fuel jugs, filling up the car, standing there with a fire extinguisher, managing safety equipment, whatever the case might be. I wonder if that is part of the, hey, 24-hour racing at this level is actually really tough to fill a grid with sort of discussion point. I don't know. That's a theory, but
looks like a Thunder Bunny might be coming in shortly for fuel and a driver change.
Should be their last stop. I think.
It's
on
close.
the edge.
We're at an hour 20 to go.
The production classes, I think, are about there. If you can,
it's going to be close. 02, I believe that is, coming into its box.
Yep, 01 was just in a lap or two ago. So
they're also doing driver change with fuel. Go on.
There's a great note in the YouTube comments, which I was never going to think about. So Rob Henretta comments, we've taken that penalty, and it's always been the driver getting out, having their visor cracked.
Wow.
Not the fuel guy, the driver not realizing that he needs to keep his visor down while he's in the pit lane.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that you can drive out on track with your visor cracked, but the second you get out of the car and you're alone in the pit lane, unprotected,
so because there's refueling going on.
No, I'm not arguing the point. I'm just It never crossed my mind. And Joseph just said as much. That's.
I'm just explaining
an astounding move from a driver who was okay to be out on track with a visor crack, but out in the pits, unprotected around you. That is, I never would have thought of that. They've got it right.
Yep, they look good.
That's Thunder Bunny down there.
Yeah.
What do you say about the Sebring 24 hours?
Who said that?
I feel like, how many wheels have we seen just leave cars? It's been such
3, 4.
Is this the year of the hub failure?
It's something, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you're gonna be like, okay, what's Sebring gonna break? You'd be like, wheels. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with you. I don't think it is endemic like the year of the alternators was, or whatever, left rear suspensions or whatever it was, the year afterwards. it doesn't surprise me that we saw more, a handful more hub failures than we might otherwise see. But based on the information we got from down in the pit lane, it sounded like there were more just random, bits and pieces that failed for a lot of cars within the first 8 to 10 hours. And then the other thing I learned is that for the vast majority of cars, if you can get past the standard WRL distance of about 8 hours, maybe a little longer than that, it kind of suggests that your car is built well enough to cover even longer distances. The number of failures and problems we saw after midnight dropped dramatically from what we saw in the first half of the race. Some of that is more heads-up driving in a thinner traffic density. Other parts of that is just, hey, the cars that are still running are built better. That's why they're still running.
About 15 minutes ago, the 245 was noted as stopped and continued at turn 10. The incident from turn 7 about half an hour ago is still listed as the 33. So it didn't look like the 33 to me, but they never updated it. So they must be pretty confident that it was in fact the 33 there.
Well, there's separate things. One was at 7, the other was at 10. So did 10 report the car stopped, the 245? I don't know.
Well, they were separated by about 10 minutes. I don't think they would have been the same thing.
Oh, that's fair.
I don't think that...
I don't know.
Yeah.
I never got eyes on it. I mean, I saw the car stop, but there was no way I was going to be able to make out enough detail to figure out who or what it was.
Right. I mean, I had a guess, but I just it just looked like it was too high profile to be a Corvette. I don't know. I feel slightly empty. I don't have any projections to run because everything is basically accounted for.
And you know what? When I think back to other 24-hour races we've covered, this is not unusual. I mean, at this level especially, you aren't always on the edge of your seat counting this stuff down. You're kind of just waiting for something to happen.
No,
if it ever does.
A competitive 24-hour race is the exception, and very much not the rule, unless you have some artificial thing that bunches the field up when...
like throwing a mandatory caution every hour and 15 minutes to deliver worker lunch.
Something like that. Maybe throwing a caution for a particular Daytona prototype with a blown tire, but not another one. I don't know. Just ideas. Who can say?
I mean, not necessarily specific to WRL, right? No need to just single the series out. We just happen to work for them. But this has been very organic. I mean, there's been nothing about this race that has felt unnecessary, contrived.
Right.
Let's err on the side of caution. Obviously, they're not playing to entertain people. They're not playing to keep people competitive and involved to get them to come back. The race is the race, and cautions are cautions, and neutralizations are what they are. And you take the good with the bad, and the race is what it is. Everybody's got to deal with the race as it presents themselves to them. And from that perspective, you kind of can't be upset or angry about it. I mean, it's been a race. It's been a 24-hour race. At hour 6, 8, 10, it was actually very engaging and enthralling. And then as the night went on, people had their little problems. Gaps went out because naturally, after running around in circles for 12 or 14 hours, people were where they were supposed to be.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't feel, certainly don't feel cheated or robbed of any drama, because I don't think there was any, I hate when that kind of thing is, I hate when that kind of thing is manufactured, because then you're not watching a real sport or anything that resembles a sport, right? It's a soap opera on wheels, and that's not very fun. At least not for me.
The only ones manufacturing entertainment should be us up here.
That's a fair point, right?
I hear it's going to rain in 5 minutes.
The cloud cover has gotten thicker.
Mr. Blue Sky over here.
At least directly over the track. Anyway.
It is up to us to make it worth people's while to tune in and to engage with us and follow the race. It's our job also to follow the race as it presents itself to us.
Exactly. Let the race happen naturally. Let it be a race, and let us tell the story.
Exactly. Eventually, you run out of stories to tell.
Oh, so we make them up.
No, that's true. That's true. Or we tell other stories, right? And entertain that way. And you know what? Not every race is going to be. We've seen it throughout the course of the season. Not every race is going to be a nail biter down to the end. And 24-hour racing certainly is almost never that way. We have been absolutely spoiled at Le Mans the last couple of years with just the wildest turns of events. Even within the last decade, phenomenal manufacturer battles just have really reset the standard of what we expect modern endurance racing to be. This isn't modern endurance racing. This is classical endurance racing as it used to be in the 70s, the 80s, and even into the 90s and early 2000s. People building garages or cars in their garages and finding ways to make them go fast over long periods of time.
Yeah, I mean, you listen to Tim basically talk. I'm oversimplifying, but he's talking about effectively, chopping and screwing the TCR. Which I think it sounded like to the chagrin of the Audi engineers.
I'm sure they didn't love it. I'm not sure I would either.
I think they love their car winning. I think they love the prospect of potentially getting to sell that car to other people.
Potentially, but how do you support it? That's the other issue.
With a smile.
But I think from that perspective, I would rather have the technological intrigue and freedom of development and hear some of those stories about what somebody's approach to doing this was, rather than expecting them to be doing it very closely to somebody else.
Yeah, it's racing for me is about, well, I mean, lots of things for me is about the weirdness of it. And if everything is picked directly off the shelf, then there's no room to be weird. There's nothing interesting there.
No, in a way,
every car here is interesting and weird in its own little way.
There is more interest and intrigue in this grid and in many WRL race grids than you get in a modern homologated BOP type category. Okay, you're not building a car from the ground up, but you are doing something in a different way to achieve a different purpose than somebody else is, and you're not being penalized or punished for it.
So, going back to the entertainment aspect here, Battle for Third is not over just yet. I'm waiting for the 981 to come across.
Why has the 52 done a 236? What happened there?
I'm not sure.
But they've done it several times.
And here's the thing. The 981, which last I saw was 1 minute and 8 seconds behind, is catching them at 10 seconds a lap. At least this last time by. Waiting for the 981. Crosses the line now.
I have a theory.
227.
I have a theory. I think the 52 is trying to save fuel to make it home on one more stop.
Pit expected in 1 lap are the numbers that I have for the 52.
I think they are leaning the heck out of it and running way off throttle for as long as they can to not have to make a splash, because they know if they have to make a splash, they're going to be sunk behind the 981. They're already essentially down a pit stop to them.
Yeah.
Right? They have to make their full fuel stop. 981 has already made theirs. So 981 needs a splash. I think the 52 team is looking at this going, I think our best chance is to back off, make one stop, and make them take the splash at the end. Because they've already made that bet and decided it's theirs.
Yeah. I've been watching the pit stops all night down here, and they're quick with that fuel.
They are, but you still have transit time here. I mean, you lose 15 to 20 seconds at the entry part of, well, let's call it 15 seconds in the entry to pit lane here.
Yeah.
You lose another 15 to 20 down the exit. I mean, there is an inevitable baseline cost associated with making a pit stop here.
Is it worth losing 9 seconds a lap, though? That's the thing.
4 laps is about that delta, right?
Yeah.
I agree.
So it's...
Unless they are nursing a problem.
52 right here on pit lane coming into its box.
An hour and 8 is super borderline.
That's a bit on the close side. They are doing a driver change, as well as taking fuel. Unfortunately, we do not have a spotter guide with helmets, so I cannot tell you specifically who's getting in the car.
We're lucky we had driver names, JT. It's true.
So the fuel we know was on schedule. The driver thing is curious because they had spent their last 5 laps about 7 seconds off the pace.
I'm wondering if that was just they were just trying to make this last lap, and then now maybe they're putting in one of their fast drivers. I'm not sure. Real quick, though, I want to bring up it's being reported
Raindrops
by Sean Moffat on YouTube that the 44 has a fuel transfer pump problem. It's not terminal. They just might have to come in a couple extra times for fuel.
And they've got a 10-lap buffer over the 701, so I don't think it'll make a difference for them.
Yeah. We just might see them come make a few more stops that might look a little bit unscheduled to us, but they're not.
Let's see, with a 2-lap gap, at about
52 rejoins the track.
About 2.5 minutes a lap. That's 25 minutes. So they could dawdle around for a while and still be in good shape.
Mm-hmm. In comes the 44.
So I guess we would expect it to be this and potentially one more for the 44.
Yeah. Hopefully. Something like that. Last lap for the 981 was a 2:27.5. So they're still going. Still going well. 99 comes across, start finish line, does a 2:23 flat.
I wonder here. Oh, that's a minute and 40. If the 99 has to pit again, there's no way.
Yeah, they're
going to catch the 981.
I can't help but
intrigued as to where the 52 shakes out here.
I can't help but picture Tim's face right now every time that 99 comes through.
Oh yeah,
clocking down these laps like this.
Yeah, running 222s and 23s.
99 is due in about 19 laps. That will be maybe about 10 or 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's about right. And I think we expect the will to win car maybe 5 or 10 minutes before that. So the 981's just come through in third. And now we pay attention to the
2:27.4.
So let's see what happens with the 52 here.
Yeah.
If the 52 comes through, this time obviously you won't see it.
No. We'll
It's
see
up
a
to
larger delta.
speed. 358. That's a good
For now,
good pit lap. Yeah.
Yep.
36.2 seconds is the margin on track. So if that 52 is up to speed, then I think maybe the driver that was in before was using a little too much fuel. They needed to get to that lap target and had him back right out of it to bring the number back down. That's a thought. Maybe here now they know they're good from where they pitted, and because they made that target early, now they can run a more normal pace around a 26, 27, and just back up whatever the 981 is doing, knowing that the 981 has to pit. If they're not off the pace, if they're not running 32s, 33s, 34s, then I would suggest that they are probably in pretty decent shape on fuel from here. They're not managing a problem at the very least. Right, we need to see it clear that 33, 34 barrier that it was kind of stuck behind at the end of the last stint.
Yeah. 223.5 for Team GTR.
If a minute is the gap there from 52 to 99. So, unfortunately, that 6-minute stop for the 99, I think, this is kind of it. So it is close enough to see it and feel like it can have a hand on the right rotation, but it's not going to shake out in its favor.
However, if the 52 is not able to make it all the way, do we think Team GTR can get close enough?
So basically, if they both have to stop one more time?
Yes.
I
maybe.
don't.
Probably. Well,
I think it's going to depend on the lap times we're going to be seeing from
you've got to
Team
pull
ACP coming up
5
soon.
seconds a lap there.
4 to 5
seconds a lap.
If Team ACP can't be doing under 230s,
Yeah.
you're going to be seeing 5 seconds a lap because we know Team GTR is very consistent right now.
I've got the 52 is pitting in 27 laps.
He should be good from an hour and 5 minutes, right?
Hold on, let's do some math.
Really an hour and 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I show 66 minutes to a stint
At basically 227
for a lap
Okay.
time.
They come across at a 226 flats.
Leader is in. The 983 should be the last stop for this car as well.
Yep.
On its 514th lap.
Looks like they're just looking over the car real quick, make sure everything's good. You can see the people lining the pit wall, just watching,
Last stop as well for the 143.
holding their breath, making sure that car can refire.
I don't know that it's shut off.
It looks like are they changing the right rear? It's hard.
I think they were just checking tread, checking the sidewalls.
Okay. Yeah, making sure nothing.
I don't even think they brought the torque wrench out.
The 701 has stopped on track at turn 7.
Oh. That was the recovering.
Torquing the rear. Fires up in gear.
That's the recovering round 3 car, Joseph, in GP1. What is it? Has it moved?
I don't have the answer to that. I'm just looking at the race control log. Let's.
Ironically, its margin is 21. It's 20 laps.
Yeah, and there are 12 laps for the next car overall, which is the number 7.
Are they still hanging out here? Doesn't seem like it. Driver's left. Is that the 99? Or is that
that's
the 701?
Okay. No, that is the 701. Tell me they're going to get 99 fueling infraction or something. I do see 99 written in the log there for some reason.
Oh boy.
Car turn 1 stopped. 99.
Ooh.
Do we have anything on turn?
They need to get that refired.
Either the turn 3 or turn 1 cameras? No, nothing at 1.
A yellow here would
be
suboptimal.
It would be further left from turn 1, I
I don't see anything there either.
Yeah, if it came to a stop, it's going to pull over as far right as possible.
Oh, you think it would be out over
Yeah,
here?
yeah, over there. Yeah, just because they naturally have to stay a bit wide before they enter turn 1.
So is this our double incident situation where we've got to go double yellow to deal with them both simultaneously?
I'm a little surprised that we haven't already. Not that I mind it.
No, I'm just saying there's precedent for that.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone really wants to throw a yellow right now if it can be helped.
Here we go, on board with Big Money. Or Money Pit, sorry. Big Money. No whammy.
Big money pit.
No whammy.
Big mission money.
Right. Oh.
There's nothing there.
Yeah, not seeing anything.
They're not missing on Race Hero or anything.
No, 245 is for me.
We do have safety trucks going.
Yeah, they're going to pick up the 701, I think.
Okay.
That's curious. I wonder if it's a stop and continuation deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually it's notated as such, but I could see
Yeah.
that just being missed, especially at this hour.
981 crosses the line. 227. .678 on pit lane, coming in hopefully for their last stop.
I have 99 as last seen at noon, or sorry,
Yep.
not at noon. At I'm 1 hour off for some reason.
Yeah.
But
Did it pull into the cut between 1 and 3?
I don't know. I want to make the point real quick that this has regional championship implications. I know we touched on this earlier, but they needed to finish 6th or better in order to win the championship. If they don't, it goes to the 983 here.
Oh, if the 983 wins, it is theirs.
If the 983 wins and 99 finishes worse than 6th, so 7th or worse, it goes to the 983.
Got 9 laps to play with before the number 9 becomes a factor.
It is worth noting the Corvette sounded quite rough coming down the front straight last time around. You guys were talking about other stuff, obviously, but
Was that
it sounded like it was
33?
missing pretty hard. Whichever one's the red one, not the blue one.
Okay.
Which car?
The red Corvette, the
The Braunschweig
117.
Yeah.
117, yeah.
Maybe it was just bouncing off the limiter, but it sounded bad. And I haven't seen them appear under the Corvette bridge yet either.
I haven't, with regards to this 99 question, I haven't even seen a yellow flag at turn 1.
Right. I think it might be the driver's right there, actually. On the chill-out cam, it was tough to see because of the picture.
Yeah, but wouldn't we have a yellow flag at start for that?
I'm not sure. It looked like a standing yellow.
It depends how far it is. If it's past the first station in turn 1, probably.
Yeah, but I think the station is outside the corner, driver's right, like very far to driver's right.
Yeah. It's not too far away from where we put up the camera.
I thought we'd have seen that on these cameras.
117 Corvette just passed by.
Okay.
All right. 701 is being pulled off and turn 14 cut out.
Okay.
The 46 Ginger Racing returns onto pit road.
.981 contact, turn 15, under investigation. That is your third place car.
981.
Yep. Under investigation for contact at turn 15.
Currently has a 39.5 second lead over the 52.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a penalty to come, now it doesn't say who the contact was against. Did it impact something? Are we talking about contact with an object? You know, I don't know, but the penalty there would be a lap.
Yeah. Oh no, it would be 2. Wouldn't it? Contact is 2 laps.
This
And
weekend
it
is.
wouldn't be a partial lap, is my point.
Okay, yeah.
This weekend it is 2 laps. You're right, but this, my point is, it is
Yeah,
a
it's-
full lap, not a portion thereof.
Yeah.
We're inside of an hour.
We sure are. Do we want to do the thing
Unbelievably.
one more time?
The Cooper?
Yeah.
Koopa.
Especially while this sorts itself. Oh wait, have we seen GTR reappear? We have.
It is no longer salmon.
822.9.
2 laps.
Yeah, so that's the end of that charge. What the deal there was? It's weird.
Well, let's go ahead and do the ad, and we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at the Sebring 24 Hours, the World Racing League Eastern Championship season finale, and the inaugural running of a pretty astounding event, all things considered. This is DriverSeye Live inside the final 50 minutes of what hasn't necessarily been a classic in terms of raw excitement here at the end, but as endurance races go, this has been pretty classically defined as an endurance race. And that's exactly what we expected out of these cars running around Sebring for 24 hours. Any cars running around Sebring for 24 hours for the first time here this weekend. I want to thank everybody, as always, for their company with us this weekend. DriverSeye Live, Brendan Kazmarek, Brian West, JT Tammy, and Joseph Mudrock. Flag to flag coverage on DriverSeye, which has been exciting and challenging and exhausting all at the same time. Especially here at the end as things have kind of slimmed out. We've had a little twist within the last 10 minutes or so that's actually taken what little intrigue we had left kind of back out of things here. Problems for the number 99 Team GTR BMW means that it's no longer really in the fight for P4.
Well, it was in the fight for P3 at one point. When when those two cars for third and fourth, the 981 and the 52, were close.
Yep. And then it had a long stop, and it was only in contention for really outside shot for P4, and then it stopped again on track, and now it's not in contention at all. But that doesn't mean we don't have this 981 and 52 situation still to play out. They are split by 38 seconds at the moment, and the at least going assumption is that the 981 is going to have to make a splash before the end of the race, take on a little bit of fuel, and then bring itself to the finish, whereas the number 52 is just on the edge of being able to make it without a stop. The contact under investigation for the 981 is with the number 9.
Which is the other Team ACP car.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Interesting.
Sure is. Now, I'm sure that is just sheer coincidence. But that was reported down at turn 15. There's actually 2 reports of it at turn 15. I assume it is just one that's been duplicated, but it has different timestamps. So
maybe
not actually
each
100%
team
sure.
both submitted.
That could be.
Okay.
It says the other one's at fault. I don't know.
We'll let the stewards figure that out. And for now, we're just going to keep watching the times. Last lap, Team ACP was a second quicker. So they did bring that gap down to 38 seconds. We have the 981 cross the line now. Responds with a 26.5.
I will make the note really quick that those 2 contacts that were reported 2 laps apart from each other.
Well, 5 minutes. Right, so it was one a corner report and one reported by a team, and they're just different report times, or did they happen in back-to-back laps? Because if you look at the log, 981 and 9 contact at turn 15, 11:05 a.m. Then 11:09, 981, 4 off and continue at turn 5. Then a minute later, 981 and 9 contact at turn 15. So did they make contact once? The 981 went off track and the 9 slipped through again, and then they made contact again the next lap at turn 15. I don't know. That may be a little much. In any case, that 981 is under investigation for contact here. And as we mentioned, if they are deemed to be at fault in any way, then there's a lap penalty to be handed down here, which is going to hand the 4th spot to the 52. That being said, I think the 52 is still kind of in the driver's seat here. I think they've got the upper hand when it comes to this splash.
Possibly.
It's 20 seconds, or I'm sorry, 20-ish minutes worth of fuel they're going to have to take on, right? The number 981?
Yes.
So about a third of a tank?
So probably a 5-gallon jug. Is that what we think?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Maybe half of another one.
Maybe something of another one.
They can empty those very quick. I would say...
Yeah, but 39 seconds to go the length of the pit lane at 35 miles an hour.
Here's the thing, though. All right, so just quick estimation, no facts on this. I would say they can empty one of those fuel jugs in that car 8 seconds. Okay?
That feels right. Yeah.
So we're looking at about no more than 15 seconds of fuel.
Guys,
time coming down
hold on.
Yep.
Keep an eye on the race control log, because I think we've got some weird team games being played.
What? So, do you want to dive into that in a diplomatic yet informative way?
Hold on, just
let
me finish this. As the 981 does another 26. So basically, we're looking at, let's say, 25 seconds moving down pit lane, maybe 30. Plus, the 15 seconds, so we're looking at 45 seconds. Here's the thing. The 52 is going to try to be saving fuel to make it to the end, which means...
I don't know if they have to save,
I don't think
think
so.
they might just be good.
They're good.
in the last 5 minutes, they're not going to be saving.
It depends on how they're being pushed.
I don't know. What I'm seeing right now, though, is the 981 is starting to open up that gap. So it got down to 38 seconds. We're up to 41, almost 41 and a half seconds. I'm thinking if that gets to about 40, anywhere between 40 and 45 seconds, I think that might be enough for them to beat them out of pit lane.
I'd buy that. No, that analysis is in-depth enough.
Top tier.
All right, so
that I'd accept that.
all right, Joseph, what's going on?
So there's allegations of blocking being levied against the 9. We've had 2 incidents of contact between the 981 and the 9. And we've had both of which the way they're listed would put the 981 as the car making the contact. Both have gone 4 off and continued. This suggests to me that there's at least the suggestion from the Will to Win camp that the number 9 may be holding up the 981 to help the 52 bridge that gap. That feels a little insane to me. If that's what's going on, because this is, and so I'm skeptical that that's what's going on.
They are nose to tail on track.
The 9 is parked directly in front of the 9.
I mean, a car length and a half
So-
across start finish.
Here's the thing, though. They're both running mid to high 26s right now. I think that is still faster than the 52, at least last time by. So I'll keep an eye on this. Last lap was a 28 flat from the 52.
Yeah. So
And
it's still not even running quickly enough to catch.
Exactly. That's
with or without blocking.
That's at least this past lap. We'll see how this next one comes, because
We'll see him underneath the bridge camera here in just a second.
And we have seen the 52 as it approaches the line right now. We have seen it do 26s before. It comes across as a 27.1.
Yeah.
So it's very close, and that gap is at 42 seconds. This could very well come down to the wire without any involvement from upstairs.
Well, hold on. What are you guys suggesting? Because I think you guys might have something backwards a bit.
No. What JT is suggesting is that without intervention from upstairs, right? Forget the blocking issue, right? Because that's maybe games being played, but put that to one side. Defined in the rule book, there are penalties for contact. If you are found to be at fault for contact, that is a penalty, right? Putting all that to the side, without intervention, without penalty, JT is suggesting that with a gap between 40 and 45 seconds, leaves this in a perfect spot of limbo when the number 981 has to make its final stop. Right? All things being equal, the 981 is going to have to make a splash. When it does and it comes out, it is going to give up roughly 40 to 45 seconds to the 52. And with a gap in that region, those two cars are going to be near enough each other on track to fight it out to the end.
Yeah, and again, this is just estimation based on the times I think.
But it's as close as
do.
we have to having a full pit stop delta and numbers to kind of work with and plot this stuff out. Now, there are question marks that follow about, okay, are there penalties coming for contact? Is there legitimate blocking going on?
26 flat for 981 as it crosses the line there, even though the 9 is ahead. Yeah, the 9 did a 25.8. So
yeah, if you were going to slow down and try and hold up that car for your teammate, you'd be slowing down at the apexes, nailing your exits.
At the worst, that's more a mental game. But at least going just solely on the time, I'm not seeing anything there. So
he's not really under an obligation to pull over and get out of the way if he's not holding him up.
I don't see how you could say that he wasn't holding him up, though. If they're nose to tail.
He ran a faster lap.
Of course he ran a faster lap. He's in front of him. What's he...
Yeah,
but his lap time is competitive. He's not parking the car on the apex.
Is he up the inside? He's up the inside at turn 7. It was really late on the brakes.
And he gets it. But how's the exit?
Is there contact? No, that's clean.
No, it looks clean.
Yeah, that's clean. That's all done.
The question is, the BMW's right there on the back. Is he going to go for no? Nope, he backs out. That's a good call. So regardless of whatever happens upstairs, that's whatever will be. I I think we have a really good fight just as things stand right now.
I am hopeful that this is allowed to just play itself out.
Ideally, yes.
Not to say that at the end of the race contact becomes acceptable or blocking is acceptable or anything like that, but I would hope that the stewards take a realistic, reasonable view of this rather than saying, oh, you touched, it's a lap penalty for each of you, or one of you but not the other.
Well,
It's debatable or controversial.
I think there's clear cut. It needs to be ruled.
Yes, I
accordingly,
agree with
but
that.
If it's whatever. Anyways,
let's see what kind of pace the 981 has in clear air, because if it turns out that he can gap him by a second a lap, then
yeah, we need to see how
obviously he
it's
was
played out.
beating him.
So, last lap, the 52 does a 26.7. So it only lost 7/10 that lap. If the 981 in clear traffic can get down into 25s, we can see that gap start to expand a bit more. Comes across the line and it does a 26.5. Some of that
He was
time,
making a pass. that
exactly.
lap, yeah.
Some of that time would have been lost as he sacrificed the apex to go on the inside to make that pass into the hairpin at turn 7.
GTR 99 is back in the pit lane. Or was back in the pit lane for what I assume is his last stop.
Hopefully.
All they have to do is hold on to that 6th place at worst, and they're good.
That is correct. Yeah, I did briefly lose sight of that. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah.
Did we have a change of position for 6th in GP3? I'm trying to remember. If
I don't know, JT.
Joseph's scoff.
I'm trying to remember if the 45
wasn't
was
me.
ahead of the 808 or not.
The 40. Yes, they were. The 45 had a long. Hold on. I did see a notification about this actually.
They had a long stop on 388.
And I don't think. Yeah. So the gap then shrunk from 275 seconds to 10 seconds. So that wasn't a change for position, I don't think. 45 was still in P7 at that time. So the gap has just shrunk, but it hasn't.
Okay.
Is that losing a lap on a penalty, perhaps? 275 seconds? No.
No.
Or
I don't
2
think
laps?
so.
No.
All right. So Team ACP last lap was a 29.7. So that gap is now 46 seconds.
29.7.
29.7.
Man. Or maybe they really are just pedaling the car, desperate to make it to the end.
We've got 35 minutes to find out.
The a note from Tim Myers down in the Hammer Motorsports camp. 34th to 10th, not too shabby.
Definitely not.
And I think they are going to pick off the 601 round 3 Boxster in the second place GP2 car here before the end of things.
Mm-hmm.
Which will put them in do 10th overall.
Yes, exactly. The kind of the point of the 34th to 10th. They do sit 11th just for the moment.
981 should be under your nose, guys.
Yes, it is. It is taking fuel. Checking
One
driver.
one jug done. Here comes the second.
Let's see how much goes in.
It really costs them nothing to do fuel. They do the fuel so
No.
fast.
Yeah, look how quick that goes in. Two
Yeah,
jugs.
it's about 11 to 12 seconds.
There's the
to jog
52.
that. Wow, we're going with 3.
52
well,
is
35
gone.
minutes.
52 is through?
52 is way gone. They're going to be coming down
Wow.
here shortly.
Yeah, I think that was a longer fuel stop than JT was expecting there.
Yeah, I thought they
Yeah,
were.
that's 11 to 12 seconds a jug. They took 2.5 to 3 jugs.
Yeah, I thought they were due much later.
No, I completely agree. I'm not in calculating that out. I'm shocked they came in as early as they did, and they took as much as they did.
And they were only
Unless
2
they're
laps
short-
early.
Unless, okay, yeah.
They
Well,
must have
there you go.
short filled another time.
Only 2 laps, right?
Possible. Okay. Well, good news is they have 33 minutes.
We're gonna have to see how the gap shakes out, though. Like that ACP car has a
That's it going into 7 now, right?
substantial lead. Yeah.
Yeah, going through the apex of 7. Where is the 981? Is it coming around 5 now?
And the 981 now has a full fuel load as well, so I don't know how that affects either the balance or just your performance.
Under the Corvette bridge, and that car is through. The 52 is through turn 10 by that point.
I'd say they've got
it's
about
actually
10 laps to
now.
play with.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah, I see it.
behind the
I saw
Corvette
it back
bridge.
there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Headed
so
up into 13.
well, that's into braking for the hairpin.
Yep.
So what are we thinking? 25?
Yeah,
Okay.
20 to 25.
Meanwhile, 44 has changed fuel pump. So hopefully that has fixed that issue of their fuel issue there.
That didn't cost them any positions, right?
Don't
I
believe
don't
so.
think so, especially since
No.
round 3 is
13 more laps.
salmon and they're still missing.
It's going to look like a romp for Thunder Bunny.
That's a testament to that car. I've been talking about it for 2 years.
Yeah,
Which one?
the
The Thunder
BMW.
Bunny BMW. Like that's a good car. That's the setup you want.
And it's different.
It's different.
Were you saying that yesterday that that's the most reliable engine BMW's ever made?
Yeah.
Well, this is the 1
That
2.
3-liter in the 1 Series without the turbos, yeah. Unfortunately, the flip side of that, it means that was kind of a lease special car.
Oh.
Usually your lease special cars only come as automatics. So there's not a lot of those out there that could be easily converted.
52 comes through, does a 227.6.
That's pretty good for them.
Remember, this is an outlet for the 981, so this won't be representative.
No, the time won't,
The
but the
gap
gap
will.
will be.
Yeah.
Comes to 240, and I think a couple of seconds later should come the 981. There's the the 701 is
701's
back.
back.
Yay! Here's the 981.
Cross the line.
33 even. Wow, bigger than we thought. So that's the margin that the 981's got to go chase down. 982 is in the pits as well.
We're just under 30 minutes to go.
982 pitting helps the number 99 GTR. Gives them a little bit more breathing space. I mean, fortunately, they've got, so it's 9 laps to 16 laps. So they probably would have been okay either way.
Sean Moffitt, Sean Moffitt just said he just got a 128i M Sport manual for his kid.
What a good car. It's fast enough. Like, you can still get into trouble, but it's not like a Mustang where if you get too antsy in second gear, you're going to whip it around, you know?
I assume by getting in trouble, you mean burning the tires too quickly at a track day.
Yes, that's
Learning from
exactly what I mean.
experience, JT?
Yeah.
Not in a 1 Series.
982 is in as scheduled. The 9 behind them, I don't even know if they're close in terms of lap time, or in terms of lap count, but the 9 is marginal, but should make it to the end without having to stop again.
Do you can you display a list of cars who are still going to have to stop before the end?
That's no, I can't magically.
No. I didn't know if you
If
judged
anyone
if it
could,
judged
you
it.
could.
No, I didn't know if it judged it against the end of the race, projected laps left to the end, or if it's just okay. They're going to be doing 27 or whatever.
No, I just say how many laps until next stop. And I think at this point we're looking at about 8 to 9 left.
8 to 9 laps.
Yeah.
It's less. It's more than that. 9 laps would be 27 minutes. At 3 minutes would be 27 minutes, and we're above that still.
All right,
28.9.
10 to 11.
So that lap, The 52 does a 230.3, 981 a 226.2. So that 33-second gap is now down to 29 seconds.
The chase is on. Some would say it's the race for the chase.
So
Request.
if you're thinking we have 10 laps
it's the chase
left,
for the race.
3 seconds a lap will get you right there.
How many seconds left?
3 seconds a lap if there's 10.
For 10, yeah.
Yeah. And we had 4 seconds that time by. I think Team ACP will get better laps coming in the
You would
next
assume
10
so,
minutes.
yeah.
Yeah. So we just need to see how.
I mean,
both
if you're
cars
marginal
can do
on
this.
fuel, the play is to use traffic to your advantage,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So if you see you're coming up on traffic in a braking zone, roll the heck out of the throttle,
Yeah. Save for
pull
the
up
exit.
to it in the braking zone, and then get on it at the exit.
I don't think they're marginal. I expect them in 13 laps. They're good to go.
So
Hopefully,
why are they running 230s if we know they're capable of 26s? Their pace has been traffic.
Fatigue. There we go.
9 is in.
Wow. The 9 opting for a little splash, I see.
They were always going to need that, I think, right?
They were.
Joe
it was-
said they were
They were
marginal.
good.
The 52, I think, was marginal, right?
no,
No,
I was,
52 is fine.
52 is good. 9 is
Yeah,
not.
the 9 was marginal, Joseph said.
Oh. I had
yeah,
that teammates.
I had them in 9 laps.
Interesting.
Guys,
so
we've
that's
been
probably
doing this
enough.
for 23 and a half
Yeah, I
hours. We should have this down by now.
I know.
Yeah, that's definitely how that works. That is how.
We're exhausted. Everyone's exhausted. This is fantastic.
No, there's no reason unless the 52 has pickup issues. There's no reason the 52 should have to
Speaking
stop.
of the 52, 227.2.
Yeah, so traffic last lap. That's got to be what that is.
Yeah, I would think so.
Wait another few seconds for the
It can't
Porsche
afford
come
to
through.
give up chunks of 4 seconds every
No,
so often.
not consistently.
The 52 is the slower of the two ACP cars. Has been all
Correct.
day.
Yes. Yeah, they've just been more consistent on track, staying out of trouble, which is why they've been running up there. 27.3.
27.3. So they pulled a little bit of a gap out, pulled a little 10th out there.
Yeah, so we're still 29-second gap.
Try and pick out the 983 here and see if we can start counting down the number of laps left.
Oh! The 44 is dragging its exhaust. That exhaust has come loose of the hanger, and quite a bit of it is dragging out of the back of the car.
Yeah, that's going to be a meatball. That'll
Yeah.
be straight into the pits.
Yeah, and now it's going through turn 1 right now, which will definitely not be good for
Yeah.
Get an exhaust. It goes into turn 3.
A worst case scenario is the exhaust coming off mid turn 17. Fortunately, you'd assume it's all attached underneath there pretty well, so it's probably not going to happen. But
Joseph, I'm sure you're aware of the onboard issue.
I'm
Guys?
refreshing it. My God. JT.
I don't think it has its exhaust anymore.
Oh.
It does not have its exhaust anymore in this picture.
really,
So where's the exhaust?
turn 1, turn 2.
And what's gonna happen with an
gonna
exhaust
retrieve
hanging
it?
out on track?
Well, it depends on where it ended up.
my-
Because we've seen them leave splitter parts, etc.
or if it goes flying off to the side, that could be okay.
Yeah.
But if it's on the racing surface,
An exhaust is not something which is going to fly off to the side.
but it will skid for a while in a high load corner.
It's made out of metal, right? So it's just gonna centripetal. Well, inertia is gonna carry it off the racing surface.
right, but
52
it
comes
can't-
by 26.7,
It can't fall off the side of the car. It can only fall off the back of the car.
unless it's
Yeah, but if it
going
goes
through a
loaded up
corner.
to the right, it will pull to the right naturally.
If it's going through a corner, it's going to follow the momentum.
Right, but also as the exhaust attaches, it's going to hit the outside wheel and arrest that momentum.
not entirely. It'll carry.
It's not like
for
a
minute.
splitter coming off or a
I mean,
bumper.
it's not in the car's not in the grass, so it couldn't have done that much damage.
No, and I don't see anything. I don't even see it like a surface flag down there.
Being reported, the 44 has had a cracked header for quite a few hours.
Ah,
That'll do it.
Yeah,
That's going to be interesting to drive.
Turn 3, lost exhaust, final. No action needed.
All
Okay.
right, there we go.
I think my suspicion is that was a work in progress race control note that had started as exhaust loose, exhaust hanging, exhaust gone.
It does say lost exhaust, period.
I'm done.
As
I'm
if to
done.
say, I'm done with this.
I'm glad they were aware as well as we were. So
Yeah, the question is, so obviously now it's no longer a. I'm not trying to play narc, but I mean honestly, no, honestly, it's like I don't know what the rules are here, because obviously it's not a danger because it's not on the car anymore for it to fall off.
No.
It's already fallen off. But is there a active noise issue now? Like there would be an IMSA, for example.
I don't know if that's
probably
going to be
not anymore.
loud enough to be a noise issue, given that we've had the choice car running around, and I think that that's pretty loud.
I mean,
it does have a muffler though.
I'm fine with that. I'm like, does this affect anything? Basically,
I actually didn't see a sound station here.
I don't think. Usually it's drivers left at turn 8, between 8 and 9.
Driver's left or driver's right, where the platform is?
No, that's usually a flag station.
Okay.
actually, it's not going to affect anything either way, because they've got a 14 lap gap to the car behind them, so they could be parked now and they would be fine.
52 across the lines is another 230.6, whereas last lap they had done a 26.
Yeah, but the 981 did it at 25.7 last
yes,
time.
the 981 was a second quicker last lap.
This time we'll need an updated time. 6:05 is in the pits.
That should be their final stop.
Yep, out of the GP3 lead.
981 comes across the line, does a 227.2. That gap is down to 24.5 seconds.
They're running out of time, though.
20 minutes to go.
You got a second a lap? Oh, they can pull a second a lap. Catching is one thing. Passing is another.
A second a lap's not really going to help them too much. That's still going to be outside 10 seconds.
701 was really slow pulling away from 17. And was also not shifting.
It's that classic redline GTP strat.
Let's see what their lap times are like. 3:36. There's a solid chance that car is running like only in 4th gear.
Well, the good news is 605 looks pretty good. They're pretty calm around the car right now. They're not in too much of a hurry. They do have a 15-lap gap at this point.
It's a pretty galaxy brain move, honestly. Can't money shift if you don't shift.
So would it be Big Mission Motorsports with the money shift?
Big money shift.
Big money shift mission motorsports.
20 minutes to go and it all falls apart.
My ears are still ringing in Atlanta after getting passed by the choice car upshifting, almost as deafening as a rotary race engine.
I'm wondering if that's the car on the grid that revved his engine right when he was passing by me.
Probably.
Because I flinched hard from that.
That ends the choice.
Okay, I'm gonna see something here real quick. Let's see.
Here comes the 52 approaching start finish. 227.2.
I don't know how interesting this is for anybody who isn't me. The only, well, there are 2 V8 cars in the top 10, and the rest all are 6-cylinders.
Pro Sport and Braunschweig. Nice.
227.1.
981, 4 off and continue at turn 15. I think they're pushing.
Yeah. 24.5 seconds still. I mean, you got to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a podium.
Yeah, at this point, You've got 3-second buffer. Sorry, 3 lap behind.
It feels insurmountable. It comes down in like a chunk every other lap, but that at this rate isn't going to be enough.
No.
I realized my folly earlier is I was looking at 20 minutes and then equating that to 20 laps.
Yeah.
That's not.
I was going to gloss over that.
That's okay. That's okay.
They've moved Sebring to Lime Rock.
Yes, 24 hours of Lime Rock.
Oh my god, that would be awesome.
Kill me. The only place with worse track internet than Sebring.
Inside you are 2 wolves. The 605 has pitted. I don't know if you called that out.
Yep. Yeah. It's been chilling for a few minutes. They're just taking it easy. Fired up. It's slowly leaving its box.
I feel like every time I see the Braunschweig cars, there's less on it.
I don't believe that the 605 can be overtaken, which I think is going to give it. I think that's going to give it the National and Eastern GP3 championships.
Sorry, which car? The 605?
605.
Wow, National locked up before Coda.
Joseph, if you say that with more conviction, you might end up on a TV show. So let's give him a second and try again.
I think they did a pretty good job.
Now do it in your John Hindhaugh voice.
Absolutely unbelievable performance.
Just because Florida is wet Wisconsin doesn't mean you have to talk like you're from Wisconsin.
Jeremy Shaw?
Having now spent time in Wisconsin, that is the most apt analogy I've ever heard.
I can't do a Jeremy Shaw. My Shaw is worse than my
Nobody
Hindhaugh,
can.
if you can believe that.
Can you do a Neil Harris for me?
I can do
Nick Harris. My apologies.
It's down to 24 seconds, but that was a good lap by Team ACP doing a 26.7.
They have responded, if you will.
Andrea Dovizioso
Andrea Dovizioso
in the 605 for round 3 racing.
We're gonna hope that's enough fuel to get him to the end. It's also gonna depend on the 983's position. Love the sound of that Aston.
Yeah,
Those are reasonably priced now, JT.
I know. I've seen the V8s go down. I've also seen the articles about owning one.
That's true. That's true. You gotta get a new enough one so you don't have the problems. Fortunately, there's a pretty comprehensive list of, hey, is this your Aston Martin part number? Here's what it is in Ford.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a shame that we lost the 143.
It was plastic.
We were also throwing plastic.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
But they were big, chunky plastic. That was big, flat plastic. Are these my cables over here?
They're not mine.
So many cables, you guys. Ryan very kindly wrapped up my 10-foot micro USB cables. Much appreciated.
Not a problem.
117 rolling down pit lane.
Months.
983 and 982 are still running nose to tail around the track. Can't help but
I
think
smell a
maybe,
formation finish.
Yeah,
I was thinking that.
I was too. I think it's going to depend on where the 981 is in terms of its fight. I'm sure they'd like to get all three
Here's
in the
the
same
thing.
photo.
If you're going all in on trying to push the 52 as far as it can go on fuel and fuel consumption, you should just stick to that.
Yeah, and I think they are. I think it's the other
29.8.
cars that are not necessarily doing that. So we'll see.
If you're a team owner here, or you're the drivers in the 981, are you accepting our other team car is going to win the race, so we can accept and settle for fourth here? We don't need to risk anything. Or do you just say,
I don't think
we're going to go for this?
That would not be decided until like the last lap.
Yeah.
'Cause mistakes can happen
Down
at
to
any
20,
point.
down to 20.9.
Also,
Well,
if
we're
you
still
feel
waiting
like
for the 981, I believe.
No, it's
also
true.
if you feel like you've been blocked by the team car of the car that you're racing,
That's
you're gonna
true.
want to chase them out of spite.
Yeah,
It doesn't
that's
matter.
true.
Here's the deal. Mark Martin and Will to Win that's a great organization. They run a professional shop.
Absolutely.
I don't think they're at risk of being on the cover of any motorsport magazines needing a 3 abreast photo to send out in press releases.
That's
People that
I think
people
that-
do that
probably
nonsense
not
in
that
sim
valuable,
racing,
but-
Ryan.
Right, where it's free. Where
It's
you can
free to
literally
do this.
where you can literally open another session 10 minutes after the race is over and do it there.
I don't know.
It's
I
not the
think I
same.
would do it just because you have the checkered flag. It's an incredible 24 hours for the team. The team worked together. They did an incredible job with all 3 cars. And
Yeah, you did such a good job. We're going to let you settle for 4th.
I'm
Playing devil's advocate here,
Yeah,
but that's
no,
essentially
I-
what you're telling the team, right?
no, I'm saying why I can see why they would want to do that photo finish. I'm also saying they're not going to tell the 981 to pull over and slow down right now because he's still much having a chance. Because we don't know for sure if that 52 will make it on fuel.
So why don't you let the other 2 cars back up to the 981?
That's
I
Or-
don't think.
or
Why do you
better-
sacrifice
or-
one in the middle of a battle?
Or better yet, back up to the 52.
just do 2.
See, that's
Right, yeah, that's
Again,
why you don't
that's-
want to do the slow down thing. Yeah, that's,
Do what Toyota does. Slow puncture.
Yeah.
Got to bring it in.
just got to pull that in here real quick.
Yeah,
do one
Camille.
more check.
Camille, you have a problem. Come on.
I've never seen more slow punctures than in the last 30 minutes of Le Mans.
Michelin's like, are you kidding me right
Of
now?
the team car, of the teammate of the winning car.
Beautiful lap from the 52, a 2:25.2.
Oof.
Wow. That
Crushing
feels
it.
like a dagger.
That is a great lap right now.
Do we think the will to win cars will do the
981.
door open, arm out the
2:25.9 from
No.
the 981.
Lost some time back, so it's gone up over 21. 0.6660. Oh no.
So we've got 11 minutes to go. Looks like in every other class, looks like the top step is looking pretty locked out pending any post-race issues.
The top 2 cars in each class are supposed to report to the dyno immediately after, and then the top 4 are in Park Ferme, I believe is the situation here.
Yes, that is correct.
Just to make sure there's no
Here's the thing.
treachery afoot.
Here's the thing.
Tomfoolery.
If you lost this race, or you are staring down a gap to the car ahead of you, that gap is probably upwards of 4 laps at this point. You didn't lose by 4 laps because of some small
Right.
thing, right?
Yep.
Or you didn't lose by 15 or 20 laps because,
Right.
oh, this car had a 1/10 of a gallon extra fuel capacity or whatever, right?
That doesn't mean the rules aren't the rules, though.
And I guess they are. They are.
I know. It's just,
But I don't think anybody is cheating. I think everybody. First off, nobody intentionally cheats here.
There is
Like
a
the-
Miata out there doing autocross on the skid
See
pad.
that. Is that a Miata?
Yes.
It looks terrible.
it's an NA.
You slam on any Miata out of nowhere.
Nah.
Nah.
It's going to come back around for another pass. No.
Here comes the track crew and a Kawasaki mule to yell, or whatever it is, to yell at him.
Great,
There.
gravelly,
UTV.
gravely.
Oh, gravely, yeah.
25.7 from the 52.
Yeah, now they're getting
That's
down
foot
to it.
down. Let's let's put this in the bag.
Nope. 25.7. Also,
All even that time.
yep.
Under 10 minutes?
Yep.
8 minutes 47 to go. And I suppose I should pick out the lead. I thought I saw it go through a little earlier here.
Yeah.
Somewhere
They're,
around 9:30.
yeah, they're
But I'll confirm that next time by.
about 30 seconds ahead of the 52, I believe, on track.
For now.
Ooh, 7 is in the pits. Or are they coming back out?
As in the number 7?
Yes, the ACI Porsche.
They are one spot out of the points. How far are they behind Choice? Because Choice is.
Maybe that's why they're going on now. Guys, they're within reach. Just go do 2 laps. Go do 2 laps. I don't care if it's smoking. Just do 2 laps.
I don't think it was, though. I didn't think that car really had... I mean, it had a body accident
issue
earlier.
Yeah, I think that car's good to go.
Yeah, there's nothing they can get beyond that. There's a 40-lap gap ahead of them.
Right.
There's Choice.
But did Choice go out also?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid.
That's some good warfare right there.
That is
the fight we deserve to see.
I imagine them just like kind of eyeballing. They just got spies kind of with telescopes, just looking at each other. They're not moving, are they? They're not moving. All right, go.
Across the line.
Yep, with 7... no, what are we at?
642.
Yeah, I gotta use Race Hero here.
52 across the line.
Yeah, it was about 6:52 across the line, so that'll take him down to about 4:30. That'll take him then down to 2 minutes flat.
6:05.
Yeah,
Just come
so
back out.
3 more. This lap and 2 more, I think it's gonna be. 2:25.3. Good lap from the 981.
Yeah.
Not enough, but good anyway.
You got to do them to get as close as you can.
Yeah,
Because all it takes is putting a wheel off in 5 on exit. Sebring is can be quite treacherous to those off their guard.
Yeah, I mean, you got to stay committed. You were talking about it earlier. You know, if you back off and you tell somebody, hey, just coast it, bring it home, that is when you open yourself up to mistakes. Now, they tend to creep up over long stints where you're cruising at 80% or 90% or whatever, or even less than that. But, you know, for the most part, if you have the choice as a driver, I think you'd want to stay on it. That 701 definitely has a gearbox problem, by the way. It is so slow out of the hairpin. It picks up speed eventually, but I think it's just mashing the throttle, hoping, you know, hoping it'll eventually get back into the power band.
Yeah. They're kind of in no man's land right now in terms of their position in class. They have 3rd lockdown in GP1. So I guess they're just out there to play. It's dying. Might as well kill it. Get it to the end. You know, that own fight that they have.
Sure, yeah.
Not just only against the other cars in their class, but also against the clock there. That's their victory that they need, is to make it to the end.
Down inside the final 5 minutes. And just looking to our left, waiting for the number 983 purple camo Porsche came in. There it is, 2:29.260 with 4 minutes and roughly 20 seconds remaining.
Team car in tow.
Yes, as it has been for most of the last half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And so I'll let JT kind of keep an eye on the margins here with the 52, the 981. It's 19 seconds, which after 24 hours is remarkable. Let's not lose sight of that. But at the moment, it does appear settled. We're not in a super hurry to get out of here after the race is over. We've got some flights to catch, but a little later. This is not super time critical. But I am going to take this opportunity just to thank a few people. First, everybody, this group at DriversEye Live, myself. I'm not going to thank myself, but I
couldn't have done it without me.
I myself
I'll
could
thank
not,
you for you.
I could not be prouder of the team I have around me. I can't speak for them, but I can speak for me, and that is what I observe. JT Tammy, Ryan West, Joseph Mudrock. No thanks to you, Scott Michaels.
None for Gretchen Wieners. Bye.
For giving up an entire weekend and Joseph 24 hours sitting in your home office doing production and following along with an amateur sports car event from Sebring. It is a remarkable team effort from those of us on the inside looking out. And my thanks to the three of you above everybody else, first and foremost, for everything you guys have done this weekend and all the help you've offered and what you've pulled off this weekend. It is really remarkable what we've built at DriversEye Live, and I could not be prouder of it. RJ Till and his entire support staff, Clay Jones, to name him by name, the two of them have been tremendously helpful. Literally anything we need at any moment. One will put us in touch with the other if we need it, and we'll get stuff done. Literally mid-race yesterday, we were getting stuff done, Wi-Fi passwords, whatever we needed here at the track. Just not on our waiting on us hand and foot or anything like that. They have jobs and things to do for competitors, but absolutely making sure that we could do our jobs as it was asked. White flag waves at start finish, and we all stand up here. The number 983 Porsche Cayman takes the white flag underneath the Mobile One gantry here, and we'll do one final 3.7 mile tour of Sebring International Raceway. JT grabbed the camera, and the crews head to the pit wall to bring their cars home after what will be 539 laps around Sebring. Continue thanks to the folks at Sebring International Raceway. All the staff we've had interactions with this weekend been fantastic. The folks down in registration have been wonderful to us as well. Every member of every team we've had the chance to talk to this weekend, during the race, before the race. Tim Myers and the folks down at Hammer Motorsports for feeding us this weekend. Just the tremendous levels of support, encouragement, and really helps make this all very, very worthwhile. I will finish this little round of thank yous here in a couple of moments, but we are going to call home the winners and finishers of the inaugural 24 Hours of Sebring, ever for anyone. That's the official race title, I think. So as the leaders round the turn 7 hairpin and make their way out towards our next camera, exiting tower turn up at turn 13, W2W Racing with 3+ laps in hand over the 143, who just comes across start finish now, is set to make history here.
Going through in a nice little photo formation
for them too. Yeah, 52 over the 981, 17.9 seconds. So I think that is going to put that one to bed. I also think this puts to bed any hope of a formation finish for the W2W camp. Through the turn 14 camera. Tough to get him going away there. I may be delayed. You may be right. But we'll pick him up coming into the last corner here. It is camouflaged and yet unmistakable. With its pink livery. A white flag still waves at start-finish to begin the final lap for the majority of our remaining competitors here at the Sebring 24 Hours and Sebring International Raceway. We wait for the flagger to switch hands. The 44 takes a white flag. The checkered flag flies in the air, and through comes the number 983 Will to Win Racing. The Porsche Cayman has done it in 539 laps over 24 hours. The first ever champion of a 24 Hours of Sebring is Will to Win Racing. Overall, GTO class winner. GP2, your first production car home, will be the number 678 Chill Out Systems, the Mazda MX-5. Charles Klein.
Top 10 overall.
And top 10 overall. Very good call, Joseph. 8th overall for the finish there. They'll lead home round 3 racing, the number 601 in GP2. The next production car home is Thunder Bunny Racing. The number 110, 128i, a fist bump from Ryan West to my left. Thunder Bunny Racing, fresh off an overall win at VIR last time out. Their solo entry this weekend wins GP1 commandingly at the Sebring 24 Hours. That leaves us with GP3, and for all of the excitement and storytelling surrounding Round 3 racing over the course of the 2021 season, this through comes home the 678. Round 3 racing is a class champion at the 24 Hours of Sebring in 2021, an inaugural champion of the 24 Hours of Sebring. Congratulations to the drivers of the number 605. An incredible accomplishment, an incredible team accomplishment, bringing all 3 cars home, some more wounded than others.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that poor 701.
But they still made it.
Yeah,
They still
all
finished.
3 cars, and all 3 cars from Will to Win
Yep.
are coming home as well. Through come the 83 and the 84 together at start-finish. The 94 Motorsports Lexus IS, the 197, which, man, you think back to early last night and what could have been for that overnight Motorsports Boxster. But second is nothing to be too terribly upset about. After a rough old morning and overnight period, to still come home with a podium result in classes is pretty phenomenal. Braunschweig, fist out the air, across start finish, brings home the 117 Corvette underneath the checkered flag. Renton Race and 522, a choice racing BMW that has seen better days, only has about 4 months of track time under its belt.
Here comes the 701 finally coming home after their eventful race.
Yeah, and probably on about 1 gear, from what we could tell. And Brian Guidinelli, great friend of DriversEye Live in that car, gets a first finish in the first ever 24 Hours of Sebring. Judging by the mood on the pit wall and the removal of the checkered flag at start finish, I think it's safe to say we've got everybody home. Indeed, the 983 is into pit entry, and I think
Here they come.
we've lost track of who we haven't seen and who hasn't taken the checkered flag. But we've got something greater than 30 cars home today, which, again, if you had asked me at any point during this weekend if I thought that was going to happen, the answer was probably not.
Yeah.
But so many of these teams, I mean, look at the amount of duct tape on some of these cars.
Yeah, the 99, the hood is fully taped down.
You look up and down the field. I mean, so many teams have put so many hours, not just into the prep, but the execution of this race. And it's not just, the hours spent behind the wheel. It's the hours spent in the pits, the hours back in the paddock, devising plans to fix cars, get them back out on track, and providing a safe and competitive car for their drivers to go out and try and salvage something for those cars and teams that had trouble. Matt Connolly Motorsports gets the 245 home. Rocker Renstall brings home the 211 for a 24-hour finish. Thunder Bunny again, the GP1 class winner. The number 51 Headquarter Automotive JJEP. Near enough a first time in their World Racing League anyway. It is so, man. One of my favorite things at the end of 24-hour races is to see what race cars look like, the battle scars, right? Orica and Dodge have made, or Chrysler, I guess, have made a monument out of the 2000 Rolex 24 winning Dodge Viper, right? That thing has toured, it's been sealed in its race finishing state, and I think that is an iconic way to remember a 24-hour race, is by what these cars look like the moment they come off track.
What's interesting to me, Brendan, is that the cars that have done really well at this race don't have that much on them.
No, they really don't. Those Will to Win cars, credit to Mark Martin and everybody who's been a part of that WTW camp. All 3 of those cars have come home virtually unscathed. And that is a big part of why they are in A, the winner's circle, and B, the top 5 with their other cars.
Exactly. Joseph, anything to add for the end of the race here?
No, I just want to remind everybody that there were championships decided this weekend, I guess. Eastern championships were all decided. As far as I can tell, Team GTR eked out the GTO East championship. 605 took GP3 East. 525 took it in absentia. GP1 appears to have gone to the 44 for PC Racing. So that's all your classes in there. National class, I believe, has been... I think it's been secured in GP3 by the 605. And I think it's also been secured in GP1. We'll double check this, and all this is provisional anyway because we've got to go through scrutineering.
Right.
But I believe the 44, if they haven't locked down GP1, they're awfully close. And that's in the national category.
A few notes just from the results of this one. The results go away until they're finalized up on Race Hero, so I don't have immediate access to them. The total number of laps completed, I believe it was 541. But a note from upstairs, the 983 Will to Win car and the number 143 Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin both did over 2,000 miles. We knew they were going to set the 24-hour race record for a WRL event. I thought it was going to be awfully close on 2,000 miles, but the calculation is that they've actually done it. The top two cars both have, which is pretty remarkable here. We'll get the average speed after things are done here, but in a almost entirely dry affair with 10 full course yellows, which is going to be my other note, we've managed to crack 2,000 miles with a GT4. Well, GT4 Jason anyway, Cayman and Aston Martin Vantage. 4 hours and 50 minutes at the end of the race, all green flag running.
That's
Haven't had a full course yellow since 7:10 this morning.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, a remarkably clean affair. It was really just overall a pretty remarkable and noteworthy running of what I think started out as being all guns blazing, let's do 24 hours at Sebring, this is pretty wild, and we're gonna come make history, and actually kind of ended up turning back into an experiment.
Yeah.
People realize that this is a lot harder than I think it's going to look, or it looks from the outside, and there are 47 teams that dared to take on the experiment and give it a shot, and most of them made it home to the checkered flag, and they deserve all the credit in the world for that.
Absolutely.
I'll finish up my round of thank yous here, and then we can just turn it to some final thoughts. Paige Grimmer, PR for Round 3 Racing, Tim Myers down at Hammer Motorsports, everybody who's come up for an interview at any point. Really appreciate Brian Guidanelli, Haggerty Motorsports, anybody who has supported us and said nice things to us to encourage us and continue to keep getting better at what we do, at sharing our passion for endurance racing and amateur motorsports at this level. With you, the viewer, is just... that is what makes us all worthwhile. And of course, all of you for your viewership and your company over these 24 hours and over the course of the WRL season. Truly cannot thank you enough for being a part of what we do here at DriversEye Live, and for your continued support and kind words and words of encouragement and suggestions to help make what we do better. And finally, of course, to my family, my wife Layla, who is just sunk
my wife
all of her very nice sunk all of her support and love and energy into supporting what DriversEye was and is and has the potential to be. It will not be my full-time job, but that requires so much more sacrifice and support to make it what it is now, and she has just been astounding through all of this, and everything we've done through 2021. Got one more event to come. This is the U.S. Endurance Championship at Circuit of the Americas, December 3rd through the 5th, where we will have over 90 cars on America's Grand Prix venue. One
of America's Grand
Prix
Grade
One
venues.
venue, yes. The current Grade 1 venue, I guess. I don't know if Indy still is, but Miami's about to come, so we'll keep an eye out for that in the future. Maybe we can go run a race at Miami. But we're going to go to Circuit of the Americas in December and run the USEC and round out the national championship. So really excited for all of that. Anybody who has any final thoughts on what we did over the last 3 to 4 days, especially the last 24 hours, by all means.
I want to say real quick, I was genuinely impressed with how everything went. There were obviously some blemishes and a couple issues with competitors maybe a little over their heads, I guess, at times. But in general, I came into this thinking it was, to be honest, I thought it was going to be a mess. An hour in, I thought it was going to be a mess. By halfway through, I was like, everyone's actually keeping their nose pretty clean. This is really wild for an amateur event to be this clean over 24 hours at Sebring of all places. I'm genuinely shocked.
This was something I was really looking forward to because this is one of those true great examples of endurance racing in motorsports. When we watch professional motorsports these days, we see cars that are built to withstand so much punishment, and it's a lot of tiny mistakes that really separate everybody towards the end. It's gone to the point where technology is so good that it's no longer really fighting the clock, fighting for the car's survival. This is pure endurance racing, where you are battling not only the other cars on track, you're battling, traffic. You're having to deal with your car making it to the end. You're battling the bumps. This old Army airbase from World War II that just can tear apart these cars. You're battling your exhaustion, just your fatigue, everything that's going on, and making it to the end over all these tests, these trials that you face is a phenomenal achievement. And this is the great form of endurance racing, and it was just absolutely fantastic to see this program that World Racing League put on this weekend, and it was a thrill to be a part of. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just excited to have gotten to come and do it. It sounds like at a minimum they're not going to do it again next year. It's going to go back to being the traditional format. We all got into this because we liked 24-hour racing. I think we've spoken about that before, where that really is the passion, is getting to do the long event. I hadn't done one in such a long time that I wasn't super prepared physically of like what this was going to take. I hadn't done it in several years. So getting to come and do it, I really cherish this time I got to spend, the time I got to spend in the pit lane, the time I got to spend up here talking to you guys, talking to Tim, talking to everybody. And I just want to say a quick thank you to anybody who lets me shove a mic in their face or indeed ask prying questions in the pit lane. I do quite enjoy that. And so when the opportunity arises, I really appreciate people's openness with me in that regard. So yeah, I had a great time. I hope it comes back again in the future. I really do. Or if we, change venues, I hope that there is another 24-hour WRL event because the racing was great. It wasn't a huge DNF fest, if you will. I think all of us thought that we'd have a lot more non-finishers coming in, and actually most of the cars, as we had talked about, have an issue for an hour or two, come back out, and they came back up the field quite a bit. So, there was stuff to watch. Obviously towards the end, stuff had stratified a little bit, but most of the time there was something going on, and there wasn't anything arbitrary occurring. There wasn't a whole lot of penalties. There wasn't a whole lot of contact. There wasn't a whole lot of stuff like that messing with what the order might have been. So it felt like a really pure race to me, and I'm just happy to have gotten to cover it.
I think the word pure is apt. I think when I watch Le Mans some years, I watch endurance races, 24-hour races some years, I think, what are we really accomplishing here? That endurance racing and 24-hour racing has sort of reached a pinnacle where reliability is so taken for granted because cars are well built and we've sort of figured this thing out. But those are people spending lots of money to go do something that helps somebody else, be it a manufacturer, a sponsor, an R&D budget, a marketing budget, whoever it happens to be. What we're doing here is still expanding people's frontiers. And in the case of a 24 hours of Sebring, literally doing something that people have never done before. We've never done 24 hours in Sebring under competitive circumstances. It is the world's most challenging circuit, technically speaking. It is a demanding circuit for 12 hours, never mind 24. And it was a big unknown. And I think the WRL took a great leap of faith in putting this thing on. Sebring took a great leap of faith in putting this thing on. And the commitment that the WRL paddock showed, the 50-plus cars who had signed up, the 40-some who actually made it, in actually pulling this thing off and allowing themselves and their competitors to do something truly extraordinary, that is not so often seen in motorsports these days, is amazing. And I said it at the beginning of the broadcast, these are ordinary people doing extraordinary things. These aren't million-dollar budgets. These aren't uber professionals. These aren't people who are running, massive multi-million-dollar operations. They're people who love racing, doing something that racing has never seen or done before. And I think that is just a huge testament to everybody that's been involved in this that I have already showered thanks upon before we got the checkered flag earlier. So with all that being said, again, my thanks to all of you for tuning in. Again, my family, my wife Layla, my folks, my mom and dad who have tuned in every single time we go live, just to be supportive and say hi. And it's just been such a crazy, wild development of DriversEye Live. This is our 10th year. When we go to COTA in December, it will literally be 10 years since we did this the first time. And as a way to give back and be a part of racing, it doesn't get any better for me. We get to talk about it and share it with a community that loves it as much as we do. And that's all I could ever ask for. You start for the racing, you stay for the people. That's where we're at, and that's where we're going to be when we join you again in 5 weeks' time at Circuit of the Americas. My thanks again to all of you for joining us this weekend for 24 hours of flag-to-flag coverage. I haven't slept a wink. It is going to be an exhausting night getting home, but I will be home in my own bed tonight, and I can't wait for that above all else. So, December 3rd through the 5th, Circuit of the Americas. Join us then on DriversEye Live, the same places you can always find us. I'll be live. I'm hopeful Ryan and JT will be live. We'll see who ends up at the track with us, but nevertheless, 18 hours of coverage to come, roughly 18 hours of coverage to come from Circuit of the Americas to round out the 2021 World Racing League season. For myself, Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West, Joseph Mudrak, and everybody in the WRL paddock who has been a part of what we did this weekend, my sincerest thanks. And we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time from Circuit of the Americas.
Have your pets spayed or neutered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, take care, everybody. We'll see you in a couple weeks.